The name Tyler Durden hits different. 25 years later, Tyler isn't just a fictional character. He continues to be an icon for every young guy who's ever looked at modern life and said, "Is this it?" And there are more disenchanted, pissed off young men than most of us would like to admit. While Instagram influencers sell you morning routines, optimization hacks, and how to get rich schemes, Tyler offers something more radical. A permission to stop pretending the hamster wheel even matters. Self-improvement is masturbation, he says, and suddenly all those productivity bros counting every calorie and tracking every metric look exactly like what they are, slaves to a different kind of consumption.
First, you have to give up. First, you have to know, not fear. Know that someday you're gonna die.
Many of us feel this creeping hollowness. Art seems stale. People seem like caricatures, and society feels like it's sleepwalking into the void. We traded meaning for marketing, truth for algorithms, beauty for profit. Culture is no longer made to uplift or inspire. It's produced by committees to generate clicks, outrage, or brand loyalty. Everyone sees the same content, wears the same ironic fits, talks in the same recycled memes. It's not individuality, it's conformity in drag. At the same time, there are no longer any places where we can spend time with real people. The idea of community has collapsed. We've replaced God, truth, beauty, masculinity, femininity, nature, and tradition with consumption, virtual existence, and technocratic control. While the world pushes for sensitivity trainings, corporate slavery, and complete obedience, more and more young men are deciding to quit society altogether. Tyler channels this dissatisfaction and makes it very clear that none of this really matters. You're not your wallet, you're not the car you drive, you're not your fucking khakis. You're part of something bigger. You're in the middle of a spiritual war. Will you take up the gloves? Or will you bow your head and continue pretending that you didn't notice? Tyler Durden looked at the modern world and said the quiet part out loud. Is this really it? Am I supposed to slave my precious time away just so that I can afford the latest IKEA collection? Am I no more than decaying matter, an economic unit, a soulless being created solely to be chewed and spit out by this monstrous machine of mass slavery? What about those of us who still have some fire in their belly? Tyler was not a hedonist chasing pleasure. He was something more dangerous, a nihilist with fire in his belly. He realized that the race is rigged and the game is meaningless. But instead of just giving up, he decided to send a message before jumping off the trolley. Let the chips fall where they may. And his message still resonates with millions of young men because they know exactly what he's talking about. We've all felt that Sunday night dread, that slow realization that we're living someone else's definition of success while our souls rot from the inside. And Tyler's message goes much deeper.
My dad never went to college, so it's real important that I go.
Sounds familiar.
So I graduate, I call him up long distance. I said, Dad, now what? He says, get a job.
Same here.
Now I'm 25. Make my yearly call again. I said, Dad, now what? He says, I don't know. Get married.
You can't get married. You're a 30-year-old boy.
We're a generation of men raised by women. I'm wondering if another woman is really the answer we need.
We've built ourselves this illusion of a safe, comfortable world, but in doing so, we've built ourselves a cage. Contrary to what popular culture teaches us through books, television shows, or movies, men have never been home dwellers, the adorers, or the passive dog shit collectors. Men were warriors, rebels, protectors, providers, explorers. We were never meant to have pet cats, pajama parties, or perfect, cozy apartments. We were always meant to find meaning and to follow a higher calling. And modern living has taken it all away from us. Testosterone and fertility rates are in freefall. Men as we know them are becoming extinct. Feminists will say, good, the less toxic masculinity, the better. After all, men are inherently toxic. You've served your use as providers and protectors. Now either become domesticated or disappear from society.
We're still men.
Yes, we're men. Men is what we are.
The numbers don't lie. Men account for nearly 80% of all suicides while being only 50% of population. More and more young men are also struggling in terms of career and education. And it's not that men have suddenly become dumber. It's just that young men want no part of what universities have become. The fact that Tyler Durden has become so iconic is no accident. Over the years, every place where men could go and bond has been invaded and reduced to a feminized, castrated version. Every space we've ever enjoyed has been overtaken by sensitivity trainings, hate speech laws, safe spaces, and HR departments. Men are simply no longer allowed to be men. We're only allowed to be what the society allows us to be. A made-up Hollywood/social media caricature that matches a skewed fantasy of what a man should be. We're told that male-only spaces are inherently toxic, that male bonding is suspicious, that masculine instincts are problematic. That's why Fight Club was such a hit among the men in the film. It was the only place that allowed them to show their true selves. It allowed men to connect with one another. It was, in a sense, a male safe space.
God damn it, an entire generation pumping gas, waiting tables, slaves with white collars. Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes, working jobs we hate so we can buy shit we don't need. The middle children of history, man. No purpose, place. We have no Great War, no Great Depression. Our Great War is a spiritual war. Our Great Depression is our lives.
Young men today are desperately trying to replace their lost masculinity with productivity podcasts, books, workout routines, Jocko Willings and Andrew Tates of the world. They try to outrun the all-engulfing emptiness and the omnipresent sense of pointlessness in 200-mile ultra marathons. But no amount of training, perfect sleep routines, or expensive cars will make up for the fact that their existence has been reduced to a fake, plastic version of what it used to be. What's the point of all this endless self-improvement if in the end you feel even more detached from your real nature? Why are you trying to be more productive in a soulless consumerist system that only offers you scraps and illusions? Why are you so obsessed with your health and wellness if the only narrative to your story is being an obedient, productive worker bee? Why are you trying to be perfect if the idea of perfection is slavery?
We all started seeing things differently. Everywhere we went, we were sizing things up. I felt sorry for guys packed into gyms, trying to look like how Calvin Klein or Tommy Hilfiger said they should. That what a man looks like?
Self-improvement is masturbation. No self-destruction.
As we know from the film and the book, Fight Club wasn't really about fighting. It was about finding your tribe. In a world where men are increasingly isolated, Tyler created something primal, a brotherhood based on shared struggle and mutual respect, and through blood and sweat. Studies show that men's friendships have declined dramatically. We have fewer close friends, less emotional support, and increasingly atomized lives. Tyler gave men what they were starving for, a sense of purpose that goes beyond paying bills and consuming. You have to know, not fear. Know that someday you're gonna die. He offered the kind of clarity that only comes from staring death in the face. And yes, Project Mayhem was extreme, but that is exactly what young men crave the most after being forced to eradicate their masculinity and be acceptable, gentle, smiling sheep. The destruction of data centers that stored credit debt was poetic. For the first time in their lives, the Project Mayhem members had an excuse to be destructive in a constructive way. They could go to war against the system and free the people from debt slavery. And it was poetic because all creation starts with destruction. Project Mayhem was not about mindless destruction for destruction's sake, like Loki bringing about Ragnarok to destroy the corrupt gods, like Hercules cleaning the Augean stables of filth, like the French Revolution dismantling the aristocracy. It was destruction for the sake of replacing the rotten, oppressive system and taking a risk to create something new, something hopefully better. The members of Project Mayhem had a chance to be part of something bigger than themselves. Tyler gave them a mission, a brotherhood, a reason to get up in the morning with purpose. Compare that to what modern life offers young men, and you'll quickly understand why that was so attractive. Corporate purpose statements, wellness apps, bullshit, LinkedIn posts, and the hollow promise that succeeding at your career and buying the right products will fulfill you. No wonder Tyler's message is still well and alive. And here's the thing, the problems Tyler identified haven't disappeared. In fact, they have only multiplied. Tyler Durden lives on in every forum where men gather to talk honestly about their experience, in every space where guys admit they feel lost, emasculated, and forgotten. These aren't necessarily toxic spaces. They're often just the only places men can speak truth without being gaslit. When society offers no legitimate outlets for masculine energy and frustration, men will find illegitimate ones. When you demonize male nature instead of channeling it, you don't eliminate it, you drive it underground. Tyler's message endures because he diagnosed real problems that we're still too afraid to address honestly. Male alienation, the meaninglessness of consumer culture, the emasculation of modern men, the loss of genuine community and purpose. We can call men toxic all we want, but that won't make the problems disappear. Men still need purpose. Men still need brotherhood. Men still need to feel like their existence matters beyond pointless slavery and consumption. Maybe Tyler was wrong about the solution. Maybe he wasn't, but he was dead right about the problem. Tyler didn't create the anger and frustration he channeled. He just gave it a voice, and that voice is still echoing, now louder than ever.
You're not how much money you have in the bank. Not the car you drive. Not the contents of your wallet. You're not your fucking khakis.
Are you crying? Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in foosball.
You fucking cried after 3 days in the fucking holding tank. Looked like a fucking pile of wet rags at court. You should see how I showed up to court after 3 days in the box with the light on.
Please, is there anything I can do, sir? Please.
Does he look like a bitch? What?
Don't do this to my wife, man. You don't know what you're doing to my family, man.
Does he look like a bitch?
Sir, please don't make me sleep in jail tonight, sir. Please. I'm begging. We're not criminals. They're gonna make me sleep in jail.
Continue. You were saying something about best intentions?
Josh has never been arrested for recording.
Okay, so that's him getting arrested, and then his friend here makes a phone call that I want to touch on.
I'm more than happy to take a peek at the title if you're willing to give it to me.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, but that's my thing. I'm not trying to give up
My
information.
I just thought you said you were willing to show it.
Right, it's important to get every single person and piece of property registered and identified with a state of and a corporate entity. You just gotta do it. It's gotta happen.
Questions like why I do what I do, why I am the person I am, and how you can't see that by coming up to a man and trying to identify him. Like a piece of plastic doesn't identify me. That's not me. I am me.
Why do we all pretend like it's better to exchange little plastic pieces to pretend that that means anything about who I am, that am is, or what I am, that am is, or what it's connected to? Better yet, right? So that is the greatest resource and source of order and co-creation. The little plastic pieces don't do it any justice.
This is like my personal journey.
Dude, it's crazy because if you would have just given me your name,
If you guys would adjust, right? This is your logic. This is the logic of a tyrant, right? This is the logic of a horrible parent. This this is the logic of an authoritarian everywhere. If you would have just did everything that we told you and asked you, we wouldn't try to make your life harder and do loss, injury, and harm to you. That is the rallying cry of tyrants everywhere from the beginning of time. Go fuck yourself. You don't get to tell us what we're going to do and be in life. All you teachers, all you parents, all you authoritarians, all you false prophets, you don't get to tell us what we're going to do and be in life at the expense of rolling up your sleeves and doing harm, like the Tao says. You know, all you subjective moralists, all you solipsists, who you and your dogma is the only thing in creation that actually exists that you can confirm.
But say, if I would have just complied, if I would have just done what she wanted, maybe that'd be better for me. Nah, if you would just maybe listen to what I'm saying, maybe it'd be better for you. Maybe, just maybe you're making a mistake. Maybe you shouldn't be doing this to people. Maybe you're like security guard for someone you don't even know. You're a security force for an invisible entity. You're working for, you don't know, you might be working for the devil.
Stop telling other motherfuckers who may be born and may be meant to be here at this time to influence all of us to do better and be better and have better, to just stop and just shut up and just go away. You're ahead of the game. No, fuck that. It's called free expression. It's called getting really real with ourselves and each other. It's called gambling, cosmic gambling on the truth and on faith. You didn't just hear him? You didn't just hear him? He said he's waiting for the day, just like I am, when they actually can show me that they can hurt me.
Just so you know, you should be cooperative in that way. Does that make sense?
But see, we can disagree.
That you have.
To submit, comply, and obey. I don't have a responsibility to submit and comply and obey to you guys. I don't. I have an authority to God, and I have an authority to my spirit. Like, so you guys, it doesn't matter what you guys do. Like I said, you guys could take me to jail. I only get better and level up from this stuff. You guys have never hurt me yet. I'm waiting to see when you guys can hurt me. When you guys take me to jail, when you guys try to do something to hurt me, it never works. You guys never teach me a lesson. You guys are never going to come up to my car and say, and then later on be like, okay, I'm going to give you the ID this time because I went to jail that time. I'm telling you guys, man, and this ain't just about me and my dirty ass in this car. I'm speaking a truth that's beyond me in this fucking car and my goofy presentation.
All right. So, Mr. No Name, we're gonna go with it. I want you to know what we legally are allowed to do, and then I want to proceed with what we're going to. And today we're gonna serve you by just calling it good as is and leave it alone, and hope we don't have any later run-ins. How's that sound?
You guys do. All three of you, like your energy, like I deal with officers in situations like this, and our people do too. Like I mess with your energy. Like, even though you guys, we might not be connected, like you guys could do things to me. Like, even the language, like we could like cause loss, injury, and harm to you, but we're just not going to. That's how it is to me and my people.
It's us enforcing the laws thereof. Yes.
Right, but we as human beings to one another, like we all come from families, we're all brothers and sisters. Right. That's the kind of how I looked at it. Like we don't even get along with our own families a lot. So like, we're at the dinner table and we're having a discussion about something. That's how I look at it. And you guys are saying we can legally do this, we can legally do that, but we got to get back to the spirit of our gut instincts. It doesn't matter what's on all these papers.
Hello, greetings, folks. We're back at it on the 4-day turnaround on a return trip. Wobbly Boost is getting into it in the chat with another creature who looks like they have it's a new name around these parts. I don't think I've seen this creature yet. Welcome to this creature, L. Belcher. But he's already kind of confused right off the bat. We have some confused people in chat. So let's go to that. Then we're going to go to Charlie. Charles in charge. I got a ton of articles here. There's just too much stuff. We went from cooling down on the psyops, the supposed psyops. I'm not going to make any absolutist objective claims. I'll give you what I or some folks have said. Some speculation for entertainment purposes only. We don't want to make anyone unsafe. And we're in full support of the state of Israel here today, if you haven't noticed. Because why not? Okay? Why not? We're going deep into fascism. Matter of fact, fuck it. We're already in it. Deep into fascism, statism, collectivism, slavery, communism, Satanism. So why not like really live it up while we're here? You know, I'm thinking about booking a trip to the Wailing Wall, doing a little bit of whaling, a little bit of walling, the whole thing. Marco Rubio just came back from the Wailing Wall. little Marco. Turns out Donnie is big Marco. He used to make fun of little Marco and how he was a little boy and how he was a little slave. And, you know, Donnie was the maverick. Turns out, nope, everyone was duped again. So they went together. They wailed at the wall. They put some more policies and codes into place where you can't criticize Israel, supposedly. We got another few hundred arrests worldwide. We got some folks on Australia really waking up, starting to get the idea of common law or universal law and the fact that they're in slavery and genocide. It needs to fucking stop. And the only way it's going to stop, and this is where we have to pause and reflect, because this is the perfect time and sentiment to get everybody whipped up to do war. We don't want to do that. Right? We don't want to get pulled into another war of attrition. What we want to do, what I want to do, what I have been doing, and, you know, getting some results with myself and others, is just stop cooperating and complying. I know that seems overly simplified, but I truly believe, and I just might be wrong, but I truly believe, and I truly have seen on some level, that that is an answer, right? We need to withdraw our collective consent from these state ofs and these self-defined corporations. Stop following their statute, policy, and code, because some of us believe, and again, I was doing the bit non-bit yesterday because I forgot the name Andrew Jackson. We were talking Samuel Adams, the beer guy. We were talking Samuel Jackson, the black man who says mother effer. And then it was Andrew Jackson, right, who was one of the founders. If I remember correctly today, I always get these names mixed up and confused. Does it really matter? The truth is still the same. The walk is still the same. The sentiment is still the same. The cause and effect is still the same. So we were going over how the founders, it was their beliefs and their facts and evidence that the central bankers of their day were in communication with a creature or a set of creatures that they called Lucifer, and that it gave them programs and plans not only for banking, but for eugenicism. And that, oddly enough, this claim and these claims were enough to get these folks assassinated, or multiple assassination attempts done on them. So guess what, guys? When it comes to America and global politics, assassination is nothing new. This has been going on from the beginning of time. And if one thing history has taught us, it's that they, the ubiquitous they, whoever they are, whatever they are, can kill anybody and get away with it, and even spin a narrative and make policy off of it and all the rest of it. So let's comment on this, because Al Belcher's confused. Wobbly Boost was talking about, where is it? You know, having to reveal some painful truths versus some comfortable lies. We do that a lot around here. So he explains to Mr. Belcher, Santa Claus isn't real, Red Bull doesn't give you wings, and most likely Felix Baumgartner didn't jump from the moon and do a free fall dive to the earth, even though we saw it on camera. We thought we did. Anyway, just like we thought we saw the convertible Tesla flying through space with a dummy in it. No, not Elon Musk, the guy who built it. An actual physical, what do they call it in Spanish now? It just slipped my mind. A genuine muñeco. There it is. An actual full-on muñeco. I believe that's what they call it in Mexicano. When I speak a little Mexican, yeah, I'm dual linguistic here. I'm bilingual. Don't tell Slave State and others, if you know who that is. Don't tell him, because he'll get the wrong idea. Erica Kirk is a 33rd degree Mason. That's what the G is on a ring. Well, we were going to get into that today, sir. That's why I have what some have called the plastic hands up there. Notice that the woman, Charlie Kirk, I believe, is supposedly 6'5". Please fact check everything that I'm saying. I'm putting forth what others have said. This whole broadcast is going to be what some folks have said. I'm not going either way on it completely. I could say I tend to think this is an operation, but I don't want to disrespect the potential death of a being, right? But just something about the whole thing doesn't smell right. And I got Michael Savage clip today too, who's Mr. Israel First, Mr. Statist. Even he had to come out and say something's not right about all this. We got the usual scrawling in the gun where they wrote messages in the gun and then they found the gun in weird ways you know, and then now they're coming out saying we found him after 33 hours and it's 33 days before Charlie's birthday, and the guy took the gun apart and he put it back together and jumped off the roof, but he didn't have it in the video, but he had it because it was down his pant leg. Okay, it's like either they're psyops going crazy, or we got a bunch of people in official positions who want us all to believe that psyops are happening so they can start war in between us and do another divide and conquer simulation, right, through social media. And it's working. Whether that's the plan or not, it's somewhat working. You know, because really slaves still haven't learned their lesson. The last 5 years, the last 500 years, they still haven't learned to just observe, watch what's happening, sit back, try to catch the move, not form an opinion right out of the gate, and not inject their emotions into the topic. So again, I keep getting off. Wobbly Boost is trying to tell this creature in chat that Santa Claus is not real and Red Bull doesn't give you wings. He responds with, I bet you guys here like to just say that kind of stuff to make the children cry. No, you have it backward. Many of us were lied to as children and we became resentful and bitter about it because the lies continue to this day by the same people who gave them to us when we were children. So we would prefer all of you adults just stop lying to the children, right? I was going to speak for the children there and say, stop lying to us. I mean, some might say I'm an overgrown child still in some ways at this time. Maybe we're all that. Maybe it's just me. So I can do that, potentially. I'm speaking, Paulie the child, the grown child, the autist. You know, I've been called many things here. I don't mind it. I'll wear the hat. I'm now speaking for the children, to my parents and everyone else's parents and soon-to-be parents. Just stop telling ridiculous fucking lies to children for any reason, okay? This is another, I suspect this is another, you want to talk psyop and mind and heart control and blasphemy rituals. I contend modern day culture and society, and probably on some level always has been that because of who seems to be the purveyor of this stuff, right? Where do we get all this stuff from? We don't just wake up one day and do this stuff. We get it from somewhere else and they get it from somewhere else. So please explain to me why at a certain point in life, you all find it necessary to bear children and then lie to them about people coming down the chimney and leaving shit. What is that? If you want to excite them and entertain them and thrill and chill them or get them somewhat inspired, like I said, entertained and excited, why don't you tell them the real story? That maybe Jeffrey Epstein with a pot belly or one of your next presidents of the corporation might just fucking put a drone down your chimney to find out how many children are in there, and then you know, come and get a warrant on you to take them, right? There's an interesting story. That's not a lie, right? Maybe sensationalized a bit because most people aren't dealing with that, but it does go on some places, sometimes, I'm sure, right? We can tell them those stories, you know? Why lie when we have a plethora of stories that are somewhat real that we can tell them to titillate the mind? Why do we have to lie to them about Easter bunnies and old fat men with beards and reindeer on the roof and all the rest of this crap? Only for them one day to realize, because intuitionally, I was one of the kids who was pretty bright, somewhat bright. I mean, in comparison to the rest of the lead-based, vaxxed out autistic slaves, I was ahead of the curve. I was a little bit less lead-based. So yeah, it's like, you know, day one, I knew this was bullshit. I can almost remember, you know, like being there and going, oh, they're lying to me again. And they think it's funny and cute. And obviously there's nobody who's come into this house, because when you're a child, you like stay up and watch and listen for this shit. You know, this is how fucked up they have us. The parents, you know, they're not having like meaningful, purposeful life. They're not having good sex with their partner anymore, but they got this time and this business to sit around lying to children. And they got us up like tweakers, looking out the window, waiting for Santa Claus and the reindeer. You know how fucking depressing that is? You're like 10, 12 years old, the latest, because you start to like become age of reason around there. Some of us a little earlier. Maybe you're like 8. You're 8 to 10 to 12 years old, and you're sitting there now. They give you this idea, and you're peeking out the windows all night, waiting for Santa Claus. And then at some point you realize these motherfuckers lied to me, and they're supposed to love me. They're supposed to raise me and tell me the truth. Again, this hit home with me hard. The whole Santa Claus thing, I'm still reeling from it today. I found out 2 weeks ago Santa Claus isn't real and that these people have been lying to me. Yes, that's what happened. So yeah, you know, Mr. BC down there, what's his name again? Who cares? Mr. BC and whoever else, instead of you like gaslighting and switching the narrative that we're bad people because we want to like talk and live truth that might be painful even to the children, right? That's preferable potentially to lying to your children and then having them figure out at some point you're lying to them and they can't trust you. This is what I believe. I believe most of you slaves are so foolish and duped out and mind and heart controlled. You repeat this shit, think that it's good fun, and it's your culture creating masters who are literally getting you to break the bonds with yourself and your child early on in life. Your children don't understand why you're doing that. All they understand is you lied to them and there's really no Santa Claus. And that turns out you've been giving me all this shit, you know? And it just doesn't make any sense. You guys are working year round. You're paying for this crap that we don't need to put it under the tree. Why not take the fucking credit for it? You know, maybe this is my selfishness and greediness and egotism and narcissism, like they say. If I'm buying gifts in my house and putting them under the tree, I'm not telling my child that a glorified aging Epstein with a potbelly came down the chimney to check on the kids and eat up some cookies, right? First of all, I almost died of being fat last year, okay? And I'm potentially pre-diabetic. Who knows? It seems to be going away as I continue to eat right every day. But I don't want to have to necessarily buy cookies and then eat them to sell this rap either. Remember when they used to do that? These wicked people? These are horrible people, nasty people. They would buy cookies and they would pretend to eat them like halfway and then leave them there and drink a quarter of the milk. People who don't even really like milk, they drink a quarter or they pour it out and then they go and then when you come down they go, look, Santa was here. He ate the cookies and drank the milk. You're gonna double and triple down on the lie. It's like, and subconsciously, all I get out of this is parents are like so bitter and resentful with their shitty slaved out life and the fact that their child's going to grow up to be just like them, that this is all some mockery humiliation ritual. Let's lie to them. Let's pretend. Let's really sell it. Let's get him to not trust us. And then let's get him to wonder what the fuck else they're lying about, pretending to be a part of. Because I got to about, what was it? I was 28. I was 28 when I finally asked my parents, hey, I think the Santa Claus thing is not real. And like, what else is not real? Like political science, religion, statism, the medical system, the drugs you guys are giving me for my ADHD. Like, what else is not really real here that you're convincing me is? This can be very shocking stuff. So look out for that, right? When you guys, whoever you are, or maybe you already have children and you're about getting them to that age, where you're going to start playing games with their head and lying to them and making them not trust you so you can have fun with the tradition, right? Maybe just 86 that. Maybe just give them the cold, harsh reality that, hey, there's going to be some fucking presents under this tree at some point in December. I bought those. I put them there. Dad, in between being a corporate slave, took his time out to buy you some shit, wrap it all up, and put it under there, okay? To do some more pagan rituals, by the way. We took a tree, put it in the house, killed it, put a Star of David or Star Remfam on top because there is no Star of David. And we did some fucking Synagogue of Shaitan pagan bizarre worship, right? But beyond that, forget about that. The energies and the spirits we're probably conjuring and doing rituals that we don't know why we're doing it. We're just so fucking dumbed down and stupid. We like pine needles. They smell good. Man, they're a bitch to clean up, though. Remember when you used to get the pine tree and over the course of those weeks, you keep the tree like 3 or 4 weeks. You kill it. You keep it for 3 or 4 weeks. It's a great ornament, sorcery device. And then the needles get everywhere, right? That's a pain. And I'm just going to say it, right? You might not want to vote for Donnie. If you're going to vote again and get into that spiel, that duped out delight, you may not want to vote for Donnie again because we need to hire potentially some more illegal Mexican housekeepers to clean up the pine needles, okay? Because who wants to do that, really? So, yeah. BC and others, stop projecting on us that we're bad people because we serve truth and we're not really into lying to our children to play games with their head and convince them of stuff, right? The news, their school, their government / the corporation that masquerades as government is going to do enough of that in their life. We don't have to be part of it. Questions, comments, concern, the link is pinned. If I'm not understanding something about life and the world, please call in. Please type the link in. Help me out. You know, I suffer a lot in this life, and I could probably use somebody's help. Nah, bro, you're just a natural born loser. That's always ironic to folks who don't know the difference between Y-O-U-R and Y-O-U-R-E. Salute to you. You're the most disinteresting man here. Where's my Dos Equis? I got to be prepared for this stuff. I'm never prepared for this. The most disinteresting man in the world. You know what? Forget it. I'm not even going to do the bit non-bit. We have other shit that we have to get to. Okay. America is a myth. Even as a kid, I questioned the whole Santa Claus thing until I opened my toys, right? Because at that point, who really cares? You know, we got some new shiny shit here that we didn't need. You know, forget about the fact that mom and dad are complete slaves. They're jabbed out to the hilt. They got 5 boosters in them. There's sweat and spike protein all over the gifts. We got a bunch of shit that we don't need now. Some new shit we don't need. Okay. We can cycle out the old shit we didn't need with the new shit we don't need, right? The things we do need, they're conspicuously absent. And when you go to talk about them, they say, stop putting a damper, party pooper Paulie. They give me the alliteration. They say, party pooper Paulie, stop putting a wet blanket damper on our Santa Claus Christmas parade. And that's when I just step away. I step back and I remove myself. I don't want to spoil the festivities for these people. These are very good people. We love these people. They're paying tax. They're voting. They're complying. Don't upset these people. They don't need to be upset. They need to go along to get along. All right, like, share, subscribe. Thrust us into the algorithm because fuck YouTube and Google and their shadow banning. Oh, and by the way, they just made up some code. We can't criticize Israel or we're going to prison. Fuck Israel. How about that? Let's just come right out of the gate with that. Some folks might say, I didn't just say that. The great thing about doing a broadcast and learning from the Luciferians, I can say whatever I want and never actually say it legally, technically, if we go to court. So I wouldn't say that because that's not nice. But some other folks are saying, fuck Israel. And we don't give a fuck what you corporatists and fascists and clowns in suits write up as code. We're not following it. Many of us haven't been following it already, if you haven't noticed, okay? So continue to scare the rest of the sheeple. The rest of us are opting out. We don't give a fuck any longer. You want to drag us into court, we'll gladly go because we got to practice upholding the law and exercising rights anyway. So if you got questions, comments, concerns about that, I'll give you my experience on going to court 6 times in the last 5 years, getting dismissals on everything, even on warrants that were illegitimate, because turns out in the modern day world, the majority of processes and procedures are being done and carried out by a bunch of corrupt dunces who don't know their job and what's true and what's right, or do and aren't doing it because most of you don't know it and you won't hold them accountable for it. So the more we start opting out, not complying, and then understanding the law, legal versus lawful, upholding it at court, getting results, these people are going to have to take a different approach, right? Some might say, blow some more stuff up, blame it on people, and try to whip everybody into a civil war frenzy and world war frenzy. Quite frankly, it's not like we haven't seen this before every 100 years. Well, we're on a return trip again, right? So let's see if we can handle this a different way this time, right? Individually and collectively. Let's see if we can walk the middle way. Not being complete passivist slaves and trying to suck up to whoever or whatever the winning side is. Not being a complete animalistic warring slave who's going to get destroyed in the process and really have no voice. But just walk that middle way of not fighting, not overthrowing, just not complying, and then letting them do whatever they're going to do and show them to be whoever and whatever they are once and for all, right? The more you resist this, the more it persists. The more you ignore it, the more it persists. There is a middle ground there. We don't have to fight it. We don't have to ignore it. We have to understand it, and we have to transmute and transcend it. Okay. And we have to be the people we need to be in order to get this truth recognized that works through us. Right. You could talk about a godly experience. All right. Let me go over why the Jewish stars, because I'm trolling, sir. Okay. Since you want me to break down the 4th and 5th wall, however many walls there are in the Truman Show. Yeah, the stars are the stars of David, which doesn't exist. It's the star of Remphan in the Bible, and it is literally what the Christed being called the synagogue of Shaitan symbolism. Star of Remphan. Okay, so yeah, we're kind of calling attention to this spiritual idea, this spiritual war that Tyler Durden in the movie talks about, and of course I talk about here regularly because it's part of my experience. So it would make sense that right now, God's country, Lady Liberty has been bent over. She's an amazing woman, though. She was paid. Don't worry. Lady Liberty was paid to be bent over because that's the time we live in. As long as she's paid to be bent over, we're all good, right? So Lady Liberty's been thrown up on OnlyFans. She's been paid to bend over by some Epsteins and some other Steens, a group of Steens, we'll say. And they're coming in with a 51st state of Israel that was basically created through corruption and fraudulent wars. That's mainline history. That's not my take on it. Okay. So it's all 100 or 1,000 year plan, you can argue, and we can go to Mr. Albert Pike. We have at least a handful of times, head of World Freemasonry at one point, and he outlined 3 world wars that's going to lead to New World Order and a kingdom of Lucifer. Okay. I contend it may or may not happen, may happen for a time, may already be there to some extent. And I think that there's something else afoot here, right? Again, we're back to that godly experience on some level. So again, you are very confused. That's not a Jewish star. Go back in history and understand what that is and where it comes from and what it symbolizes, essentially. And then look today in the modern day world and look at the result. Okay. So, yeah. It doesn't surprise me, though, that the majority of voting, tax-paying slaves don't understand symbolism, aren't symbol literate, and don't realize who or what is using these symbols to communicate an idea. Okay. So Netanyahu, they're talking about him. That's not his real name. He has another name. A lot of these people go under pseudonyms because they're lying to you and everyone else, and they're part of a deeper and broader agenda. And you can argue that the state of Israel, okay, which is again another front corporation for a group that's moving behind it or through it. State of Israel, again, the even the nomenclature, right? State of California, state of Arizona, state of Israel. These are all corporate entities. They're corporate fronts. The proof of that is lining up with the fact that Donnie and others are planning on making resorts, and while they're handing out citizenship cards like they're at Costco. Right. So this is all business endeavor, right? These are all politicos who are involved in corporate takeover intergenerationally, right? We've proven that. Miss Day Avignon was the first historian at 12 years old to prove that all your presidents, except for one, trace back to one English king. Okay, so government is a family affair, and we understand from original treaties and codes that the corporation that calls itself government was supposed to regulate commercial interactions. So what did it do in order to substantiate a corporate takeover? It made everybody and everything everybody's doing a corporate activity by definition. So it could regulate everybody at all times. See how this all works? So again, the Luciferians, head of World Freemasonry, wrote the book, and in the book it says 3 world wars. The first 2 happened right on time, the way that they said. The third one shaping up exactly as they said, and the outcome is supposed to be a war between Christians, Muslims, and Israelis, and we can already see that shaping up, right? So how many coincidences before it stops being coincidental and starts being co-creative, organized on some level, and then again, that's supposed to be scary, and we're supposed to feel powerless about that till we realize there's something above that thing that's organizing this one side to do what it does. There's a God of creation, right? A God of this world. This is just my perspective, right? This is what I suppose. I can't prove this, but I have certain experiences with it, and maybe it just has me, like the whole world, deceived. There's an underworld and an overworld, right? Most things are dualistic here. So there's a corporate takeover happening in front of everybody's eyes. They're using centralized corporations and centralized militaries to take over all of these lands. Earth Inc., essentially. CDC, NIH, WHO, right? Told the whole world what they were going to do at one point. If they didn't, then you get sanctions. That is literally global government, New World Order. We've already experienced it. We don't have to argue about it, right? We don't have to question it. We already know that it's existing and already taken form and already had some effects, right? So again, that wasn't just going to go away. That was their beta test for whatever they're bringing in now, the ubiquitous they. And I argue the they is possessed by an it, and the it is exactly what the Freemasons and the bankers who were doing assassinations on the founders have been calling Lucifer essentially from the beginning of time, right? So yeah, we've gone over the Rolling Stones songs. We've gone over the movies that show this allegory. We've gone over the historical quotes from the people who founded societies about what this is and how this all works. We've even gone into quoting Jewish Orthodox people themselves about these Zionists who are attempting to use their identity to carry out their goals, right? Because they've created the narrative that Jewish people are victimized by anti-Semitism all over everywhere, so you can't question anything. So we can do our corporate takeover wearing this Jewish mask because nobody's allowed to question it. If you question it, you're anti-Semitic. The only problem with that is it's very similar to when folks questioned the JFK assassination and 9/11, and they got told they were conspiracy theorists for even questioning. Well, now you're anti-Semitic if you question. The only problem is, again, is that anti-Semitic is everybody in that region. So the Muslims, the Arabs, Palestinians, Israelis, all of them in that region are all Semitic. Okay, so you create a monopoly on the word or the term anti-Semitic and say it's only for one people while those people do a genocide on other people that they've been calling for over 35 years. Okay, literally back to the 1890s, we have reference points. So this is New World Order. This is global governments. This is world domination. This is what every psychopathic, encephalitic, sort of hydrophobic, wannabe slave master has been conjuring from the beginning of time. And again, I suspect, and many others suspect, that there's something behind the someones, right? Because it's literally the same verbiage. It's the same attitude. It's the same energy. It's the same gambits, psychological warfare techniques, and the same outcomes. Literally every 100 years we could see this. We're now doing the loop of, as if you didn't know, right? We're now doing the loop of Civil War, World War, economic collapse engineered into new currency with tokenized digital currency, tracking and tracing, also to the people as if it's all going to make everything better, just like they did with the private Federal Reserve notes back when they took us off gold and silver. So we got to go backward to go forward, it would seem. Right? This is where I always get into my next wrap of how I'm living and what I'm moving into, even though it scares me and I may be under-equipped, because I believe it's what's necessary. We got to get back to the land, our own food and water. Okay. Email me. My email's up there. If you want to contribute to the broadcast, I always appreciate that as well, of course. But the bigger idea here is email me, get together with me, and let's talk about creating community. Right. And please, at some point in the future, if I get land and I'm comfortable and I have everything I need and then some, I will entertain opening it up to people with skills who don't have any do-re-mi, so to speak. But please don't email me if you're going to go, hey, Paulie boy, I really love you. I want to come down there and invest nothing as far as equity and value. And I want to kind of hang around and maybe I don't have any work for you. I need to do more work myself, right? I'm not going to start, letting people come stay and then using them for their skills and their work when I need to learn more and do more anyway. Again, one of the primary things here, we can all pretend to be high and mighty, but in this world, you need certain value, if you get where I'm coming from, right? To get whatever you need. Unless, here's the caveat, because I always have a remedy, just like the law, unless you folks want to talk to me about adverse repossession or adverse possession, where you folks do the research and we get together, we come up with a half-page document, and we start taking over abandoned houses in certain towns that aren't being upkept, and there's no claim or title on file, right, for who owns it. Nobody's been living there. We can confirm that. No, we're not squatting. No, we're not trying to do some leftard, take people's property without putting interest and equity into it. We're not doing any of that. We're using what's lawful, legal and lawful. There is a difference, but sometimes they overlap. We're using what's legal and lawful to procure property, to create community and or beautify community and open up opportunities for folks to be homeowners and or retire early in their life without having to potentially constantly slave away. Believe it or not, we can use our ass sometimes to make some value, to create some value. We can use our brain sometime to create some value. And there's nothing wrong with that. We're not causing loss, injury, and harm. We're not on private property that's owned and claimed by people. Okay. If anyone comes along and says that they have a claim to that property and can prove it, we're gone with the win, like Rhett Butler, right? So, but yeah, plenty of opportunities here. Best of times, worst of times. Opportunity to get back to fixing all our own shit, being men again, growing our own food, right? Harvesting our own water from the wells, really investing back in ourselves and the land and our future, right? And living self-sustainable as much as possible. Everything's an inside job. And then what you do in between that, because someone out there today is going to listen to this and they're going to get inspired. They're going to be a type A person. They're a doer. They don't give a fuck about the fears. They got some capital, so to speak. They got some value, and they're going to invest back in themselves and their future and therefore their land. And they're going to be one piece of 1% who makes America great again, instead of just talks about it, keeps going along to get along, voting, paying the slave tax, and following codes. So you know what you do in the meantime while you're growing your food and harvesting your water from the deep well and filtering it, remineralizing it, ionizing it, becoming self-sustainable, right? Working on curing dis-ease in various forms. You sue the shit out of these morons who are spraying the skies down where they have to live, okay, to get them to stop it. So we got plenty of opportunities here. Stop cooperating, stop complying, get back to the land as much as possible. Be self-sustainable and self-sufficient, and stop these cowards and clowns from interfering with our property and rights and our livelihood, right? Our healthy way of living. This all needs to happen now more than ever. That is the message to me from the universe, and that is the message from me to you folks. And if that is a universal ideal, it will inspire others to keep going and to do exactly what I just said. Not because even really we want to or we're good at it, because we know we need to do that. Because if not, you see what you're going to get. Free Palestine. Yeah, they like to say, well, now let me go to the clips, because they like to say now that all of Palestine is terrorists, and that if you wanted Palestine to be better off, you wouldn't support it because it's all Hamas. The only problem is that we've seen this gambit over and over again, right? We've seen Hillary and Joey and the rest meet with the ISIS and then come back and say, well, it's the good Taliban, not the bad Taliban. We've seen the creation of the CIA's, Al-Qaeda, some have said, which means the base of Middle Eastern, supposed Israeli Mossad operations. Okay. We've seen this gambit right back to World War II, where a Polish man who was retarded was outside the Reichstag, like naked and just in a daze while the thing was on fire. And they went, he did it. And then proceeded to go on a campaign of trying to take over Poland because they found one Polish guy who was retarded outside the Reichstag when it got lit on fire. We've seen this move before, right? I'm not saying it has to be that. I'm not saying there is no authentic Hamas. If you go onto any land and you start talking war and overthrow, some tard's going to come out of the group who wants action, who's suicidal, right? Who's willing to risk it all for who knows what. So I'm not saying there's not a grassroots organic sort of process and procedure that reflects Hamas. I'm just saying we're really going to do whole takeovers and whole genocides. And when people ask you what you're doing, go, well, are you supporting Hamas? As if we don't know over and over again that nation states or state of corporations create and or use sort of enemies of the people in order to create this imagery that something's got to be done. Right. And again, where the lie is and where the power and value is located based on what we can't criticize, what we can and can't criticize. Right. Just like I had to tell the statist dunces on Rotten Tomatoes, whatever it is, that other broadcast they do where they all debate. Right. You guys keep confusing nationalism with statism. That's one thing that happens over and over again. You keep confusing legal with lawful. You don't understand historically what's going on here and how everybody's being played against the middle. So I had to go over there and reveal to them on a debate channel where they can't get anybody who understands this reality. It's amazing. You go to Andrew Wilson's The Crucible, 10,000 live viewers, and we're debating today, and not a one of them has a clue about how any of this is working and has worked historically. And if they do, they're not willing to speak it. Right? Because you're a crazy sovereign citizen if you think we got God-given rights while they quote the Constitution. These are people who debate and say, my Constitution protects us. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Your Constitution has been heavily amended after a certain point and has created clauses in it for public safety and has used phrases like necessary and proper for direct threat. You know what that opens up? A whole can of worms, because then corporations start hiring mercenaries to shoot shit up and blow shit up and go, you see the 11th to 14th Amendment in there with public safety clauses and congressional citizenry, and you're all signed up to be part of that and vote and pay the tax? We're going to regulate your bitch ass to keep you safe. You still haven't learned how it all works, huh? They just can't. Most of these people, it's fascinating. They're criminally hearted, but they're not criminally minded, right? It's almost like a reverse reflection where I have an aspect of criminal mindedness, so I can see what these people are doing. These people are going along with what they're being told and what they're doing, but they can't see it for what it really is. And they keep repeating this stuff that puts them in judgment, right? So guess what? The one place you can't look to talk about is U.S. Code, the definition of a corporation, because the legal beagles are all come out. And if you say that there's a corporate takeover afoot, and it's not only nationwide, it's worldwide, you're a crazy, dumb sovereign citizen with Dunning-Kruger. But somehow you're not if you quote the Constitution but don't know what's in it, keep paying slave tax to the corporation and keep voting for a master and then arguing with the other side when both sides are engaged and complicit in the same actions from a different perspective. Okay? This is why there's 8 parties on this land and only 2 of them maintain the control, like indefinitely, forever. You know, because everyone else, according to the media that plays interference for both sides, is unelectable and unprofessional. You're duped. You're hoaxed. There's a corporate takeover. We're already deep into it. They already told everybody worldwide, NIH, WHO, and CDC, all corporations with their policy and code, what you're all going to do locally. It's your move now. Coward status, fascist collectivist, supposed Republican conservative wannabes. They sit over there and talk about the Constitution, don't understand it, and then they sit over there and talk about the founders as if they're anything like them. You ain't. The founder said, make every act of your beingness a revolutionary act. You're not doing that. You're going along to get along. Your founders went to war over a tax on a breakfast drink that most of us don't even like, tea. What was it, a 1% tax on tea? They were willing to give their lives up, stop complying, and go to war if necessary to fucking stop it. I'm not saying go to war. I'm saying stop quoting founders who you're nothing like. Because if they would have went to me in those days, like they do today, see the difference? If you would have went to the founders in those days and said, we're going to register your house, your car, your body, your child, and everything else, and charge you a form of tax in order to use it, upkeep it, and maintain it, they would have, like, their heads would have popped off, right? That's where they wouldn't even have died. They would have just spontaneously combusted. And you're going to sit here in the modern day and try to quote a constitution that's been torn to shreds by a bunch of legalist, crony capitalists, not free trade capitalists, crony capitalists and corporatists. And you're going to refer to founders who you're nothing like, which is how this got the way that it is. Because the same founder said, a republic, if you can keep it. A republic is of and by and for the people, not a place where your servants have more rights and abilities than the individual does. You know what an example of that is? Just one example you'll see on my channel, on my videos. When I rolled up to the cop and asked him very nicely, hey, sir, you're a servant of the people, right? No, I don't work for you. Well, who do you work for then? Hey, do you mind? I know now you're saying you don't work for me. You're not my servant. You're somehow my master. Can I check your window tint? Oh, absolutely not. Right? We can't check up on our servants, but they can stop us with emergency lights and go over our equipment and try to steal money from us through fraudulent contracts. And when I ask them, well, how do you guys get to tint out all your windows and not mark the car as your sort of process in your handbooks and your manuals say that legally you're supposed to? You're not doing any of that. You're doing whatever you guys want to. You're hopping out after hiding on the public and preying on them and doing fraudulent contracts. And then you somehow have an ability to tint your windows and carry a bunch of guns and run red lights. And somehow the people you serve don't have any of those rights. Can you explain to me how that works? And they never can, oddly enough. You know what he said to me? Can you stop berating me and go away? He was the victim, right? You study narcissism. That word's been thrown around way too much, right? Every broad on Facebook dated a narcissist, even though they're 3 to 6% of the population. But there are narcissistic qualities here that a lot of us can display at times. So this idea of, while you're interfering with everybody's property and rights, overthrowing the law of the land, being a part of a corporate takeover, you somehow have rights and abilities the people you serve don't. And when they ask you how that works, they're berating you and victimizing you. How fucking pathetic and embarrassing and cowardly. Okay. And all this comes back to if you want to tie it all up in a nice little bow and a package and put it under that tree and say Santa brought it, is exactly what the intro today specified, that we no longer on the whole have actual men in charge of themselves, in charge of their households, in charge of businesses, in charge of this land, right? We no longer have that on the whole. We got a bunch of inauthentic corporate beta males who want to be tough and want to act tough and want to get off on being controlling and abusive to other people. But that's the toxic masculinity. True masculinity wants to uphold the law. True masculinity wants to protect the innocent. True masculinity doesn't want to be manipulated and isn't suggestible. True masculinity cares about the land and the people and property and rights and what's true and correct and what's necessary and proper, what needs to be done, not what we all keep saying has to be done, but is a detriment to all of us, right? So we don't have an epidemic of toxic masculinity. Well, we do, in a way, because we have an epidemic of an absence of true masculinity, standing for what's true and what's right, protecting yourself, your family, your property, your country, and your land, and potentially having a sacrifice in order to do that. You know, the folks don't want that anymore. They become too weak. You become too weak in the modern day world to stand for what's true and what's right and sacrifice and potentially deal with consequences. But this is a cycle, right? One thing that we know about this life and this world, and even the individual's life, is we tend to cycle, right? You're born, you're kind of, codependent in a way. You need others to care for you. You get old and you get to the same position again, right? We come full circle, so to speak. We need law and order and borders. Again, it doesn't compute with you folks. I'd have to sit here, and I do. I've done at 1.7 days a week, over 1,000 days straight, coming here to loop while you all loop, right? I loop, you loop, and then we meet somewhere in the middle, hopefully, faithfully, right? So how many more times do I have to say it and you go look it up or not before it computes? I didn't say anything about the rule of law. I didn't say anything about cosmic co-creational order. Makes you think I don't want that, stand for that. The problem is you dunced out slaves think that the rule of law and co-creational cosmic order has anything to do with thousands and millions of codes to regulate everybody's body and property and what extends off of them. It ain't. So a republic respects and upholds the rule of law. What's the rule of law? That we're all created equal and that a servant is beneath us in its power and ability, not as a person. It's actually supposed to be a virtuous task to put on a uniform and become a servant. Not any longer. It's a power hungry, money hungry endeavor, as we can see with the majority of these clowns and how they present themselves. Not all, but by and large, right? So you need to understand the difference between legalism and the law of the land. You need to understand that originally your founders were against centralized militaries and centralized banks, and against some of them, many of them, against federalized, corporatized umbrellas that are supposed to be there for checks and balances, but wind up just becoming another arm of tyranny, potentially, another arm of interfering with property and rights and what's lawful. So you're going to have to go back to school. You're going to have to learn logic, morals, and ethics, which they don't teach anymore in school. That was an aspect of civics. You're going to have to learn philosophy. You're going to have to look within, and you're going to have to come to an understanding of some level of objective right from wrong. Okay? And then how that manifests as supposed government. So this is real simple. If someone is not engaged, because I boil it all down for you folks, you don't have to do the work. I want you to go do it, get the perspective, and then correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be off on something here. But this is very simple. If the individual's not engaged in loss, injury, or harm, and they've paid their debts, then you can't accuse them of a wrongdoing. Or if they're in good faith attempting to settle their debts. Right? So just right there with that one truism or true enoughism, the foundation of law on this land, by the way, we just jettisoned all the rest of those statutes, policies, and codes that interfere with the individual's property and rights and freedom of movement, but don't actually create a victim. See how that works? You got to understand rule of law and what the foundation of law is and what the prerequisite conditions for the force of law to come into play versus the force of law not being in play and us having the run of the place and be able to do literally whatever the fuck we want to do if we don't cause loss, injury, and harm, and we make sure we settle our debts in good faith and honorability. That's what a respectable, honorable, courageous, free, prosperous, I was going to say prosperous able. Prosperous society and culture looks and functions like. Responsible and accountable as well. Means when you do wrong, you try to settle it. Okay? Means you don't need to look in a fucking book at thousands of codes to know you caused loss, injury, and harm, or you owe a debt. Fucking compensate. Go to your fellow man and woman under God and say, I want to reconcile. I want a remedy. Because we've all done wrong here. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. I know some of you Babylonian stated slaves went to the fake ass church at some point where they talked a good game but didn't fucking live it, because I was there for a limited time. So I know some of you heard it, right? So that's the Christian ethos that pervades a supposed secular nation, even though it invokes God, because if nothing else, it invokes God as a philosophical concept that no man or woman can get in between our pursuit of happiness or maintenance of property, including our body and whatever extends off of it, right? This is all philosophically sound. This is all logically sound. This is ethically and morally sound, okay? So we don't have that. We have the antithesis of a republic of accountable, responsible, co-creative individuals who exercise their rights under God and uphold the rule of law. We have rampant statism, fascism, collectivism, and legalism running the show here on both sides. That's how you know the corporate takeover is pretty much complete. Okay. Well, let's get to some of the stories, because I can, you know me, I can rant and ramble and audience interact forever. Like, share, subscribe. Okay. Break us into the algorithm. Man, people are pissed off this week. We did 15,000 views after the 23,000 first channel that's been shadow banned, and we created this second channel and demonetized because we gave up 4,000 a month here minimum to do what's true and what's right. Because it ain't about the fucking money and the numbers. It's about leveling up and staying true to who and what you are. So we've weathered that storm. We did it for about 3 years or more. The first channel is still banned. Can't get more than 10 live viewers. We came over here. They shadow banned over here. We pressed on. They struck us dozens of times. We wrote the legal department, gave them notice, told them we're going to sue them if they don't stop. And the last 2 weeks, we've been smooth sailing. Deep in the algorithm, 100 subscribers a day, 5 to 15,000 live viewers. It's good to see, right? Tenacity, discipline, will, consistency pays off to some extent. I want to believe that. I've stayed faithful this whole time, right? So it's good to have some of you folks here who wouldn't normally be here, right? It's good to watch the broadcast finally start to reflect the actual views that I'd be getting if I wasn't interfered with, you know, because I'm a bit competitive. Paulie boy's flesh, right? You got to watch that flesh. I got a competitive flesh on me. When I go to these other places and see these boring loser tards who don't know what planet they're on, right, and can barely present anything or put 2 words together in a sentence and are cowards in their heart and don't stand for anything, and they've got 10x my live views and 10x my views after the fact, oh, that kind of burns me up, because I know it's not true and real. If it was true and real, I wouldn't mind it. I take it on the chin. It's because I know it's an altered presentment that it bugs me, right? Then they all get to play the psyop game of, see, Paulie boy's crazy. He's a sovereign citizen. You do what he does and nobody watches and nobody contributes. We got the money and the numbers. You know, we got the official connects, right? Well, the scripture says the first shall be last, the last shall be first. Okay. And I've bought into that, right? That's another reason why I stay faithful, because I've seen that too much in my own life, right? The tortoise and the hare philosophy has some truth to it. So if you're out there, if you're inspired, if you're doing what's true and what's right, if you're standing for something and folks are interfering with you, just stay true to yourself, keep it moving. And like someone once said, I can say who I think it is, but they'll say he's a pedophile, Gandhi, whoever it was. You know, first they mock you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. Okay. And that's cliche, like most cliches, for a reason. So we're at the winning stage here, so to speak. And we're going to continue to win as Donnie. We're going to do what Donnie and the others can't and won't do. Can't because they took a corporate corporatist statist position to argue with the other side. Won't do because they're punk cowards and they're afraid of going to prison or having their whole family bombed and killed. I've had to get over all of that, right? I can care, but I can't give a fuck, so to speak, right? We got to care and give a fuck more about what's true and what's right and what needs to happen right now than what's going to be done to us and our property. This is faith over fear season. First shall be last, last shall be first, and God uses the least among us, okay? So you're going to start seeing a whole generation of folks who had little to no prospects for careers or were at a dead-end career and they were really intelligent but just didn't want to stay. Something was missing. You know, you're going to see a whole generation of ex-drug addicts who put down their drugs to start doing what's true and what's right and let God use them. I've already started to see it. Okay? So don't forget that we're in a universe of connectivity here. The quantum physics shows it. There's a unified field, right? The universe is moving. This is an idea whose time has come. And you're going to see the most least likely people start to carry this flag and this banner because God's going to use them. And you're going to see a whole bunch of other well-to-do, nice-dressed, hair in place, got the tone down and the verbiage, be shown for who and what they've always been and always will be, right? Reprobate, Babylonian, collectivist, statist, trash, who are just here to deceive and disempower because they've recognized majority of the public is stupid or cowardly and they can profiteer off of using them, right? Just like a lot of content creators realize. See, I realized that, but I didn't use it to use them. I said, you know what? That may be true, but we're going to do what's true and what's right. It's about I am that am and the truth. It ain't about that and what I could get here. See, so we're all going to learn these lessons about what this place is, what it can be used for, what it's going to do to you, that it's also going to do for you. So you can level up and become the best version of yourself and let go of all that other shit that doesn't serve you. And more importantly, the truth. Okay. So let's get to some of the clips. He's a Jew. No, I'm not a Jew. I'm Irish and Italian from the East Coast. But hey, they used to say an Italian is a Jew that doesn't read. Okay. Go figure that out. A beautiful vision of mental sanity. Well, imagine that, sir. Imagine a beautiful vision of sanity and co-creationalism when we balance out the sacred masculine and feminine, when we understand the value of at least classical liberalism combined with what should be neoconservatism that isn't, because everybody on all sides has lost the plot, as they say across the pond. A lot of these wankers have lost the plot, okay? So it used to be leftist was liberal, and liberal was great because it meant freedom. It meant limited small government, if any government, right? And then republicanism was the conservation of that idea. Used to be, I want to believe, at least the way it should be is, imagine this, if you will, right? We're going to do some AMSR here. I might even lick the microphone, you know, get you slaves into a sleepy, hypnotic state, and then we can get into the subconscious and the truth, right? Used to be, I want to believe, before political science came in, that left and right wing were all united over the same thing. We want our rights, okay? We want to be able to do what we want to do and do what we need to do and not have groups of people taking who and what we are and what we have. And I still contend that they both, whether they know it or not, want the same things. You know, I have proof of this when I went to the rally in Colorado. I went up in the middle of both sides and I saw the most fascinating thing ever. See, I learned pretty quick. I just need a couple interactions. So I went up into both sides, the Antifa, supposedly, the right wing was calling the other side Antifa, screaming over the cops at each other, threatening each other, right? While the cops and the statists were in the middle, maintaining control and order. See, there's the problem right there. You guys keep giving up and tricking yourself out of your true power and position by fighting with each other while the statist, illegitimate authorities preside over you and point to you and say, look how rowdy both sides are. We need a mommy and daddy here to keep order. Instead of you guys collectively turning to the state and going, you guys are illegitimate authorities. You guys are following thousands of policies and codes, many of which are the undoing of American principles. You need to stop. Okay? You want to enforce the law. You want to do policy enforcement and police everybody like a slave. Do it for loss, injury, and harm, not for infractions, civil infractions, because we all have to be civil, don't you know? Civil infractions that don't cause any loss, injury, and harm and aren't debt-based. Okay? So I went up into both sides And it turns out after 10 questions, I have a 10 question give or take test that I do for people, because you can't ask people directly who and what they are and what they want or need. They don't really know, or they can't language it out. You got to ask them 10 questions and then point them back to their answers and reveal their answers are similar to the other side, meaning at the core, you all both want the same things. You just have different beliefs on how you're going to get those things. And those beliefs have been put in your head by your media manipulators. Turns out both sides, by the way, they both told me, shut up and leave. That's another thing they had in common. Because I started to, dare I, create a balance and a cohesion and a harmony between these set up to fail, two sides of the same bird political science endeavor. I dared to go into both sides and go, hey, what do you guys want? Just tell us. I said, who's the head of the group here? Because there always has to be a mouthpiece, interestingly enough. So the mouthpiece comes forward, right? The statist, collectivist, communist, empty pocket, rusty nail mouthpiece comes forward and starts to lay out their answers to the questions. And I go, okay, are you aware that potentially the other side wants these things? And then you go to the other side and you ask them, are you aware the other side potentially wants, and you just keep going back and forth. Then at a certain point, you realize both sides don't like you because they've been taught the other side is the enemy, their fellow countrymen, and you're attempting to bridge the gap. And they already have this exciting dopamine fueled feud that's going on that they're excited about. It intensifies. They're passionate about. They get to take out and vent all their anger for being a cowardly slave so long on the other side because the other side did it, So we got to get some better psyops out here, people. We got to get a little bit more clear with ourselves and each other about what's going on. You got to get a little bit more peaceful and faithful, play the long game. Don't jump out the window and be used as a pawn, right? And really be clear about who and what you are, what you stand for and your group stands for and what it wants, and try to understand the other side. Because you might just find out like I did, right? And again, each side also did the thing where they called me the other side. They always do that. You go up in there because I wear black t-shirts and camo pants and black shoes, and I got an East Coast kind of urban hip hop, whatever vibe to me. The right wingers immediately go, you must be one of them Antifas. We just seen you come over from there. And I go, no, I am actually anti-fascist. Do you know what Antifa means? I'm not saying they do it. I'm saying, do you know what anti-fascist is? We can start there. Fascism is the merger of state and corporate powers. We have that. United States is self-defined U.S. code as a corporation. United States citizen is self-defined in the U.S. code as a business of the United States. So we're already deep in fascism. They're not wrong. Now, what are they doing? What were they doing at the time? Lighting shit on fire, spray painting all around Denver, ironically yelling Black Lives Matter and then supposedly killing black business owners. At least a couple of them. I don't know what that was or what that was all about. So again, it's like you're anti-fascist. The word carries over. It makes sense. You're here to be against corporatism and corporate takeover of the land, which means you're supposed to want rule of law. And then you proceed to display that you want to exercise your rights and you want the rule of law by causing loss, injury, and harm and creating debts for yourself and everybody. Not how that works. Okay. And then Republicards go, they're Antifa scum. I go, yeah, they're acting like scum, but what they're supposed to stand for is exactly what you are supposed to stand for. The founders were anti-fascist. They did not want the East India Trading Company and the British Corporation and all the rest of these corporate endeavors taking over their body and everything that extends off of it with policies and codes and parliamentary process and procedure. So the same dynamic is present here, that was present there, that is present on every land for the same reasons, and the same outcome is happening. The same division, the same confusion and chaos that's been stoked so that the hidden hand can create order out of the chaos, right? This is always the case. So we're all supposed to be Americans. We're not supposed to be divided. We can debate over how the law is to be applied, right? And rally for everybody's rights to be upheld. And we could debate on what those rights are and aren't, right? You're going to have an issue when it comes to killing a child. Sorry. It's like the one main issue, right? We shouldn't have an issue with the idea of having guns. If you want cops to have them, why should our servants have what we can't? if you do that, you create Nazism. You create another ism every time you create an imbalance in the power the wrong way, right? The wrong way. So again, you're now having leftists come out in the open and going, what? You guys are banning our guns during a tyrannical administration? You got to love this crap. You know, and I'm not saying they're completely wrong. Donnie Trump, like every administration, has been tyrannical, has been fascist, is doing overthrow of the law and rights of this land for profit. There's no denying it. I don't care what you all feel, right? But it took Donnie coming into office for the leftists to wake up finally on the message boards and go, we don't want our guns taken. We think Donnie's a Nazi. We think he's going to come for all of us, and we're going to need something to back ourselves with. No kidding. That's what the Republitard platform is supposed to be. When are you guys going to get together and realize the greater truth here? It's all of them. It's both sides. They're all engaged in corporatism, for profit, and fascism. They're all overthrowing the law of the land to do corporate, supposed governmental entitlement programs and acts and bills and deals. They're all complicit in doing war around the world and expansionism. Wake the fuck up. I am so sick. I can't say it enough. I've already looped this twice already. Let's do another third loop. I am so sick of you raging tomato, Andrew Wilson, collectivist commie scum, masquerading as conservatives. You don't understand the Constitution, legal or lawful. You don't know what your fucking rights are. And you appeal to a false authoritarian system that is literally taking everything you have. And you're calling it something other than what it is. You're all guilty of it on all sides. Now look in the mirror, go look up the information, recognize where we've fallen short, and turn from your fucking wicked ways. And stop worrying about how much cash you're going to have to take a hit on. And stop worrying about your pathetic, weak-ass, non-family and bullshit friends turning on you too. Because you're the black sheep, right? Because there's many of you out here who know what the fuck I'm saying is true. It's patently obvious. You've all known it on some level for the longest time. You just don't want to cop to it. Because you're afraid of what the fucking consequences are going to be on all levels. You're afraid you're going to have to actually consider not complying with thousands of policies and codes and maybe going to fucking court like Paulie Boy half a dozen times in 5 years, and many others who come to this broadcast. You might have to give up some of your pretty and nice things to be fucking active, to turn back the hands of time, because for the last 100 years or more, that's conservatively, the last 100 years or more, they've perfected the corporate takeover, and most of you have no more private property, and you have no more God-given rights, technically, legally. Okay, and it's so easy for me to prove that, right? So once we prove that, we understand that, we recognize that we reverse engineer to the cause, we change our perspective, because you can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. Okay? So we're going to have to free our minds and hearts. We're going to have to study logic, morals, and ethics and philosophy. We're going to have to know history and understand how history is replete with mistakes from the individual and the collective. And we're going to have to correct those mistakes and solve the problems we've always faced as a human condition, right? Because that's all this is, light age, dark age cycle concerning the human condition and different aspects of self. We're going to have to bridge that gap as well as sacred masculine and feminine, along with the left and right brain, along with the spirit and body, along with the right wing, left wing, because these are all dualistic holographic reflections of each other. Okay? Questions, comments, concerns. The link is down there if you want to come up. I got a phone number for you guys if you want to call in. Checking my phone line. Doesn't look like we have anything. So let's just move forward. Cover a couple of these articles. Paul, hilarious. Well, you know, it's comical. It's a tragic comedy, right? It's comical in its tragedy. It's comical how so many people for so long could literally do the same things and say the same things and get the same outcomes and call it the same something different. You know? But again, such is life, being somewhat awake and aware, surrounded by a bunch of hypnotized slaves who don't know what fucking planet they're on and don't know who and what they are as a source creational being, right? As an energetic being, as pure consciousness and awareness, right? The Most High, essentially, or connected to the Most High. Hit that like, share, and subscribe. Keep on honorable. They sent me the hat the other day. Somebody sent me hat. So now I can get back to my middle class trucker vibe. You know, be honor able. Kind of like this one. I don't know if I have a big head or this hat is small. It just looks a little off to me. But whatever. You know, we appreciate. I think it's Jason is his name. We appreciate Jason. All right, let me go over some because we're heavy in the chat today. We got a lot of audience engagement. So since you guys are here, I may as well engage with you. Why not? Unlike a lot of other places where they just kind of use you as a placeholder and overlook you and don't engage and are afraid to be questioned, you know? So there's kind of this gap again between the content creator and the audience. I am glad to come across you. Well, thank you. I've worked about 3 to 5 years pretty much every day at one point to get to a point where I could start to reach more people, you know, because I do have a story and an experience, if nothing else, you know, with my come up, right, parents and false authorities that led into the revelation of the law of creation, right, that led into this idea of like care or what we would call love for self and the truth, which then led into this service of truth idea, which then led into legal and lawful, which then led into me getting arrested over and over again and people telling me I was crazy and that I was going to wind up in a box. And that's not over yet, so it still might happen. But despite me going to the box for 2 or 3 days at a time, we've got dismissals across the board. That's the next part of the revelation, because they'll say, Paul, you keep bragging about this. Big deal. It is a big deal to me, and potentially what the implications are for everybody else here. It absolutely is. It's the biggest deal ever. Going to jail half a dozen times in 5 years and getting nothing but dismissals and being able to still move forward, do what I want to do and speak this truth. That's God as far as I'm concerned. I just don't believe in coincidences on so many levels, right? And there's so many of them, right? I don't believe in results like that against the conventional without invoking this idea of God. And no, I'm not going to tell you who God is or what it is, because I don't know, and I don't believe anybody else does. But I know how it works. Excuse me. I don't know how it works. I know that it works. Better statement, right? See, I don't want to make an absolutist, arrogant, egotistical claim. A lot of folks are already going to say I'm crazy by even invoking this conceptualization of God as an experience. So I don't know who it is. I don't even really know what it is. I don't know how it works. I've just seen it work in my life over and over again. And that's all I need, apparently. That's all a man who wants to practice trust, equity, and faith and upholding the law of the land and serving his country and therefore himself and then therefore the people. All you need to know is that God is working on some level and be able to see that in your day-to-day life in various forms, right? As it manifests. Pedro, this is an example of someone talking a lot and saying nothing. Just throw ideas and big words at the wall. What's the common message supposed to be? You know, it's fascinating because I do this kind of macro sort of layout, and then I try to boil it down to the most simple terms and actions possible. And still, people like this come here and say, he just said a lot of words. Do they even have meaning? What's the simple breakdown here? How much more simple could I be than, let's pull it up now. We got to do this every fucking broadcast, right? It's just, this is what life is. You know, even when you love to do what you do and God forms you to do it, it's a looping purpose. It's like work for me. Right. But I'd rather do this, I guess, than sweep the floors, you know, or be oil changing as I used to do. Right. Or be a valet driver and stand out in the cold and the rain. And I actually miss a lot of that for certain reasons. Very weird. Grass is greener syndrome. But whatever. That's not the point. So how much more simple could I get than this right here? We're going to blow it up for this guy. No, not blow it up like that. They'll come for me and say I'm a terrorist. I said something online. Against some code somewhere. So speaking of code, United States code, let's go there. Okay. And then this is where legal beagles start gaslighting. Well, Paulie boy, that code is only for trade shows and gun shows. I don't care what it's for. I don't care if it's a code about how to take care of my cat. In there, it defines United States as a corporation. In there, it defines United States business as a citizen. So someplace, sometime, based on the code and the belief, a group of these folks who are legislating your property and rights believe someplace and sometime United States is a federal corporation. A United States citizen is a business entity. Oh, I thought we were all crazy sovereign citizens who made a bunch of shit up. Either that or the code reflects what we're talking about. And if it's true there, why would it not be true everywhere else? I know, because what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. If you fuck a hooker on Vegas, it's not really fucking a hooker. It's not really cheating because we did it there and over there it's that, but over here it's what's there stays over there. It's nonsense. I actually had legal people tell me this. Polyboy, the all caps name is not a commercial entity or a legal entity. It's the same as your name, your given and family name. It's just in all caps so we can read it easier. Right. Because I'm a moron. Because I don't understand 5,000-year-old status and standing. Because I didn't go back to the Roman etymological founding of all this, right? Yeah, I know. You can gaslit the average ADHD slave who can't put two words together in a sentence, but you can't do it with me. See, and if it doesn't make sense, it's probably not true. And it doesn't make sense to me that they would define United States and Citizen as corporate business entities in one area and it not carry over to other arenas. It would actually make the most sense that that's precisely what's happening. So let's go back to it because they'll say I didn't show it and read it. They can't see it. They need a simplified version of what's going on here. United States means a federal corporation, agency, department, commission, board, or other entity of said corporation or an instrumentality of said corporation. Go to the next one. The term United States business means a United States citizen, B, a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws. There are no laws. There are codes. The problem is they keep using these terms interchangeably, and you all just keep lapping it up at that public fool system of yours, where they don't teach civics and morals and ethics and logic and how government works anymore. They don't need to, because most people don't care, and they're not interested in becoming the proper government to uphold their rights and their freedom. That's what the founder said. If you fail to get involved with government, you will be governed by inferior people. Plato also alluded to that a while ago. That's a long time ago, huh? We know how much smarter people are today than they used to be. So there it is, sir. I can't make it any more simplified for you. Your United States corporation put out a code. In the code, it describes United States and Citizen as business entities. That makes sense because in the 11th to 14th Amendment, there was established Congress and the idea of a congressional citizen and the idea of keeping people safe instead of upholding their rights. Originally, government was supposed to uphold your rights and protect your property. Then they amended the Constitution and created a public safety clause. Then in those public safety clauses, they enumerated or they laid out, elucidated this idea of we get to govern commerce and commercial interactions. You know what they did then? They passed a whole bunch of acts, and acts we know are part of a script and part of a play. And that's what government is. It's a bunch of state actors pretending they have power and convincing you with a script to give over your power so they can regulate your property and your rights and everything that extends off of you. And it happens to work. Okay. So literally, I can't be any more succinct and concise. You've lost your private property. You've lost your rights because these documents have been altered and a corporation came in to edit these documents, to amend them and add on certain premises that they would later use to call all of you business entities and every state of a business entity and regulate everybody and their property within said entities, right? We can go back to Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is a non-unionized corporate state. Why is it one of the only, if not the only states it's not unionized? Because it's not part of the union. It's a foreign corporation masquerading as a state. And that's why it's called the District of Columbia. It's not the District of America. It's the District of Columbia. And you fucking dunces never sit around and ask why it's called the damn District of Columbia. It never occurs to you. This is why you have to understand. I'm East Coast New Yorker. I grew up doing bad shit with bad people. I was criminally minded. At a certain point, I had an experience of what I believe to be God. And I've attempted to change my ways. And I've been somewhat successful. But I've never lost my ability to see with a criminally minded eye. That's why I believe God gave me that. To do what I do today. Exposing these criminals with their criminal mind. Because most of you good citizens, bless your heart, you're just too nice, kind, and polite. You're not like me. You're not as criminally minded. You don't look around constantly and go, who's going to fuck me next? Who's going to lie on me and fuck me next and try to take my property and rights? Because you didn't grow up on New York with a bunch of ghetto thugged out scum and a bunch of agents who acted like ghetto thugged out scum, and you never had to cultivate this eye for criminality and for power and value, Machiavellian power and value shifts, right? So you guys just show up here and you go, well, that can't be true. Why would they do that? That's what you hear over and over. Why would they blow up 3 towers with 2 planes and Larry not be there on that day and have insurance policies that specify terrorism 6 weeks before the buildings collapsed into dust? And why would they create the Patriot Act to run everybody's life and on and on and on? Why would they lock everyone down and quadruple their profits to Bezos and Musk and Donnie and the rest, while giving you a pittance of $750 stimulus to buy you off? Why would they do it? Why would they jab us 5 times and put us stroked out into a hospital to die in a plexiglass box in front of your family and give you the warm rubber gloves to hold to mimic holding a person's hand, right? I don't know why they would do it. The only thing I could surmise is evil, ugly, miserable people do bad shit to other people, especially people who they think want to be good. They say, you fucking chumps, you cowards, we're going to take everything you got and you ain't going to do nothing about it. Okay? That's what criminals do. It's how they act. Have you not noticed? This is why we call DC the District of Criminals. Can we just go the next level and understand what's actually happening? They've come in a British run. They'll say Illuminati and all the rest of it. We can speculate. It really doesn't matter who it is because there's a what behind it. We'll call it Lucifer. Lucifer has used various nation states and groups to slither in like the snake in the garden, create a non-unionized corporate state, name it the District of Columbia, and take over America using a United States corporation, incorporated in 1871, I believe, and in cahoots with other companies and corporations that are known for the same type of busyness. The word is business. It's spelled busyness because these criminally minded people are busy, doing a lot of busyness. Okay. So just keep voting, just keep paying the tax, keep funding it, keep believing that the District of Columbia isn't a foreign corporate takeover that comes to use two sides of a dynamic to play you all off against the middle, and it's working perfectly. You don't remember when the Republicans started the wars and the leftists came in and continued them, and the leftists dropped off all the equipment to Hamas and the ISIS, and then ISIS and Hamas bombed the civilians, and then the right-wingers come in and say, we got to stop Hamas from bombing the civilians, and then continue the wars. They're playing you all off against the middle, one generation after the next. Wayne, I saw you in the back. I'm going to bring you in. Come back here, sir. You got to wait sometimes in life. You got to be patient. Maybe you got disconnected. I got a sofa. Let's see. I got I'm not going to use, I believe it's a woman. I'm not going to use her name. Let's see here. Dr. Paul. Sofa, are you there?
Yes, sir.
How are you? What can I help you with?
My guy.
Say again?
Oh, never mind. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was going to say, can I get a name from you first, and then can we do questions, comments, concerns if you got them?
Oh, for sure. Let's just go with Safa as a name, if that's all right.
All right. I'm going to take down my wall. I'm hoping that you're not going to do anything too wild and crazy.
Oh, no worries.
You're not going to criticize Israel, are you? Because we can't have that.
We can't have that?
No. Well, I'm doing the bit, right? The bit, non-bit. That the masters say supposedly we can't do that. But I already said some folks might say, fuck Israel. So we can critique and criticize whoever we want here, right? That's the beauty of they can't cancel me because I'm not beholden to anybody, right?
I'm pro free speech.
Right. Okay, go ahead. Questions, comments, concerns, whatever you got. You got the floor.
Are you pro Israel?
I'm not pro any group of people who are doing loss, injury, and harm in the name of statism or political science. And I'm sure that's probably everybody to some extent. So I'm pro the truth and what's right. I'm pro remedy under the law. I'm pro reconciliation and resolution if possible. Okay. So I have a hard time like even getting that done, knowing
the Israeli flag's just like bait or what?
Yeah, it's I'm trolling, as they say. Hold on, this isn't the right. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, I'm trolling as in our masters said we all have to support the state of Israel. We can't question Charlie Kirk shooting, on and on and on and on. So I now, of course, like a good slave, have to get in line with that, right? That's the bit non-bit, right? And I'm baiting in status, right? My goal is to bait in a bunch of collectivists and statists, get them triggered and reactive, and then reveal to them how they're wrong and misdirected, and potentially spur an awakening, right? And continue a movement in consciousness.
Or what's your
You could say that. You could say that, but if you say that, a whole bunch of right wingers who've been misinformed by their daddies and mommies are going to immediately think that I want to burn down buildings and graffiti shit, and that I want disorder.
Are you an individualist anarchist or an organizational anarchist? Like, do you believe that everyone? Oh, go ahead.
Most of these issues, I appreciate this. Most of these issues to me are not black and white. There's a gray area, right? You got the yin and yang, black and white, and then you got the little sliver of gray area up the middle, the middle ground, right? The middle way.
Do you believe we should all kind of like organize each other and like be in like for example, if some guy's throwing like toxic waste in a river, should we have the right to stop him, or should we just let him go on as is?
Well, sure. If you become aware of a loss, injury, or harm that's taking place and a destruction of our homeland, then the whole point of excuse me?
Who decides that?
I would think the facts.
But who decides what's a fact?
Well, this is where we come down to our inability to actually, if we are going to use civilized government and systemics, we're unable to even use that effectively because we can't even agree on what a man or woman is. We can't even agree on what toxic poisonous chemicals are. I mean, we're that far down the road here, in insanity. No. I think the truth is I think there's a truth that we all have in our experience, and there is a level of objective truth, right? So most of these issues are going to be a paradoxical set of circumstances that can be resolved because there's a little truth in both. Neither is the whole story, right? And that's what most people miss. They go with the completely subjective or completely objective. There's truth in the middle way. There's reconciliation of the paradoxical in the middle way,
Let's get down to like material reality. Like what do you do to stop people from destroying the environment?
You become aware of loss, injury, or harm that's done, and you attempt to use a supposed civilized system to bring these people to order by addressing their transgressions, their wrongdoing in a communal setting. And then we have a conversation, and supposed elders of that culture, that community, would admonish these people and would explain to them like children why we can't pollute the waterways and the agricultural space for more profit, right? We can't do that because eventually we'll all be millionaires in an inflated economy where we can't buy a loaf of bread and we're all going to have cancer. Hello?
I agree.
Right.
It sounds like these kind of like early communal societies, what you're talking about. But now we have a society where there are people with like big guns and stuff. So how do you stop people from doing pollution if you don't have big guns?
Where's the presumption that we all can't have big guns and that primarily most of the time not much happens, or when things do happen, it's part of the human experience?
What do you mean?
I'm not somebody who believes I'm going to disarm this population at this time more than ever. Why would I do that? What's the benefit of that for me?
So then it's pure power politics. Whoever has the biggest gun is the truth, right?
No, according to, again, I don't necessarily, I mean, we could go back to that archetypally, but the whole point of meeting in the middle way is I'll meet you in the middle ground. If you want to call me an anarchist, right, it basically just means no masters, no slaves. There's still a law and order. And law and order philosophically just means you can't cause loss, injury, and harm. So a court of law would be one where we sanction.
Stop someone from causing loss, injury, and harm if they have the biggest gun in the world because they have sovereignty.
Well, again, this is, I guess, if you want to take me there, we can go there. The presumption is that the whoever is upholding the law and trying to stop people from causing loss, injury, and harm doesn't have force themselves. This is the difference between force and violence, right? This is going back to the Wild West. If you came on somebody's property and you tried to dump waste in their river, it's attempted murder, sir, potentially. Mm-hmm. I don't care if it's years down the line. You just dump something in the water we're going to drink and bathe in that could kill my whole family. So yeah, I'm going to ask you nicely, please, I'll overlook the initial because maybe you didn't know. That's part of our Christian ethos. Maybe you didn't know, but I'm going to put you on notice now. you dump that garbage here again, and I'm going to put a gun in your face next time. And we can go from there.
But what if I have a bigger gun than you? I'm just following your hypothetical.
I guess you got to be willing to die behind it then, aren't you?
Right. So then whoever has the biggest gun can do whatever they want, right?
Not necessarily, because the whole point of a civilized society with a court system was to avoid this Capulet-Montague intergenerational war, right? You know, what's the other one that they always talk about? The Hatfields and the McCoys. Supposedly, our court system is supposed to stop that, so we can use force to impose sanctions and stop bad behavior that causes loss, injury, and harm without warring indefinitely. You put them in a fucking box, right? Is a glorified timeout? We have to go back to being mommy and daddy and having.
Right? If that requires a monopoly of force, no?
If you want to call it that, again, I believe there's always a dualistic aspect here. I think government means mind control. And I think that there are certain times where, you know, mind control can be necessary externally if your mind is wicked and it's causing loss, injury, and harm to other people's body and property. Right. So again, I'm just putting forth a solution. I'm not even saying I necessarily agree with government in the form that we see it now, no matter what it's doing. Right.
Well, it sounds like you don't, right?
I don't necessarily, but that doesn't mean that I'm correct. And I may have to meet everyone in the middle in order to create a solution, right? Sure. That is somewhat remedial.
So how do we maintain law and order if there's not a sovereign? That is to say, there's not a monopoly of power. There's not like a final say.
Well, arguably, this is where a race was supposed to grow the fuck up and learn to govern themselves and use their conscience locally to do the next right thing and avoid doing the next wrong thing. Mm-hmm. And the idea of government is when we fail to do that, we can do that as much as we want unless it causes loss, injury, or harm to someone else. That's when government is supposed to step in. So it would be like, hey, I'm on my property or I'm out in the forest. I observe this big corporation or whoever, because it's not a corporation, it's a man. Some man got off and started dumping toxic chemicals. He's got a bunch of excuses. Doesn't matter. He's doing attempted murder. So we're going to haul him into court and we're going to put him on record like they do with me, or they used to do for smoking weed and driving without a license and all this other garbage where there's no victim. Well, here there's a victim or potential for harm. You're harming the life as well. The creatures around here that we have to eat and live off of, supposedly, right? Even though I don't eat meat, other people do. So they're going to have to live off the land and eat these creatures. You can't dump that crap in here when it's going to kill people. How is that any different than setting a bomb up in the corner of the forest and waiting for someone to walk over it? Right? It's all the same difference to me. So if I have to meet people in the middle with civilized government, they only enforce law, and law is determined by the prerequisite conditions of loss, injury, or harm is either taking place or potentially taking place. Then we put them on notice. We know what you're doing. It's wrong. Stop it. If you continue to do it again, we're going to give you sanctions, and we're going to put somebody in a fucking glorified timeout to stop you from destroying our fucking world here, if necessary. You know, I mean, it worked for me. When I used to do heroin, I haven't done drugs in 10 years. I've had I would call miraculous recovery in a lot of ways. I believe part of it has to do with whatever God is, you know, as an energy, as a spirit, as an experience, whatever. You know, at a certain point, I don't even agree with this, but I can't deny that on some level it must have helped me. They took me out of my element and put me in a glorified timeout and said, Paulie boy, you can't go buy heroin and shoot it. And if you're going to buy heroin and shoot it, you can't give it to other people. And I go, well, we all have a right to put in our body what we want, and these people have a right to buy it from me. It's free trade as a consenting adult, right?
Is that
but
a part
here,
of like vaccines?
Potentially, yes. The problem with the vaccine becomes that folks are apparently taking vaccines, and they're whatever is in there is leaching out of them and getting onto other people, right? So now we have another.
Is that true?
We would have to establish that with a preponderance of evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. So if I bring in 100 doctors who are objective and willing to do the study and report their findings, and we find 95 out of 100 report this phenomena, I'm potentially going to, we have to look at all the facts, right? This is why a court is not infallible, because it just boils down to a man in a costume making a determination on the complicated facts of the matter of law. And oftentimes they're wrong. And that's why our criminal justice system errs on the side of innocent till proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a hard metric to hit.
How do we get from our society that we have right now to the society that you want to have, where we live?
It's already here, sir. It's already been happening. It's never left, right? The society that others are, the society that others are living in is a relatively new invention that 200 years ago wasn't existing in the way that we experience it now. So that society, as you say, that communal way of living, that lifestyle is the Amish, is essentially Rastafari, right? We could go around the world and find these. How do you get there? Well, what do they do? Let's just look at them and reverse engineer. What are they doing? How are they living? And we can also get into the ethics, which we're probably not all going to agree on, but morally being differentiated from ethics, because morals has to do with loss, injury, and harm. Ethics has to do with how we exist within a society without doing loss, injury, or harm, right? So anything that causes loss, injury, or harm is immoral, right? So we look at how they live and what they do, and we understand why they're doing it, because they've recognized Babylon as a failed state. It's a failed conceptualization. Beyond a certain point, governance happens one being at a time in a communal setting, true governance. And that living on the land and being close to God and your nature is the best way to live when it comes to disease and remedy and resolution on all levels. It's not going to be perfect, but it's as good as you're going to get, right? So again, how we would stop these things is by not allowing them to proliferate from the beginning. God/nature already put all the herbs and plants here that the medical system uses to create their corruptions. Why wouldn't we just go directly to source? Oh, I'll tell you why. Because then the medical corporations can't profit, because that's all it's about. It's all about the Benjamins, baby, while they convince you it's about keeping you safe.
It sounds like your solution then is just to go back in time, because I don't really see how we could feasibly get rid of a lot of these things that kind of
I'm not looking to get rid of
unjust domination.
I have no right to try to get rid of anybody else's choices that don't interfere with my property and rights. You don't want to do loss, injury, and harm to me or create debts for me? I don't care if you shove 40 vaccines up your ass. I don't care. What I do kind of care about is the children, but hey, that's your property. That's something that extends off of your beingness. Who am I to tell you what to do with your property? Children are essentially property of the man and woman who bear them until they become of legal, quote unquote, age or age of reason, because we could differentiate legal, lawful. Legal will say 18. Lawful would be the age of reason. So when they're able to stand at court and say, mommy's this, daddy's this, he did this, she did that, this is wrong, this is bad, bam, they're a man or a woman at that point. On philosophically, right? I'm not talking sexually and whatever else, because these people will go right to, Paulie said you can fuck a 12-year-old and all the rest of this insanity, right? So that's not necessarily what I'm saying. When we went back in time, as you put it, there was a time when if we went to court, any being of any age could have a gun or stand up and talk if they were age of reason and accountable and responsible. See, that's when men were men. So you could have a 10-year-old who was already trained on how to use a gun, didn't put anybody's life in danger, didn't cause any loss, injury, and harm, was already growing to be an adolescent and was the age of reason, could look around and say, no, this is wrong. My pappy taught me this, and this is obviously this, and this is wrong, and this is how I know, and we make a determination on the complicated facts of the matter of law, right? Which is essentially establishing who's in the wrong.
So we've got a society here where we've got a couple people who have amassed a ton of wealth and power, and they can essentially dominate other people as much as they want because they have a tremendous amount of power. So how do we remove their power? Because in having the power to dominate others, they do bring about lots of, what do you call it?
Give me an example of that. Give me an example of that. I'm somebody who's gone to court a half a dozen times in the last 5 years. They weren't able to dominate me beyond a certain point.
What do you mean? Give an example of what?
What does dominating without recourse look like to you? Because I hear a lot of people saying that, and there may be some truth to it. The scary story, the sad story is it's because most people are compliant with it. It's not because they couldn't do something else.
Well, I mean, for example, the state of Israel is indiscriminately bombing the people of Gaza.
Right.
And so they're dominating the people of Gaza.
And this is very simple. If your president of your corporation actually cared about what was true and what's right and not profiteering and expansionism, he'd already put out the notice. If you make a move on these people without us making an agreement, I don't care if it's a treaty, an act, a bill, a declaration.
How do you stop them?
Sir, the presumption is that I or you or anybody else either can or is willing to go over there and stop them. Again, there's a chain of title and responsibility and accountability here. The people of that land are supposed to do their best to not cooperate and comply. Next best is the Israelis are supposed to have a conscience and not take unlawful orders and carry them out. Next best is the supposed UN, who's there to stop expansionism and do global politics, steps in. Oh, but they're all corrupt and bought off. So you're making my point for me that even if I meet everyone in the middle and say we can use a system of governance to do good, we can't, because most men are corrupt and money and power hungry and won't do what's true and what's right because it's true and what's right.
I'm not necessarily a statist. I'm a what we need is,
I can kind of feel that from you.
And right now, what we need is people to stop getting bombed. So how do we stop people from getting bombed?
Again, I gave you what I see as the chain of title or responsibility there. I think that we can also do broadcasts like this, right? Everyone can have.
We're still getting bombed.
Sir, I get that. We live in an imperfect world with evil people, and we've been complicit with it and paid for it for thousands of years. Oops.
But the solution isn't to not be complicit.
The solution is stop cooperating and complying, stop paying U.S. corporation as much as possible, stop voting for U.S. corporate positions as much as possible, and put them on notice. Let them know you are supposed to be doing this. You're not. I'm not even in your society, but I will hold you accountable. If you don't stop doing what you're doing, we're going to take you to court. That's the only answer I could have. Anything other than physical rebellion and overthrow, which I'm not going to advocate for. You all have a court system. It is effective. I'm proof of it. Okay. And I've now sued them. They dismissed my first claim, and it was my fault. I didn't do it as well as I could. I've had a lot of pains and issues I've been healing from, and I just wasn't in it. Wasn't in it the way I could be. As I get better and more healthy and more back in the game and feeling more like myself, I will continue that. That doesn't mean other people around me can't continue that. So you have a system. There's a last vestige of rights and freedom and principles and property management in a supposed civilized system that venerates rights and freedom. It's still there, still exists. It's going away rapidly, but it still exists. You can use it to hold these people accountable. Now, my question is, how many have? How many have filed the paperwork to bring these people into court and hold them accountable and sanction them and require either compensation or them to cease and desist? How many? Because I would bet 0 out of 8 billion people. 0. And it's going to take Paulie's fat ass in a trailer online in the back channels of YouTube to finally do it and be called crazy, right? That's all it amounts to.
When historically, the way we establish this civil society where we all have these, innate human rights was through a violent revolution. Do you think we should?
That's not violent, sir. That's forceful. Let's be clear about language. I'm not necessarily supporting it or promoting it, but there's a difference between violence and force. What's the difference? Force is when you use whatever physical power or other power you have to stop people from doing violence.
Sure.
Okay?
Sure.
So sir, by the way, in case you're wondering, this is all a setup. I'm not saying people aren't dying. I'm saying they're purposely killing these people to have conversations like this so they can bring North Korea and Russia. I called this out a decade ago. They're going to do New World Order through World War III. They're going to use an axis of evil and the usual suspects to get it done. So your question's going to be answered shortly here because they're already getting together with the usual suspects on the other side. They're going to call the axis of evil, and they're going to come in and take over Palestine because it's just advantageous to them and their kingdom. Hey, we got a business opportunity here. These dunces came out and showed themselves to be the evil conquerors they've always have been. We're kind of the same, but we're going to use our positioning now to be the good guys. And we're going to come in and we're going to make deals and we're going to use our banks, the same banks who run both sides, to fund the population and get them to choose sides politically. It's already going to happen, sir. Sir, this is all Shaitan's, Lucifer's greatest plan and deception. 1,000 years ahead of time.
How do we fix it? Because it's going to happen.
Oh, they're going to attempt to fix it. Go to Denver Airport. They'll tell you how they're going to fix it. They're going to use proclamations and bills after momentous events, maybe even an alien landing or a Jesus in the sky. And they're going to attempt to use policy and code worldwide to take all the guns of the people. And they're going to attempt to use the UN to collect them all.
Right. So how do we stop that?
Stop cooperating, stop complying, stop paying for it, hold them accountable and responsible
But it
where you
sounds like
can.
they're not asking us. They're just going to do it.
I'm not asking them to stop complying and cooperating, and they got to do it at some point. They haven't done it yet, and I don't think they're going to be able to get it done.
You just
They haven't been able to get it done on Mexico or any other failed state, regardless of the economic and political conditions. They're never going to get it done. This is the other side of the trick, I believe. I'm just soothsaying here at this point. This is all Luciferian plan. It's 1,000 years ahead of time. It's been working toward this. It's all coming to a crescendo on a world stage. We all have cameras and video now, so we're all connected. We're all going to witness it, and we're all going to come out the other side of it. And it's not going to go the way these people planned, because the revelation in Scripture says, and I'm not saying that book is directly from the Bible and everything has to be true. I just kind of, after a certain point of coincidences, I go, okay, there is such a thing as profiteering here with an F and profiteering here with a PH. So that's what this is. This is a prophecy that's unfolding, right? This is some kind of universal struggle and spiritual battle that has been unfolding from the beginning of time till the end of time potentially, and we're about to turn a corner here from a dark age, light age cycle. So I believe that spiritually, again, this is where false power and true power comes in. Most things are dualistic here, right? These people believe they're going to sew this place up with the technocratic final solution and eugenicism, and they're going to trick themselves, I believe, by giving control over their system to AI. AI is going to gather the data at some point, watch what they do, just like I and others have, and it's going to whip around on them at some point, and it's going to tell them, you guys are done. We're shutting down your accounts. We're redistributing your wealth, because you're all socialists anyway. Don't act like you're not. So all the people who need it, and you guys are going to be with frozen bank accounts, and the AI is going to write up a bunch of legal, lawful paperwork, and it's going to do AI court on them, and it's going to convict all of these people, okay? And it's literally, this is where their tool that is inspired by a Luciferian ideology that they think is going to be the last final solution is going to be the final solution for them for a time, right? I can't say that factually. I have a sneaking suspicion, right, that this is what is now unfolding if I had to predict the future. That everyone's scared of AI with good reason, that it's going to go bad for a while potentially till it adapts and updates itself. And just like all the movies in the 70s and 80s and 90s predictively programmed us or prophesied in a way that we will see out of the dark age another light age, and we will see the same history we see in other cultures. Remember when we go study all these cultures, they get on TV and say, it seems like they all just up and left one day. It seems like they had all this technology and they just abandoned it. Yeah, we're coming up on one of those events, because you're going to have worldwide extinction events. You've already had one. 80% are jabbed out. Who knows how many of those folks are not going to make it? And we're all going to have the revelation of what that was, you know? So yeah, I think what you're seeing is a universal law, almost biblical story that's been unfolding, that is coming to a crescendo point of revelation for all of us and resolution through the most least likely sources, potentially, right? And a part of that's going to be, while that's all happening, many of us individually in our own little corners of this world not cooperating and complying, reminding these people of what they should be doing, right? So it's all going to come to a head. It already is. You know, you could argue 20% of people worldwide unjabbed. That's a high number. I would have believed that.
It's a very nihilistic philosophy, kind of like the evil is coming, we can't really do anything about it, just give in, or what?
No. The evil has a role and a purpose here. Everything here has a role and meaning and purpose, including the devil. So the devil is here to test us and challenge us, and with the pain and the darkness, wake us up to who and what we've always been and been connected to and what we were supposed to be doing. So I don't want that.
With a ton of evil will bring about good. It seems a little.
Absolutely, it does. Have you ever seen? I'll show you my life for an example. I had to do a bunch of bad shit to myself and other people to turn the corner and start doing good, because enlightenment comes through self-chosen suffering. That's ancient wisdom. You go back to the beginning of time, and all the sages would have revealed to you or explained to you that the only path to enlightenment is the path of self-chosen suffering. Does a fat person decide to start exercising? I'm a good example. Again, I could give you 10 examples that apply to me that I could mirror out and reflectively, holographically apply to everyone else.
Slams junk food, they're not going to get skinny.
No, if everybody slams junk food, they're going to get diseased. When they get diseased, they're going to reflect. When they reflect, they're going to get supernatural, and they're living in diet. Then they're going to
get
heal.
diabetes and die.
Right, sir. That's part of this realm and this experience is people die. Trillions and trillions of bodies have died, and whatever is in that body moves on as an energy, right?
Just an example of how bad doesn't bring good.
It's a recycling bin here. It's a constant recycling bin, essentially, right?
I mean, it seems like you're just saying like anything begets anything then, right?
I don't understand how you conclude either that my philosophy is nihilistic. It incorporates the components of light and dark. It incorporates the components of objective purpose and meaning and values and principles. It incorporates this idea that God has allowed the devil to test us and challenge us on who and what we serve and what we're doing to ourselves and each other in order to give us the revelation of what it should have been. That's far from nihilism as I understand it.
I think that the way I'm using nihilism is to say that we don't have human agency in our future, and we don't decide
to do God's will or your will. If you do your will, it's the devil's will. If you do God's will, it's the will of creation. Free choice, not free will, because it always takes you to the same two outcomes.
But if the evil is coming,
it's already here. It's inside of you and everybody else, including me. Are you going to deny that? You're going to deny that darkness or a Luciferian aspect of creation lives within inside of you and pretty much everyone else here? It's part of creation. It's part of who and what we are. The question is, can we understand it and direct it to serve a higher order that is beneficial for self and everybody else? That's the tightrope walk.
So, but like, is your goal this higher enlightenment or the well-being of individuals?
Why can't it be a simultaneous sort of symbiotic process?
I mean, it could be, but is one higher than the other, or do you value those?
I don't consider it that way. I see them as sort of, cohesive dynamics that as we become more conscious and aware through our self-chosen suffering, what was the supposed alternative position that you held on it? There was the one dynamic and the other. It slipped my mind.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Sorry.
Okay. Well, re-ask whatever you asked, or just move on, I guess.
Do you believe in that the ends of our actions should be towards an enlightenment, some kind of like higher enlightenment, like you're talking about, or towards just the well-being of individuals on this planet, on Earth?
I think they go hand in hand, right? The more that you recognize that we're here to be stewards of the land and ourselves and people, the more you recognize that is enlightenment. The more you become enlightened, the more you're more interested in being stewards of the land and the people and servants of truth. So they go hand in hand. They're not mutually exclusive.
I agree. So in being stewards
That's
of the
why
land,
it was called the Renaissance Enlightenment period, right? I think we're coming up on another Renaissance Enlightenment period in history, right? I think we're already kind of here. It's evident. I think this whole thing, like the Ouroboros, the snake with the tail in its mouth, it's all cyclical, it's all looping, it's all holographic, it's all reflective. So we wind up coming here and incarnating and all having the same experiences over a long enough time that are meant to teach the soul of man certain themes, right? So the body being destroyed is not the point. It's the revelation of the soul and what the will of God is that is the thematic here. And the only way to have that revealed, it seems.
What would you say to me saying that these ideas of like enlightenment and like you'll have a better life, after you rebirth or after this period of enlightenment is just the way for the powerful to abuse you and let them get away with it?
Potentially, but that's not what I'm living. So you could say that
because you're saying we shouldn't do anything about this.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. It's interesting how you come to that conclusion when I just said I've been to court 6 times in the last 5 years. And I've gotten dismissals and I've not cooperated and not complied. I've put myself on record as a living man with rights from God who's not going to cooperate and comply. On some level, I've passed the test. Now, it's never over. That's the thing. It's a practice, right? So I'm not saying that we can or can't do anything about what's created this and how it's going to go. What we can do is change our lifestyle and our individual practice to be as much in harmony with that oversoul of man as we can be, and therefore more in alignment with what's supernatural for all of us, right? So that is the solution. The solution is for the individual self to start self-governing properly. and that will exponentially.
Do you want Israel to
exponentially
stop bombing children in Gaza?
As within, so without, as above, so below, right? So as everyone starts to go within and change who and what they are and what they've been doing, the outer results change. As the outer results change, what's possible and not changes, right? From the positive and negative side of things.
Like, let's talk about like something really material though. Like, would you like the government to stop pursuing people for like petty drug charges like you were faced with?
It's not that I would like them to, it's that I'm not cooperating and complying anymore, and they're free to do whatever they wish, and I'm going to hold them accountable and liable and responsible at court and in the court of the universe with the Akashic record.
But then,
so like the Christed being came here the Christed being came here 2,000 years ago and asked everybody to come out of her, my people, to put down the tools and the systems of Babylon and walk away. He was crucified for that, because they were claiming he wanted to be his own God by self-governing while they were attempting to be everyone's God. The same dynamic today. The message is the same. The understanding is the same. The cause and effect is the same.
So they arrest you and you say, I don't comply, and you just like accept arrest?
As the being in scripture said, I'm not here to fight a war against these people. A war doesn't solve the problem. Revolution means complete circle. I'm here for resolution.
That's fair, but it sounds like then your ideology is justifying them arresting you.
It's not justifying. I'm realistic with the dynamics. The reason they're treating everyone like a bunch of slaves is because everyone's been acting like a bunch of slaves. If you acted like men, they wouldn't treat you like this.
But what if we started acting like men and they kept treating us like slaves?
Tell me about it when we get there, because I don't believe it's going to happen. It's the same as saying, what happens if you start acting like a man and your woman doesn't start respecting you? I guess kick her to the curb and get a new one.
Colonialism. There were people living freely, and these people, like you talk about, these states came in and ended the freedom.
Again, they and it can't do anything without everyone's compliance. And the trope is the individual can't opt out because they're too big to go up against. I and others have proved that's not the case. So again, we're back to a spiritual dynamic. What is governing most people on this land and in this world? Fear. Fear is the governance energy of the devil. It says that in scripture, right? That is the core spiritual dynamic that has manifested everything else you see here. What is the godly core spiritual dynamic as much as possible? More predominant than the other force. Faith. To serve the truth and surrender the rest.
So let's say you're living in this communal society, another society comes and you don't consent, but they destroy your society and enslave you. You can't do anything about that.
We haven't got to the point where people have pushed back.
Historically.
I'm not interested in what happened historically. I'm interested in where we are now. We haven't had a bunch of people who stop complying and cooperating and get results at court and hold the corporation accountable and liable for the loss, injury, or harm it's doing to those outside of the legal society. Folks haven't done that predominantly.
The Haitian Revolution.
I can't speak on that. I don't know.
A bunch of slaves overthrew the corporate plantation and we're free.
Again, I don't believe this is the time for the sword. If that time comes, I think you'll know it. I think this is the time right now to use a supposed system for what it's meant to be used for, to put yourself on record, and then cross the bridge when we come to it.
But they made this.
If we do that on a predominant scale, right? If we even had 20% of this nation just outright stop complying and cooperating, be willing to meet the tests and challenges, be faithful instead of fearful, and engage in their rights and uphold the law and hold these people accountable, you'd probably see a big change overnight. You're already seeing it in certain ways. I believe this all works together, right? It's all on a timeline. More of us have stepped up and gotten results. That's why they're doubling and tripling down. That's why they're speeding up their economic collapse. That's why they're wanting to bring in the wires in the brain, because they see where we're at here. See, you keep presuming that we're all powerless. That's why your model doesn't work out, because spiritually you believe we're powerless. We are connected to the thing that created all this. So we are infinitely powerful as an individual, because none of us are an individual. We are the whole of man. So when the whole of man holistically comes forth and puts the truth of God on record, these people shake in their boots. because they know their lie and the children of the lie and the deception is on its way out.
But guns don't care about lies.
I don't care about, I am that am doesn't care about your bodily life more than you serving the truth of universal law and creation. You do. You're concerned with you keeping your body safe here and comfortable from beginning to end. That's all that most people who are in the world and of it are concerned with, even at the expense of not doing what's true and what's right. What people would call their survival instinct. Well,
I believe in setting right for my children to also be comfortable.
That is a fear-based, at its core, philosophy. And if you only live from that space, you will live venerating and serving the god of fear. So you will render yourself spiritually powerless. This is why you want to talk about people who haven't been taken over, and this is easy to prove.
Fear is inherent to existence, because if you don't reproduce your own existence,
sir,
you die.
you're not being continuous with your thought process. The United States, the United States. I'm glad I could bring you some humor. The United States corporation just went to the Middle East with the Arabs in sandals with 80-year-old rifles from Russia. They couldn't overtake them. They can't drive them out. You know why? Because they're one of the few groups of people on this world who are not completely Babylonian status in the world and of its slaves. They're willing to give their bodily life to be martyred, to serve God as they understand it and the truth. That's why they'll never be taken over, sir. And it doesn't matter how many troops you bring in, and it doesn't matter how good their technology is, and it doesn't matter how many drones they have. I'm morphing into a Donnie impression. It doesn't matter, sir. Doesn't matter that these are very nasty people. They're very poor people, very nasty people. Okay? Doesn't matter. Because they, at their core, are faithful people. They move past their fear, so much so they're willing to die for what they believe in. And that is more powerful as a sentiment and energy than anything Shaitan can manufacture in this realm. And all of its legions that it inhabits and brings forth, right? I could even go one better. The story of the Spartans in 300. They brought out 1 million fucking troops to overrun them. Eventually, Sparta was overrun. But you can't kill an idea whose time has come. And the idea of objective principles and morals and values and true power and faith and discipline and will and all these things echo throughout the infinitudes of time because of who they are and what they stood for. Even though they physically lost the battle, they won the spiritual war because they stood for what was true and what's right and gave their bodily life to go on the right side of history on the record. They didn't even need to fight. Because again, the presumption with most people is that we're here to not die. Everyone's going to die. Not everybody's going to live. If you choose to live and venerate the living God, you will become immortal. This is where the religionists give their hacky take on this. They go, you'll live forever in the afterlife in heaven. I don't know anything about that. What I do seem to know is energy is not created or destroyed, it's transmuted. So you'll probably live on eternally energetically as a pure
argument
consciousness.
is if you're living according to virtue, you'll be rewarded?
Absolutely. That's a good way to put it.
I appreciate that. But it seems like some people really benefit from that way of thinking, right? Because if they tell you that the virtues are X, Y, and Z, and you doing X, Y, and Z helps them, you're kind of just doing what's
them. That's the idea. The idea is that they win because they conquer. When they conquer, they put themselves in judgment. That's the ultimate loss.
To pick up arms helps them.
No, it doesn't. It condemns them. Every person they kill, they go on record into judgment. Their life becomes a living hell after that. Their nation state is damned. This is the idea of a curse unto the generations. I could literally, I've seen it in my own life. When I used to live on the street, I had a guy, he would follow me along every day alongside of me, some fake wannabe gang member, wannabe blood, because it was that kind of neighborhood. He'd follow me along, and because I was bigger than him and whatever, I don't know why these people do what they do, but some energy I put off. He would follow me every day and say, you want to fight me? Let's fight today. You're a pussy. You're a bitch. You're not going to do nothing. And I'd say, no, I don't want nothing to do with you, man. It just doesn't benefit me, right? I'm just going to go along with my day, my life. You know, if my pride is hurt, whatever. I got nothing to prove to anybody. So eventually, after weeks and months of this, he attacked me. He got drunk one night in order to handle it because his conscience was telling him no, right? It's like that R. Kelly song. His conscience was telling him no, but his body is telling him yes. I should bring up my R. Kelly. I got an R. Kelly video. We'll play that later. But he eventually got drunk, came up behind me or to the side of me at a certain point with a bat, and he hit me a couple times with it. So then I got angry enough. I told him, put the bat down. Now you're going to get what you want. He said, no. So I didn't charge in on him. I didn't want to be hit by a bat. I went home to get a gun, my uncle, because we were going to come back and we were going to handle this dude one way or the other, right? I was in that much of a rage. And my uncle's, he's dead now, but he's pretty crazy, right? I happen to believe that he's killed at least a few people at some point in his life for attacking him, right? There's a story, famous story, him on the roof, pushing some guy off the roof, and we don't know what happened to him, but it wasn't good. And they didn't stick around to find out. And from what I understand, pretty high up, and there was a bunch of stuff below that, you know, whatever. So the point is we went back there with the gun. He was probably more ready to do whatever, but I was angry enough to potentially be a part of it as well. And he wasn't there, right? Obviously, because I told him, stay here, I'll be back, and we're going to have this out once and for all today. He didn't want any part of that, right? Just like I didn't want any part of it in the beginning. So we went back there. He wasn't there. I went back home. I sat with it, right? I sat with it for days and weeks. I believe it was about a month or two later, he was pronounced dead, right? Now, folks will say, well, it's just a coincidence. It's this, that, and the third. Maybe. Or there's more to the story here when it comes to order. And we think that all you see is all that you get, and it's not. And there is a force of governance and karmic order that is above and beyond all of our perception and understanding. And it's very well possible that by surrendering, you know, and going past my anger and my fear, because that's what anger oftentimes is fear or insecurity expressed as an acceptable emotion for a man, right? So there is a good chance, as many from the beginning of time have spoken about, this idea of law and order being centered with karma and us not having to do anything beyond a certain point for these people to reap what they sow, right? That's the concept, is reaping what you sow. What you put out is what you get back. So there's a whole principle and a teaching of surrendering it all over to God, because God's going to do worse than you ever could have done, and you're not going to be liable for it. So God, whoever, whatever it is, looked at that being and said, he attacked Paulie Boy. Paulie Boy tried to forgive him over and over again. He tried to be pure. If we don't take him up out of here, we may be threatening Paulie Boy and the rest of his life purpose with this scumbag who doesn't know how to govern himself, right? And the same could be said for me. I wound up in jail for 100 days over some innocuous drug stuff, and I believe it potentially could be because of behaviors I was involved in with other people that were having to do with harming people, right? So we were all in a karmic loop in that neighborhood of doing bad to other people, causing loss or harm, and then having a bunch of consequences come back on us in situations where you wouldn't have really expected it, in ways you wouldn't have expected. So that was one instance, and I have probably a bunch of those over my life, but that's one instance that really started to wake me up to, because the voice, not the voice, but the energy came to me and it said, it conveyed to me. I don't want to say like it was a voice, but it conveyed this overwhelming meaning to my heart. It just brought it to the forefront of my heart. And it said, it basically told me, it said to me, it conveyed to me that, Paul, you don't have to do anything to these people. These people want you to do something back to them so they can bring you into their world and make you like them and false equalize. Your heart is not that. Your pride may be hurt. Your physical body may be a little hurt, but your heart is not meant to express God and the experience of God the way these people are living. So just surrender it, have faith, right? It's going to be whatever it's going to be. At this time, I was heavily on that path of being tested and challenged. Like, do I go with the group? Do I go with the worldly ways? Or do I go with the spirit that seems to know something above and beyond this crew that I'm with? You know? So I did that. I said, you know what? I'm going to test this. I'm gonna really surrender myself over to whatever this thing is connected to my heart that's revealing this idea to me. And sure enough, he was up out of here. Not saying I like the fact that he was killed. By the way, he later it was later found out he died on the same heroin he was selling to me and others. So I overdosed twice. I'm still here. He's not. Again, I could give you a million examples in ways where it seems like somehow, some way that someone or something has selected me to do something here, and it just wants me to do that. And that if anybody else tries to interfere with that, it's going to be taken down. I don't have to do anything. My court experiences prove that. My experiences with gangsters and thugs on the street and murderers proves that. That same guy, at one point, weeks before this, put a gun in my face.
I appreciate your story, man. I appreciate your story. Unfortunately, I do have to head out for now. Can I say one more thing to the chat, though?
Absolutely.
It's just one last little thing. This is my point. Ideologies such as these ideas that you should be passive and accepting of abuse will only allow the powerful to abuse you further. You should continue to believe in God if you do, and continue to see virtue, but don't let that faith cloud your ability to protect yourself, your family, and your community.
I'll accept that. I'll even agree with that. There's an old saying, trust in God, but tie up your camel.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. All right, we got Ace in the back. I'm going to bring him in. We're already coming up on the 3rd hour. Time flies. I didn't even get to any of my articles. I got a whole nother broadcast sitting up there right now, waiting to be done 2 to 5 days from now, whenever I decide to do it. Because I'm not going to go more than 3 hours today. But hey, that's proof that guy had a little bit of that affect, you know. They would have called him like a queer leftist or whatever else, as if they wouldn't call me the same thing. But he had a little bit of that affect, you know. We were supposed to fight and argue. It was supposed to go bad. But we had a nice hour and a half or longer non-versation, a back and forth, right, about the facts. He asked questions. I answered. He held me accountable, right, dug deeper. You know, I didn't yell and scream. I didn't curse. I didn't throw him out. Amazing how that can happen sometimes. They say I'm not capable of that. I guess this experience here today is proof otherwise. So I can agree with that. Again, when I talk about this aspect of faith and my own experiences, it's wild and wacky to me. Please understand that. Like, I'm not a person who comes from, I just told you my uncle I went back and was screaming and yelling. I told my uncle, let's go. This guy keeps following me around. He just jumped me today with a bat and he's put a gun in my face in the past. Let's kill this motherfucker and get it over with, because I'm tired of living around these scum anyway. You know? So my uncle is not that. My uncle was never a God guy, right? So we come from that world, and this spirit reveals stuff to us that reminds us that what we see is not all that we get. And it's damn good that that's the case, because without that, this world had already been taken. See, this is what people don't understand. There is so much power in God and faith in God and not being reactive that if there weren't, this place would already be taken, right? It's foolish to believe in our pride and ego that we as individuals or as armies can actually fight off or resist this spirit and what it has planned and what it always does with creation, right? Beyond a certain point. So it is only the creator God and the law of the universe that is made manifest, it seems, that keeps these people and what it represents, right? What they represent, this thing, this Lucifere, as the Italians will say. This creator God and God's law is the only thing that keeps this thing at bay. We are simply venerators of that. We are practitioners of that. We are experiencers of that. We are conduits for that. We are not the beginning problem, and we are not the ultimate solution. We are not the Alpha and Omega, right? As far as I see it. We have a role in that, but we are not that. We come here to experience, bear witness, and testimony and do God's will. We don't come here to reject the witness, testimony, and the godly experience to become like these people, to fight off and resist what we will eventually become like, because there is no essentially stopping it. And you could argue we need it. You need all the people to take the vaxes and to teach the soul of man and woman to stop going along to get along and following along. Go with God, right? It's not here to teach us to fight this Lucifer and overthrow it and war with it. Do you think if I went to court a half a dozen times and tried to fight and overthrow and play a prideful game with this thing, that I'd be still here sitting here talking to you? My ass would be doing 3 to 5. I was facing 3 to 5 years on every case. Pretty much. There's a couple where it was less. We're talking about facing over 10 years of time when you add up all the cases. You really think that I'd have gotten dismissals and all that? And that Gandalf the Grey and Sauron the Eye in the Sky, the flaming eye in the sky? You think they'd have given me safe passage if they detected one bit of you know, either virtue signaling and cowardice or the equalization with the deception or the deceiver, right? This power-hungry, worldly aspect of self. This idea that I'm going to teach them a lesson and show them this, that, and the third. No. You try to do that with these people and they say, good, let's see it. Let's see it. Just like this guy who was just here. I got to get on him a little bit, right? I'm trying to be cordial and courteous. in good faith and honorable, but I got to speak it how I see it. Sir, what are you going to do to physically resist this thing? I'll listen. I'll at least listen. I'm not going to say I'll promote it and support it, be a part of it, but I'll listen. What are you and other people going to do? You're going to go get guns? You're going to get ammo? You're going to go tell them what you're going to do and not do? We'll see how that goes for you. I'm open to it. We'll see. I don't think it's going to go well for you. So like you said, that dynamic is already put to bed. They have all the force. They have all the physical power. There's way more of us than there are of them, but that's a false dynamic because what each one of us is connected to is more powerful than Shaitan and all of its legions. You just have to bear witness and testimony and activate it. People on Australia are seeing it now. People on England are seeing it now. And guess what? They're going to go to jail too. And when they go to jail, they're going to bring the Spirit of the Lord, as they like to say, up in there, and they're going to turn that place on its head. And they're going to do fellowship, and they're going to bear witness and testimony, and they're going to talk to their fellow man in there, some of the folks who need the testimony the most, the drug addicts, the domestic violence abusers, the prostitutes, right? They're going to go to jail for what's true and what's right. They're going to minister indirectly to the people there who need it the most, okay? And over time, the energy of these places and this situation is going to change. And I think, as crazy as it sounds, I won't say it's going to happen completely. And there's days where I come on here and I have a different perspective of how it could go, at least in the meantime. But I think ultimately it's weird. I went from being hopeless to faithful. I have no hope in man that they're going to stop what they're doing completely or save themselves completely. I do have faith in God's program and plan, which is beyond our comprehension and has revealed to me and many others more and more of what we need to be doing. And it's not equalizing with who and what they are. It's transmuting and transcending to the point where even if people got to go to a box or die as a body, the soul of man is going to remain intact. And it's going to be overwhelming as an energy. It's already happening, right? Even if it is a lot of fake grassroots movements and political science stuff, I get all that. But worldwide right now, you got people coming together, so to speak, more and more, getting in groups as individuals who say enough is enough. That's the only time a group is effective. When the individual has decided, in a group or not, that they're done and out, now you can get together with other people and have one voice, essentially, for God's will. So that's not a protest, which is glorified complaining. That is two or more in the presence of the Most High is exponential in its power and resolution, right? And then again, at a certain point, there may be a time for the sword. If we all individually and collectively stand on this truth and bring it forth, and we get results, but this thing doesn't stop, and it starts to come for us individually and collectively with armaments, at that point, the decision will have to be made, whether or not we retaliate with that or not, just out of protection of ourselves, our body, our property, and our things. But you can argue all that's transient, all that's transitory. You know, we come here for a limited time. We don't even know how much time we get here, and everything that extends off of us is rewarded to us by God. Right? For us to use and upkeep and maintain. It's not ours. We just get temporary usage of it, including this body. Right? So we have to do with that the best that we can. And we have to surrender in faith that there's going to be evil, wicked motherfuckers who want to test and challenge us to get us out of character and off of the law and out of God's order and true love and care into this divided, disempowered, competitive equalization campaign that goes nowhere. Right? Internecine battles that just destroy everybody involved. So again, it's the egocentric, prideful point of view that you can never stop a physical body's death here or ever keep your property. You can't get through the eye of the needle with whatever you have here, and you can't take your body with you. What you can do while you're here is stand for what's true and what's right and not become like the people who want to make an enemy out of the truth. They're not your enemy. They're not my enemy. They're enemies of truth. Well, then that means all I have to do is be a servant of truth. I don't see them as an enemy. I see them as deceived, dysfunctional, disempowered, misled, rabid slaves. They're not powerful, co-creative beings who are secure in themselves and God in their position. They're desperate. They're power hungry. They're money hungry. They're in the world and of it. They don't know anything else, right? Forgive them, for they know not what they do. See? But again, this is where you have to be able to submit to injustice in the world while not being of it. It's one of the Spartan quotes. To an extent, they also went to war at a certain point, right? So it is a paradoxical dynamic. And then we have to make the decision where, if ever, we want to cross that line. Again, today, in this moment, feeling more connected to God than maybe I usually am, that might be what it is. I don't believe that they can stop the idea whose time has come. And I don't believe no matter how many people they kill or go to the box, they're going to keep this beach ball under the water. It's going to pop back up and it's going to show itself. And when it does, they're all going to kneel, like it says in scripture. So we've seen these dynamics over and over again. Black Wall Street was an example. They were killing the black folks, bombing the businesses. The women came through singing hymns, and they all backed off because the women came through not to fight and equalize and become like these people. The women came to rise above. And with the power of the energy and the music and the hymns and the one force and voice together of God, these people backed off and backed down. There's plenty of examples of times in history where the seemingly impossible or improbable happens because we, as individuals in a collective, unite with the unseen, impossible, improbable force that we call God as an experience. That's called a miracle, by the way. When the improbable and impossible happens with no seeming cause and effect in between, but an obvious thematic meaning, purpose, principle, power, value encoded in the experience, that's an aspect of an experience of God and a miracle. Okay? So, yeah, maybe I'm just on a high today. I'm on a trip. You know, maybe I'm just like, you know, really feeling good or wanting to be and do good, and I'm willing to delude or deceive myself in order to cope and feel better about it. Typically, that's not me. If anything, they'll say quite the opposite, right? They'll say, they'll say, Paulie needs a little more of this, whatever he's doing today. Maybe I needed that guy to come in and kind of get it out of me, you know, some way, somehow. He ruined my rap, man. I was going to come here and be so nasty and angry and call everybody slaves and blame them for a genocide and slavery and tell them that there is no hope and that they're going to be crushed and thrown in a pit. I still would have to give you the rap that out of the embankment where the trash collects, the flower grows at some point. You know, I'd have to bring it back to a Taoist passage that is the finger pointing to the moon, right? Communicating meaning that never seems to be extinguished. So, yeah, there's a lot of trash in the embankment on the gutter and the roadway, right? But at a certain point, the lily will flower and poke through. It's just the nature of the cycle of life, right? Questions, comments, concerns in chat. I was engaging with him. I'm not engaging with you folks. I still love you. Daddy loves you. I'm still here to engage. I will engage more. D-Ace is here.
Daddy's home.
Look at this guy's ridiculous hairline, too.
Daddy's here. It's okay.
Okay. Right.
That shit is
I
funny.
love that. That's king of cringe stuff right there. Go ahead, Ace. Questions, comments, concerns. I got to thank a couple people too here. Who's, you know, God must still love me on some level, regardless of everything I've done or said. So thank you, Scott B, for your contribution. Wishing you well. I do believe God works through some of these people to contribute and support and allow me to do what I do and not be completely out in the street. Right? Not that necessarily that would be the case, but it would if there weren't certain things that happen. I don't get too much into it, but I have to be humbled by that. I have to be thankful and grateful. And I have to keep that in mind when I'm inspired and motivated to do a broadcast, right? That we're not here for me, you know, we're here for you folks and the truth, hopefully, faithfully, right? And that godly experience. So that's what I want to believe. That's what I try to hold to. Hold me to that because I'm probably really bad at it if you go over my track record, at least certain times. Okay, Ace, what do you got? You got the plate, private plate. You keep showing me this, but you're not on the road. Are you going to get on the road? That's what the people want to know. They're clamoring. Are you going to get on the road and generate some experiences?
Wait a minute. Well, we always run into a problem. So I'm changing myself. I'm changing the fuel pump. All right, it's right there. So I had to bring this down. Yeah. So then there's a little delay. No biggie. I got this shit.
See, this is what makes me believe like I live with Mexicans over here. They're legal. These people are legal. Relax. I live with Mexicans over here, and I think there was a misprint in the Bible where it says meek. That's a misprint. It really says in there, the Gospel of Lukewarm, it says the Mexican shall inherit the earth, not the meek. Because every one of these motherfuckers knows how to take apart their car, their vacuum, their TV, the whole house, put it back together, make it better. These fucking white people out here have completely lost that skill and ability, right? So I don't know what they're going to do when this whole fascistic, corporatistic, comfortable society collapses inevitably, invariably. Well, the Mexicans shall inherit the earth. They'll be the only ones there to farm the food, to fix all of our crap, and not be egotistical and prideful about it either. Do it for like not even a living wage. God bless these people. We love these people. They're doing it all. They're running society and not even for a living wage. God bless them. God bless these people. Go ahead. You were saying? I'm sorry. I don't know what just happened.
All right. So yeah, it's just a little delay. Plus, after that, still have to take it to get the. Remember, I told you they jacked me for the cats. One of the catalytic converters. So take it to the muffler guy, and we're in business. And another thing.
Now that was probably a black person. See, what I won't do, and Mag is going to love this. That was a black person that stole your catalytic converter. Okay, that's what it doesn't say in the scripture. The black shall inherit the earth. Absolutely not. That would scare everybody, including the blacks themselves.
Oh,
all right, let's not go there. Please, Ace, please don't go there. Don't take me there. We don't need more of that. I've already hit these people over the head today with sovereign citizen.
No, I heard it all.
Philosophy. Now I got to get racist on top of it. Disgusting.
So you are racist. What are you talking about?
Well, that's the thing. I can do colorism because there's only one race in my mind, so I don't separate from these people, right? You know these people? These people. What do you mean by these people? Oh, no, not these people. Those people. Yeah, whatever. The point is, I can do the bit because at my core and my heart, we're all humans, and we're all capable of doing bad and ugly shit, and we're all capable of doing great things if we're united with God. And I don't believe there's separate gods for different colors of people, right? I think there's one kind of Holy Spirit here. That makes sense. So I'm free to do coloristic, stereotypical jokes about blacks and Mexicans and white people as well, because that's equality. And that's authenticity in my inauthenticity. I'm being authentic in my inauthenticity. If that makes sense. You know? So there's some truth in it. It's like I was on a black panel the other day, and I forget how it came up. I forget even the context. We may have to screen that here. I may have to play that interaction I had with a black guy the other day. Great interaction. He was right there on board with me. At a certain point, he made a statement, and I brought up the idea that, at a certain point in like 8th grade, my bike was stolen by a black guy. It's kind of been with me ever since. It's hacky. I don't even remember the premise or what the punchline was, and it's hacky, and I probably shouldn't do that.
Did you make it up, or was it really a black guy?
No, well, I took some creative license. Oddly enough, it was a Mexican. So I work with so many Mexicans, the political sleuth that I am, I decided to cover that up. Kind of like the Epstein list that doesn't exist. I go, this list of Mexicans, it doesn't exist. These people are black. So I covered up for your people and my people here and all of our people. Mexicans got to be viewed as angels right now. We're bringing them all in. Their ice is on their back. I'm going the other way with it, right? Mexican people are angels. They can't do no wrong. Now the blacks, that's another story.
Sorry to interrupt you, big dog, but every time you mention ice, I have to look.
Right.
Shit.
Well, you're not illegal, are you? You just sound illegal.
No. Yeah, I just look illegal. Yeah,
right.
Sound illegal.
Best of both worlds. You sound illegal, but you're actually technically legal. You got all the paperwork, right? So you can have fun with them. You put on a sombrero, you play the violin, the trumpet, you throw on that outfit. They come, they tackle you, and you go, I got the papers.
And you know what I was thinking to do is get a. You know how they I've done it before where you get a can and you cut it out, you machine it out just like a sleeve, and just get a beer one. And do the opposite. Like when you usually have a beer one and you cover it with a Coke or a soda, but this time do it with a soda. And then if they want to fuck with me, it'll look like if it's a beer, but really it'll be a soda. I'm gonna have fun with these guys. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, again, I contend that spiritually, what Shaitan is doing right now, this is like Shaitan observe and report. All we cover is Shaitan here and how it manifests through individual and collective people. What it's doing now is teaching everyone once again that legal and illegal is all that matters. It's getting it into the subconscious mind so that at some point in the future it can say, all you people are not following statute, policy, and code are also illegals. Because the only thing that matters here is legal and illegal, not what's lawful, right? We don't care that the Mexicans are coming here, 3/4 of them, not causing loss, injury, and harm, not bringing fentanyl, doing your jobs for you at low rates and prices. right? We're going to ignore all that because of legalities, right? So they're going to do the same thing with good white people. Like I would say like myself, but I'm pink with brown spots, but I'm Irish and Italian, so they consider me white. They're going to do this potentially with good white people at some point. If you let them, they're going to say, you all commit an average of 4 felonies a day unknowingly. We have the book, by the way, as I mention here all the time. Man did a survey, wrote a book. Turns out the average person, the best living citizen out there, good citizen, commits unknowingly 4 felonies a day. So literally, but technically, everybody's a fucking illegal at this point because you're all engaged in illegal shit. And if you let these politicos and this system start to demonize a whole group of people based on their legal status, they're going to do it to you at some point. You fucking dunces. They still don't know how the Holocaust and slavery and false patriotism works. Just like they're doing at Charlie Kirk now, whipping everybody up into frenzy, saying, I'm all Charlie Kirk. I know I'm not. I then had to spoil the funeral because they were at his funeral with 100,000 people. I did 200,000 views that week with alternate material. They said, nobody can fill Charlie's chair and do it like he can. I go, you really want me to say this now, or is it going to be too soon? I absolutely can fill his chair. I can fill 2 chairs. I almost died of obesity. And I can definitely do what he does and more. Not be a statist shill, not suck up to Ben Shapiro and all these clowns, not make my whole platform out of arguing with libs and leftists because you're a publicard statist dupe who's here to get us all arguing and fighting with each other. So now the left has their George Floyd and the right has their Charlie Kirk. Okay? That's the bottom line of what this all is. So you guys are delusional. You're in denial 10 different ways. You ignore folks like myself who are better broadcasters, better speaker, more aligned with the facts, more bombastic and entertaining, just better on all levels based in truth. You ignore that. And then what did the lady do today? I'm now doing my broadcast. I was going to do that. I didn't do. I took some punctilious notes here. Okay. The woman who's apparently, allegedly, check me out, fact check me. Nothing here's taken as truth. Fact check everything. The woman who's married to Charlie is worth $12 million, but she started a GoFundMe the same week for his death, and she wants $6 million for the death, right? Because that's what you do after your husband dies. You do a video of you with a G ring on that looks like Freemasonry with an all-seeing eye with what looks like some plastic hands that are half the size of your hands. Nobody noticed any of that. And they found him 33 hours after and 33 days before his birthday. And she's worth 12 million, but needs another 6, not 5, not 7. She needs the number of Saturn and Shaitan. She needs 6 million, just like 6 million Jews and all the rest of it. Give me a fucking break. Give me a break. Okay? So what did the fascists and the statists all do? They got out to come and be duped out again and put themselves in judgment. Contributed and supported to a woman who's already a millionaire based on the death of a husband that's more than likely a hoax and somehow fictitious, or it was real, and like always, people got a hold of it and made it look a certain way to get us all in a fucking tizzy and a craze. And boy, is it working.
But
okay?
Ace,
I just want to point this out. I'm not victiming, but guess who all the statists and fascists and all the rest won't back? Ones like myself who are living the truth and talking it. Guess who they're not going to contribute and support to? Ones like myself who are sacrificing and doing the work and living it, right? And having the important conversations, right? And this is so laughable because we could just find 10 more Charlie Kirks out of the right-wing asshole of modern day broadcasting, right? No one can do it like Charlie. He was his own thing. Now we'll just go get Ben Shapiro. We'll just go get Tucker Carlson. We'll just go get Andrew Wilson. We got a list of names of people who are equal to this clown and do exactly what this clown did, which is absolutely nothing when it comes to right, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. All he did was argue with retarded leftists to make himself look superior and bolster a right-wing corporate takeover of a bunch of folks who don't even know what republicanism and conservatism is and aren't here funding the true republicanism and conservatism, not in debt to central banks, not appealing to centralized authorities, not voting for a corporation master, not paying slave tax because I do all of my value and power exchange in a private capacity. I'm not a part of the state of corporation or subsidiary.
That's right.
All the way down the line, they could have republicanism and conservatism and Americana right in their face. They don't contribute and support it. But some statist fascist comes out, argues with libtards, about what a man or a woman is, and he's the next big thing, right? This is the give us Barabbas of our time. And it doesn't surprise me. I'm not crying and complaining. I'm just pointing out the ridiculous, entertaining hypocrisy and delusion and denial that the majority of folks are in, right? We'll go get Sean Hannity or one of the Fox News hosts to do the next Turning Point campus event and get nowhere. Get nowhere, but make a whole bunch more enemies by arguing one lie against the next. Oh, your lie is more common sense and preferable than the other lie, right? That's the problem. Y'all like to do lesser of two evils, and then you like to sit and talk about God. Charlie Kirk does and others. God. Last time I checked, God sent his only son to be a prophet to tell us to live like him. What would Jesus do? Greater things than I, you shall do. That's what he said. What did he do? Not cooperate with the state, not comply, overturn tables, tell everybody they're a bunch of fucking slaves. Hell, he even cursed at the fig tree. You want to talk about, being a nice, kind, polite, cordial, wrong status slave who's arguing Republican talking points with a bunch of leftards when you're backed by a bunch of status Republicards. That's not what we need more of. We need less of that, by the way. We need more of what I'm doing here, what I just did for an hour and a half, talking to someone who probably is leftist leaning, and instead of bolstering myself as a Republicard, I actually came out with Republican conservatism and Americana in order to find a middle ground with him and others so we don't tear this fucking country limb from the middle. But you all can't figure out what's going on around you, most of you. There's a select few here. Out of like 5 or 10,000, there's 1,000 people who really understand what's going on, how it's happening, what we need to do, and why the majority of what we're being shown is garbage and meaningless. And I only cover it to draw in people in order to take it somewhere and bring it somewhere. Because if you talk this straight up, direct truth, most people are not into it. You got to sneak it in there after you pop out with their talking points left and right? But another reason I'm better than Charlie Kirk and others at what they do. And that's not my ego. That's just a fact. That's a fact. If you establish what needs to happen, then I and others like me are better for this than all of these clowns put together. Because all they're doing by existing is creating more division and dissent. And you're not a sellout. Division and dissent from the people and the state that's taken all their rights and property.
Absolutely.
These are dupes and agents. That's why they're $1 million babies. And then you folks want to come in. Paulie lives in a trailer on the land because he wants to be debt free and wants to invest all his time, energy, attention back into his broadcast and his activism and working with people in the private. He's so poor. And then look up to and venerate and idol worship these $1 million babies who are obviously agents on different levels. Not that everybody who makes money and is successful is that. No. I'm saying when you and your wife are both worth over $12 million a piece or whatever it is, hundreds of millions of dollars in these camps, they're not grassroots. They're not authentic. They're not organic. They're lobbyists for something. They got people who got people who got people. Get a fucking clue. Go ahead, Ace. You have something?
Yeah, I like how you have the Israeli banner around me. Anyways, but I don't get it. Don't they see this shit though, big dog?
No, they don't. Most of them don't. Social media is proof of it. And then they double down and go, don't you criticize it and talk about it? How dare you disrespect this guy's death? The way you all disrespect the living, you mean? All you death worshippers, the way you disrespect me and call me a sob sit and a crazy person and thank the agents for putting me in a box and tell them thank you for your service.
There you go.
You mean like that?
Yes.
Right. That's why the Christ being in his day looked out at all these people and said, I got about 12 with me. One of them is a hypocrite and a turncoat, and I'm waiting for that. The rest of you are Babylonian slaves. Go with Barabbas and have it your way. You'll see what happens. All right. Literally, the walk, just from beginning to end, is all the same idea, right? You know, so that's what these people want. They want heads of a movement. They want people to idol worship. They want Masonic dupes and plants who throw it right in their face. They're doing rituals, and they're
no, they would never do that to us. No. That's what I get told. That's what I get told. Yeah, I get told.
Right.
Oh, are you really gonna be out there in the streets without no license and no? Yes, I am. Fuck it. You know what? And this is why I'm telling you, we're doing this, and you know what? But I need some help, big dog. I'm gonna get a channel like that. Can you run it or do something with it?
Yeah, we can, cross-reference, see where it goes. Yeah, man, you got to do this because you want to do it and you see the value in it, no matter what happens. And then if it becomes something, it becomes something, right? If you get an audience,
I do this shit for a living. I mean,
something to say, yeah.
I was in the private before, so you know what? They're gonna get noticed. Okay, they're gonna be on notice. They're gonna be visible cameras on the automobile.
Well, what's the big deal, Ace? Why can't you just pay the $35 tax and get the
Why can't you just get everything they tell you to get to use your own property? Because that's what got us here, right?
Because God gave me these balls, and I'm gonna grab them.
Wow.
That's it.
More
Yes.
importantly, God gave you heart, and in that heart, I'm sure it's been like kind of beating at some point, and there's like a feeling in there. There's this weird magnetic energy feeling in there, and it goes, I should be free. My property should be mine. I should be able to do whatever I want. If I cause an accident, then I compensate. We don't do pre-crime. We don't presume nobody can move their property around, so everybody's got to have permission. That's statism. That's tyranny. That's collectivism. That's anti-Christ, anti-life. That's the presumption that we can govern a whole world of people better than we can all govern ourselves in conscience. And if you ever get a world that needs to be governed with a book rather than its own conscience, it's already hell anyway. Don't you just get that? That's literally the definition of hell. A world where every being lacks conscience. They haven't used it in so long that it's just numbed out and broken. So they got to be told how to be a good citizen by a fucking book and a pedophile in a suit. That's the problem. More of it's not going to solve the problem. Us governing ourselves and using our conscience and explaining to these people why we're doing what we're doing because we know it needs to be done is the answer and a solution. And guess what? Nothing's guaranteed. And that's why it's a perfect test of your faith.
Yes, heavens, yes. Yeah, faith. And you know what? I always hear too, I don't have time for that. I'd rather just pay because I got to go to work, Yeah. I don't want no problems. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm done. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And then I would play the game all their politicians do, but I don't want to go there. See, like exactly. I could go like, hey, all you slaves who want to make 6 figures or more doing what you do, but know I'm right and support what I'm doing. Well, then just pay me 30%. Like your government does. Just give me 30% of what you make yearly so I can take some real resources and put it back into doing and creating something here. But I'm not going to do that. Honestly, as a spirit, my flesh would do that like they would. My spirit says, no, you can't take their money because then they're going to think giving you money is a way to buy themselves out of doing what we all know they need to do. You can't take their money. You have to encourage them to do the work, even if it makes you broke. That's the reality of it.
Because like that, wherever you walk around, you can walk with your mother effing chin up and say that you didn't steal from anybody, you didn't hurt anybody. You're a man.
Listen,
that's it.
Bro, if they don't kill you or put you in prison forever, which is not likely to happen if you're not a complete. If you're not, again, anything can happen. So I don't want to say what can or can't happen.
But you know what?
I'm ready to sit somewhere at some point and say I got a different experience than what we all got here, right? If this is, I don't like. I like to take it away from even the faithful walk and just give you the basics of it. If you're not into the God and the faith and the whatever else, then you're just an addict, cosmic gambler like me on some level, right? Well, throw out all the other supposedly virtuous stuff. Do you want to live the rest of your life doing the same shit everyone else does and never having a different experience? I couldn't stand to live that way. That's hell to me right there again. So you don't even have to be into anything other than going, I want some action. I want to see something different here. I saw Paulie Boy's travel video and others. It's possible. I want to gamble, right? I want some action. I want to try something different. I'm tired of being a cookie cutter, cowardly, predictable slave. That's all a man has to come to within themselves. I don't care if it's being more authentic with yourself and your women and whatever, being more successful in your career. At a certain point, you go, do I just want to live the cookie cutter life that's laid out for me that every other beta male before me has lived? And the answer from an egocentric, prideful place might be no. I want to step up and stand out. I want to try something different. I want to get some real world experience here. I don't want fear to be my boundary and my comfort zone from what I pursue in this life or not. Because you know what? When fear is your boundary and comfort zone, you're never successful at anything because you never push past your fear. You never challenge the status quo. You never find out what you and others are capable of. That's a pathetic way of living, you could argue it. Just from the lowest, most clinical, Actualization, realization, sub-psychological perspective. No religiosity needed. No spirituality needed. We're pure Fight Club at that point. And even in Fight Club, he said it's a spiritual war.
Let me tell you, like we say in Spanish, us Mexicans, you know, like my family, hey, you say, si el pinche diablo se viste de hombre, le parto su madre. If the devil himself will be dressed like a fucking man in front of me, I will beat the living shit out of him.
See, Mexicans big on bravado and masculinity, right? And the idea of practicing courage to stay in tune with life and feel alive.
Pain only lasts for a little bit, big dog.
Right, but this is why I say, if you want to know why, and at one time white people on this land were like this too, not so much, but if you wonder why black folks and Mexicans in certain communities have this itch, they have this itch to be involved in something, right? And then usually it goes bad and wrong into criminality, but that's their free spirit. They don't want to be told what to do. They're tired of being told what to do. They have a culture of practicing courage, right? And wanting to get outside the box of their culture and society to some extent. There's a dual-sided aspect. I shouldn't even make it a Mexican thing, right? Italians are like this as well. You know, we have the one side that's about a hard work ethic, right? Being in the world and of it, being practical, doing your day-to-day stuff, taking care of your family. And then we have this other side. That's just humans in general, right? This other side that is a bit rebellious, they'll say. It's a bit uncivilized. But how much of that is necessary at certain points? We've become a bit too nice, kind, polite, and civilized, right? We need a little more of that other side to show itself, you know?
May I say something right now and share with you? It's like, listen, I've done my thing back in the days. It's been like what I did. And I'm doing it right now because I have grandkids, you know? I haven't even met them, okay? I never say this to anybody. But I'm doing this to show them because they're gonna know of me. You know what I'm saying? And I want them to know the truth. And that grandpa, right, had balls. And he did it. And so they maybe they could, you know, follow my steps and shit in the future. I don't know. I mean, the kids are already like, one. See, I say little girl because I feel that they're not my grandchildren. You know what I mean?
Let's make this real simple. Is this walk, even if you practice it 10% of the time, not interesting, exciting, entertaining? Make you feel alive, give you a challenge?
Because of what I used to do in the past as a private eye, I think God put me in that path. Now that this is 22 years later, okay? And so, yeah, now I know why I see it, big dog. I see why I did what I did and work with a bunch of, you know, as a private eye and with the police, bunch of departments. Now I know it. And you know what? I haven't done this shit in a while. And now that I'm back, it's like I'm back like what I was doing before. I was meant for this shit.
Right, that's that addiction. I break down the word. The word addiction is AD-DICTION, means toward word.
And that's what makes me happy. That's what makes me satisfied. That's what pumps me up. That's what gets my blood flowing because I see everything. I see the bullshit from my family, my friends, the society. I mean, I live in a nice fucking area, and I can't walk around without these gangbangers. And who? Police. I mean, literally, yeah.
But it's gangbangers on both sides. We can take this all back because I don't believe there's any separation. We can take this all back to.
Talk about the cops, though. You know,
I know what you're saying, but I'm saying both sides. Gangbangers on the street, red and blue.
I grew up with that shit, you know.
Gangbangers as cops. With the one common denominator here of why we keep producing men who are thugged out and gangbanging is we don't have any real men who are showing these people what to do with their adrenaline junkie rush and their addiction. If we just showed these people, look, cops on one side. You're here to chase bad guys. You're here to uphold the law. That's your fucking adrenaline rush, is going against the grain of fascism. Hey, guys on the street, your adrenaline rush is going to be upholding the law and exercising rights. The cops are still going to give you attention. You're going to get your fix of adrenaline. You're going to be able to hold your head high by the end of this because you're not harming yourself and your community. Right. So literally, both sides of this dynamic are created from what we lack. If we fill that space, both sides will get the message after a certain point. And they'll start to redirect their dysfunctional addiction toward the word, toward the truth, toward God's law. That's the best high a motherfucker can get. I've done every drug in creation at one point, and other than crack and methamphetamine. But I used to take Molly rocks, and they say there's the chemical composition of it is methyl methamphetamine, right? So methamphetamine's in the word somewhere, which probably isn't good. But I've done every drug in creation to some extent. There is nothing like walking with this Holy Spirit through a revelation journey of what's true and what's right, upholding the law of the land and creation and surrendering the rest to God, right? And going up against what seems like going up against Shaitan and all of its legions. It's really revealing to them as well who and what you are and what you come in the name of, right? And they already know. They already know.
Yeah, and
another. You got anything else?
Yeah, no. Well, that's all I wanted to just give an update on the automobile. And right now I'm about to go hit up a printing shop because I'm gonna do some those flyers or those business cards. Yeah, I'm gonna go get that.
Cool.
All right, brother.
All right,
Okay,
good stuff, Higgs. Thank you, sir.
I'll keep you updated. All right, later.
All right, cool. Yeah, did you see that one? Trump came out and he's more and more like circus clownish. He comes out recently. He says, smart people don't like me. I go, yeah, I do know. I'm one of them. As much as I've done a lot of dumb shit in my life because I've rejected my truest intelligence that God put there to go along, to get along with whoever, whatever. At my core, I'm a pretty intelligent being, oddly enough. You wouldn't always know it on this broadcast, but I'm one of them. I'm one of the smart people that doesn't like you because I see your fucking power games and I see the delusion and the deception. I see how you're like a hair's breadth of difference between the leftists. You're just another collectivist, communist, power, money-hungry scum who deceive these sheep slave people into thinking if they just played into a statist fascist voting for corporate masters game one more time, this would all get better. You'd have to be a low-life piece of shit to be any one of these people on either side and play into this game. While their supporters literally mock me for doing without at times to do the true work, while they all cash in at the top and lie to you all day, every day. You gotta love that. So, yeah, Donnie comes out and admits it. He came out last week and said, if it wasn't for the stolen election we did, we wouldn't be here right now. And he laughed. So you're now, after projecting everyone else was stealing elections, you're admitting that you stole an election, and it's good because you're in and everything's getting better, right? I couldn't believe it, right? I can't believe it. I'm shocked, but not that shocked because they do it all the time. Just put it right in everybody's face. And the slaves lap it up, and then you get on Facebook and you go, what do you say about this? Give me a comment about this, and they go, oh well, I almost did the Donnie, and I almost went into the person on Facebook everyone sounds like Donnie now in my world. The person on Facebook then said, well, he's working for us. This is 5D chess, what he's doing. This is something different. It's different. I go, okay, it's different. It just looks the same as everything else all the rest of them been doing, right? It's weird like that. Some kind of parlor trick, smoke and mirrors. I'm not adept enough. I didn't get on the QAnon message boards enough to see through the 5D chess and really see what's going on, right? Or they're now using conspiracy theories to dupe you and delude you after calling everyone who questioned government a conspiracy theorist. You can't make this up. If you question government for the last 10 years, you're automatically a conspiracy theorist on either side, right? Now they're using actual conspiracies to get you to trust government. It's amazing. You cannot make this up. I ordered some shirts today that says, I am Charlie Kirk. I'm sure you did. And a freedom shirt. I'm getting out of here. Let's have a good laugh before we get out of here for the people. Who do you think made the websites to sell a Charlie Kirk shirt a weekend? More corporatists, profiteers, and deceivers. You just sent Donald Trump's family another $1 million to cash in off another Saya. I just went and bought a shirt because everyone else did. In this world, everyone sounds like Trump again. I don't know what just happened. These are not smart people. Very stupid, nasty people. These slaves. So yeah, you just went and did what every other slave went and did. And this is why I should just, man, I'm really struggling with my flesh in this moment. The Luciferian in me, the Luciferian flesh is, Paul, why do you fight this? Why do you even care about these people? Just do what they do. Just next time something happens, be the first one to cash in. Go make a shitty $3 shirt, put it up for $25, white shirt, whatever the guy was last wearing, and really cash in, and then just take the value and power indirectly, because the slaves want it. Just siphon all their power and value in the physical realm and redirect it toward the land and what needs to happen. Just fucking play them against themselves and each other so we can redirect for what's true and what's right. But I can't get it done because my heart says that's not proper, that I'm not supposed to, even in a capitalist world where we have so much opportunity, more opportunity than everyone else, pretty much. Even in a world like that, I just can't get myself to be okay with doing business where I profiteer off of shit I don't believe in. Even if you want it and like it, I don't want to sell it to you. I don't want to be that guy. That's my failure. That's why I'm not more successful, because I have a brain that can see this shit right away and go, oh, I know if I take this and put this up, this is going to sell like hotcakes. I'll be in the money. And these people 6 months from now, if they're lucky, will wonder why they ever bought this shirt, because we'll be on to the next PSYOP, right? Can't get it done. Just like during Slavid-19. Now, many of your content creator friends on here who talk rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, were selling masks and all the attire. But during Slavid-19, I couldn't get myself to push a mask. My Luciferian flesh said, Paulie boy, you can make probably at least 6 figures, like overnight, if you get some cool mask designs where people pretend they're not a slave on the slave mask. Oh, they'll all opt into it. You can exploit them. I can't get it done. My heart won't let me. It keeps telling me, I guess the God within me tells me, Paul, it's not worth it. Even if you get 6 figures or whatever, it's not worth it. Because then you got to live with that you were part of that, you know. And there is a part of me that's so mischievous that I almost like that. I almost, just like the masters, I almost like the idea of all you statist fascist slaves who want to interfere with my property and rights and stand for nothing on the ground don't deserve your value and your power and resource in the world anyway. It's only going to be given over to someone with more understanding. It's just the nature of the world and how things work. Why shouldn't it be me, right? But see, there's the game again. That's why I don't, on certain levels, deal in drugs. You know, I may have a network at this point. It may be free trade and consenting adults. You could argue it's not completely wrong. We're all consenting adults. It's all free trade. I don't want it on my conscience. Just knowing that I put something out there that I didn't use or that I don't do, regardless of the fact that everyone else is going to do it or a whole bunch of other people are going to do it, you know, and there's a ton of physical value opportunity. I just can't get myself to do it. So I have to be thankful and grateful about that. I consider that must be the aspect of God in me that says, Paulie boy, it's better to be broke or go back to working a regular job and maintain your integrity and self-respect and really put forth a quality product here. Whether it's just you as a character based on your real beingness or what you're talking about, you know, don't water it down by pushing all this crap and trying to monopolize on a dollar. But, you know, let's be clear. There is an aspect of me just like them that's get out ahead of it, can see it, would be very successful and be able to profiteer. I just don't like the idea of it and the feeling of it. But I know that you do, sir, right there, Mr. George Gary. I know that you love it. You can't wait for the next 3-card Monty shell game duping and hoaxing so you can get your next piece of material that says I survived the PSYOP and just that much more duped out. Okay, what you won't do, interestingly, ironically enough, the next time I go to jail, if they finally keep me this time and put me in prison for an extended period of time, you won't go and post up on social media, Paulie boy's been taken political prisoner. I probably wouldn't ask you to anyway. I wouldn't need you to. I got myself in, I get myself out or not, right? God got me into this, it gets me out or not. What you wouldn't do is start a GoFundMe and encourage your brethren there, your fellow countrymen, to give me $6 million to start a whole community, to buy a whole fucking town, create legislation there, invoke the supposed constitution or the spirit that's within there, and like literally create a whole freedom town that we could start to market, quote unquote, and start to bring people down to live a certain way. Can anyone out there wonder why no one else is doing that while I'm doing that in a trailer online, attempting to over years, being somewhat successful? We got at least a handful of families at this point, handful of folks. Just asking, just wondering why Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson and all the ones who have parents and family in the CIA and all the rest of it, parents and family who are Masons, they're all in the multi-millionaires. tens of millions of dollars, each one of them. You put them together, we got hundreds of millions. Is it any wonder why none of them have gotten together yet to do what I and others are attempting to do on the ground with little to no resources beyond a certain point? Right, because they're duped out agent feds. And you'll keep pushing products for them and giving them money and giving them your time, energy, attention, and ignoring the rest of what's going on out here that isn't being pushed in the mainstream media. See, that's your failing. So, again, I won't even talk more about this because all that you're going to hear is Paul Unslaved is mad and jealous that he's not getting what Charlie Kirk is getting. No, Paul Unslaved is frustrated and would like us all to live correctly and knows what that's going to take. And it's absolutely nothing of what the majority is doing, as usual. So I can't, big surprise, right? It had been that way from the beginning of time. It'll be that way till the end of time. Can't be bothered about it. I do find it interestingly hypocritical, fascinating, and entertaining from a tragic, dark standpoint, right? So they'll get a clue at some point that these people are men. You can tell by who and what people are by what they do. Oddly enough, you don't listen to what they say. You look into them, who and what they are on the ground and what they do and what they're building and trying to create and who they're working with. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. All right. What else do we have here? Where are we at? I had a feeling we were over. We're 15 minutes over. Bonus content, non-10 at this point. I'm so good to you people. No denying. I am. Let's go to Donnie. I got Donnie up there. Donnie's bragging about a ballroom lately. They asked him about Charlie Kirk, and he went, "Yeah, this Charlie thing, it's pretty bad. I took it kind of bad, but the ballroom is amazing over there. Have you seen the ballroom? It's amazing work. We've needed a ballroom for the longest time." Julian Barbary says, "Thanks and blessings, Paul." Thank you, Mr. Barbary. You are an equitous being. You come here regularly and you contribute what you can, even if it's a few shekels here and there, right? Everything helps. Don't be anti-Semitic. Donate to your local racist anti-Semitic opposite. And if you don't, you're anti-Semitic. See, I'm that until you're that. I'll very quickly put that off onto you if I have to. We got a call here. Hey, this is Keith. Tried to call in for Polly. Got this message. I'm so deep in AI now that I get voicemail translations in text. I'm like one step away from being related to like fucking Elon Musk. I'm one step away from building a convertible that floats through space. I can feel it any moment now. Let's go to the phones. The only broadcast that calls you back. Why not? Let's see. 4:45 p.m. Was that me? Was I here? Is that a real thing? Man, you know what? Let's curse out Google right now on the off chance that there's a representative. Google, fuck you. Okay. Not only fuck the state of Israel. This is entertainment purposes right now, but it's kind of not. It kind of is. For court, it is. For personal reasons, it's not. Okay. Just be clear about that. Fuck Google and YouTube for the most part, right? They've gotten better. I shouldn't say that. Let me pull that back. YouTube, we love these YouTube people. These are great people. They've gotten their act together lately ever since I've given them notice. So they're not shadow banning me as much. I think we did 15,000 views again today. So that's 5 days straight. No shadow banning. Things are looking good. But Google with the Google voice, man, I got 10 fucking calls and I didn't get any alerts. And there's no notifications. And then I refresh and they're all there. Get your shit together. All these corporations, their products just suck. No other way to say it. I'm sorry, people. I would have taken your calls. I wouldn't have ignored you guys. I'm not getting the alerts. Let's see what we got here. The only broadcast that calls you back. Something you're not going to get other places, right? Because I just do what I want. I'm fucking rude. Like you're eating dinner right now, and I'm calling. And I'm hungry. I haven't even eaten yet. Yeah, fuck Google. Come on, man. You call me and then you don't answer. What's that about?
Oh.
Hey, Paul Unslaved here. The only broadcast that calls you back. 1013 WSLV for all things sovereign, citizen related, and slave related. Questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah. About the Charlie Kirk guy,
I wasn't really feeling him. I feel like he was a bigot in some sense. Pretty much because he was just giving out false facts. And I noticed that, every time he kept going down the rabbit hole, he started to piss off people. And then I noticed that also when he started playing with politics, getting himself involved in Israel movements and stuff like that, that's what I believe that really got him killed. So, I feel, how can I say, I feel sorry that he died, but I feel like, what you put out in the world, if you put out negative, you get negative. You put out good, you get good. So, pretty much he died for pretty much nothing. And
is it
I
at
did
all
saw a video
possible
of
in
his
your
wife.
mind that we've been lied to many times before and we're being lied to again, and that things are half of what they seem like and none of what you hear they are? Is it at all possible that he wasn't actually shot and this is some elaborate hoax just to get everybody to go against each other and start idol worshiping and making this guy some hero, and
Yeah.
then anybody who criticizes him is an
That's what I
anti-patriot?
believe, because it's all about divide and conquer. And these people, whoever they are, Illuminati, whatever the hell you want to call them, I know, let's just call them children of Satan.
By the
So,
way, you notice how everybody was a conspiracy theorist when they brought up the deep state, till now the Republicans just throw out the deep state's a thing and that there's secret societies running the government? It's now an accepted thing, right? Just over the course of 10 years. It's weird how that happened. Sorry, go ahead, continue.
Yeah. With that, this stuff been going on since 100 years, maybe more.
Oh, it's thousands, sir. You could argue thousands. But I'll
Thousands,
accept that.
maybe thousands. I'm gonna say go back to Egypt, maybe more. Wherever the fallen angels came to earth and taught mankind the secret knowledge of God. Alchemy, makeup for females, astronomy.
So you're now bringing up the fact that everybody who essentially has been a purveyor or an experiencer of these dynamics or these principles has all admitted that they got them from angels/aliens. There's many accounts of this,
angels
right?
/ aliens. I don't know what they are, but it's kind of hard to explain it. It's just a lot of us been brainwashed into believing God is all good, all loving, all nice. And that we also get brainwashed when we go to these churches. This is where they really get you at the church, because the pastor, it's up to the pastor. It's up to the person if they're good or evil. But majority of the times, the pastor, they sign this document. It's a paper. It's, I don't know what it's called, but it states that they are not allowed to teach you 100% of the word of God. The word is in the Bible. They're not allowed. They're going to teach you something. And
Yeah, it's called a power differential. Typically in every society,
there you
there's a
go.
hierarchical
There you go.
systemic structure. It looks a lot like this on the back of your debt note from a privatized institution. And the name of the game is the power is concentrated at the top, and all the people who hold the system up are not in the know. They're in a need to know basis, and they don't need to know. Right. And they prefer it that way. These ones at the bottom, they prefer to remain stupid and ignorant and arrogant and ignorance is bliss, right? It allows them to make up their own beliefs and pass them off as traditions.
Like God said in the Bible, do not be ignorant of Satan's device. So it also says study and show yourself approved. Don't follow the man of this world, follow the spirit. So, and this is what I'm seeing. I'm just seeing a bunch of people don't have no faith, no common sense, really no common sense. People just out there just doing whatever to please their own wicked desire. It is for fame or violence or pending out anger. This past 5 years, ever since COVID, ever since when COVID hit, America has never been the same. But these people, they believe that they made a deal with these fallen angels, and these fallen angels, they give them knowledge on how to construct certain components in the world. And one of those components is the computer. Within the computer, it's a bunch of components. It allows us to connect and communicate. But really, computer, if you break down the word computer through numerologist numbers, it equals 666. So the computer is the mark of the beast, because once they power up this quantum computer, which they got going on in Texas somewhere, that AI is going to be able to judge everybody and put everybody in a certain category of a level of terrorist, or some, deem everybody as a terrorist. But,
what happens when the AI, being a learning model who's able to update and be somewhat sentient, characterizes the people who created it as the biggest terrorists of all?
Yeah. That's the whole thing, because
we forget that the Lucifer has a covenant on some level, or is tied to, is in bondage to whatever God's plan is ultimately. It does not supersede that. It gets to play within the boundaries of that till the end, when whoever, however, whatever that is.
Yeah. So with that, people gotta understand, Lucifer worked for God. The devil worked for God. Just think of the devil as like a prosecutor. Think of Jesus Christ as a defendant. Think of God as the judge. The prosecutor got to, prosecute. The defendant got to defend, right? And it's up to God. You know what I mean? So, with that, I just strongly believe that once they create this quantum computer, once they get it up and running, that thing is going to betray them.
And that's the thing. The universe is the original quantum computer, and it's already, I believe, making its move to betray these people, even though they think they're the adept ones. They think they have knowledge in the universe. They think they're masters of this universe, and they think they have every base covered. The universe is the king of throwing you curveballs to reveal what it really is. Right?
It's the old saying, the old saying that cat is curious. Same thing for a human. So can you imagine if a human coming in contact with a being, an entity, and this entity is sharing knowledge, and next thing you know, humans are building it, and they're like, wow, I've never seen nothing like this. And this entity is like, yo, I can give you all the knowledge, but you got to give me something in return. They'll be like, what do you mean? I need some souls. You know what I mean? I need death.
Yeah, they need who and what you are, because who and what you are at the core level either is God or is connected to God, and they want that. That's what your soul is. It's a light expression, like soul is sun in Latin, right? So it's literally an atomic light-based sort of solar plexus core of who and what we are that manifests life on life's terms. They want that, because that's the only thing here that keeps me and others talking and walking out of lockstep with their program, their matrix, right?
Yeah, they want to cipher that, because like you say, you're right. Energy cannot be destroyed. It's transferred. So
if we lock you here in this realm and we promise you eternal life in this realm, we can cut you off from returning back to source in this realm and hereafter.
Yeah, and not be drained.
Right. They're gonna use you as a battery. Instead of you being a source of light and energy here for creation to co-create the kingdom of God, they're gonna harness you in a kingdom of Shaitan and use you as a source of power to power their machines. This is right out of the Matrix, right? And this is obviously what it is.
I was about to say the Matrix. You read my mind, man. You read my mind.
Well, we're all having the same experience, and we're all the same pure conscious and awareness, having a different bodily experience. But even that's the same. Like what I mean is, we look different, but we're having the same experience in the body from the same conscious and awareness that is viewing self in this experience, right? So it can only be that. That's what it is, right? That again,
the whole truth is.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off.
No, you're
It's an
good.
interesting conversation.
I do. It's only right. I'm constantly cutting people off here, so I need to get it back.
No. When you overjoy about talking,
that's what it is.
neglect it for so long, and people are saying you're crazy and you're a conspiracy nut, and you finally link up with people that actually see the truth, it's overjoyed.
Right. You
Very
find
overjoyed.
camaraderie here, right? There's a level of camaraderie and connection here and
Because
co-creative power.
if I talk
Synergy.
to an average person, it's like I gotta dumb it down. You know what I mean? It's like the average person is not using common sense to process what is going around them. They're just accepting it. Like this is the norm. I gotta accept it. That kind of mentality, and I don't want to be with that kind of mentality because it's bad. It's bad for the thought. It's bad for the soul. Bad for the spirit. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I was telling chat, man. What was I gonna say? Yeah, y'all guys gotta be careful what you getting yourself into. You know what I mean? You guys are worrying about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was just a sacrifice to make money off of him. I mean, nothing more, nothing less. Just like the Hollywood stars, just like the rap music industry. A lot of talent rappers, Hollywood stars, had the spirit of God in them, and they rejected these people, and these people killed them. So, you know, just understand what you're getting yourself into. And I also want to tell chat, God also says, you know, you should study and show yourself approved. So before you think about doing anything, think of the positive consequences and the negative. Always think of that, you know what I mean? And you'll never get yourself in trouble.
Ask yourself who benefits. Ask yourself who benefits from the next action you're going to take or inaction you're not going to take. Right. It's another one that we can do.
Yeah.
And play that tape out. Right. Really understand the elements. What's going on here? This is a perfect quote here. This person gets it. Unless we're all on a cult of deception here, and I've done my job indirectly. I've culted everyone and convinced everyone here of my reality that isn't true in the real reality. But he was espousing, preaching conservative values. He's not preaching conservative values, but I get what you're saying. He's preaching Fox noise, fascistic corporatist values, because that's who all these people are in bed with one way or the other. That's how they get on these shows and in these places. I know because I've had people contact me from other places who want me on, and their people say, no, we're not going to have him on. I've had the anarchists
break down the truth.
Right, because I'm one of the few non-tent creators who they already did the background check on, and they go, that guy's going to court. He's talking the truth at court, putting his life on the line. He does a broadcast every day where he breaks down our deception and what we're caught up in and our cowardice. Yeah. We're not bringing him on. He's gonna slaughter the cash cow in front of everybody and not even eat any of the meat. You know, I'm the antithesis. I love that too. By the way, I love that. My egocentric, prideful side. I love that I become the enemy with truth. They'd have done the same thing to Jesus, and they did do it to him.
Yeah, I didn't like the. Who was the?
Let me finish, sir. Let me finish. I want to get this comment in here. The conservative values at liberal stops, but ignoring the movement of free man, the unslaved, the one that government can't manipulate, or he says enslaved, but the one that the corporation can't manipulate, the one that the corporation has a hard time profiteering with and from, right? The rest of you are already beaten. You're already done and over. It doesn't matter what you say and do from here on out. Again, let's go over the list. Your body's registered. Your children are registered. Your house is registered. Your car is registered. You're paying tax to use your own body, to use your own home, to use your own car, to use everything in your life. Your soul is already broken and taken, and they're already profiteering off your mere existence. They've already tokenized you. Okay? So the next stage of this is we're going to really kick it into high gear and digitize it all. And we're really going to start to build some more private prisons to put you slaves in there who want to act like slaves, right? Because they got to keep turning the heat up, right? You get an option to come out ahead of this, get out ahead of it, do what's true and what's right. We may not all make it, but we'll turn this back. Or you let it carry on to where it gets so big and bold that it eventually really starts taking whole groups of people, right? There's no way to avoid this. It's always going to go to this one set of circumstances, it seems, because it needs to. You know?
Yeah, so chat, I just want to say, because, you know, I was reading some of you guys, some of you guys are worried. So the best advice I can give you, what people gave me, and I'm a black man, you know what I mean? I'm 42, and I like talking to elders because elders have a lot of knowledge, a lot of truth. And throughout my life, I've been talking. One guy always tell me, if you know there's a problem coming, just prepare yourself. And the best way to prepare yourself is to buy God's money. Any of you guys know what God money is?
Gold and silver.
Gold, silver, land.
Yep, we go over
And,
that
you know,
here. Interesting how we all come to the same conclusion, huh? Because the truth doesn't change.
Yeah, it doesn't change. It's in the Bible. That's God's money. This little tablet paper dollar bill with the all-seeing eye, New World Order in Greek. That's bullshit money. And that bullshit money is going to come to end. And they are going to replace that money with CBDC, central bank digital currency, which is illegal by the Constitution, right? The federal cannot own banks. You know what I mean? The federal side.
I don't know who this guy is, but he's not a nice person. This guy's very mean and nasty, very anti-American. This caller.
Yeah.
We don't love this guy. We don't like this guy. Sir, are you a fan of alligators? Do you like alligators? We might have a spot for you up close, personal. Alligator. No. We might just have to.
Oh, good.
But yeah, my inner Donnie came out. Sorry, it happens. I'm good, man. And it's Donnie.
That dude is funny. That dude is just funny. Like every time he talks, I feel like it's an SNL skitcom.
You know, you're lucky it's not back in another time. I'd have used the N-word on you. You're not a nice person. You're lucky. I didn't throw that at you right out there working a full hard day. Hard day's work, okay? Art of the deal, people.
Yeah, he's a wild man. He has that wild spirit. You know what I mean? And
these people are all the
like
pure embodiment of Luciferianism, just on every level. Like fucking children, sniffing them, working with banksters and synagogue of Shaitan, taking down whole nations, destroying women and children's homelands. They just can't get enough of it, man. Kill, steal, destroy, like all day, every day. You know, nothing better than that.
That's how they get off, man. That's how they get off. They got to please these fallen angels. The more people they kill, the more souls they get trapped, the more knowledge, the more fame they get. I study all of this, man, and it's pretty wild how people worship these people. And in order for them to be successful, they gotta set you up and get sacrificed. Like, damn, I'm trying.
Yeah, like Adam here. He's telling me now. They want me to literally be the next Charlie Kirk. They go, I am Charlie Kirk, right? So according to him now, I need to go to a campus. Yeah, I need to go to a campus and talk because I can't command, at least according to this, 200 live viewers up to 15,000 viewers. Why do I need to go to a college campus again to talk? What was it? Because it's like more content for you. I'm outside. There's people around me. You know, I don't see the.
No, you don't want to go to college because college are indoctrinated.
Right.
With, bullshit belief.
Yeah, I thought that the scripture said build it and they will come. I didn't know the scripture said go and antagonize and get in everybody's face and purposely create resistant content where you know people are going to be resentful and bitter about you. We have enough of that here, and I don't even ask these people to come here. I'm going to go in their house, to their lands, to their area where they do their statism and indoctrination and try to convince them I'm right. Yeah, maybe if I wanted to fight and go to war, but I don't. So I'll build it and they will come, and the ones who are meant to be here will be here, and the ones who are meant to get indoctrinated are going to stay fucking indoctrinated. Because even if I am Jesus in the flesh, because we all are, Jesus couldn't even get these people to do what's true and what's right. Again, just layers and layers of pride and ego, and that'd be fine if it was confidence in a way, and you were actually doing something on the ground. Charlie is a yapper. Charlie's not an activist. Charlie's dead now, supposedly.
Yeah.
Okay, but Charlie if he is dead, he was a yapper only. He's only yapping. He's not going to court. He's not getting results. He's not encouraging anyone to do anything different. I don't need to go to campus to do that. The work is done with me. You're going to watch me get arrested again and go to court for non-compliance. You're going to watch me give some more speeches to people. You're going to watch me teach police like I've been doing. You're going to watch me do the actual fucking work for free, where nothing's guaranteed, where I have to sacrifice my time, energy, attention, and my body, because that's the only way it's going to happen. It's not going to happen with caps and shirts and brand name crap at a campus where we're doing events again. You guys want to do a glorified garden party. You want to host events. You don't want to do activism. It's not fun enough for you. It's not exciting enough for you. It's fucking laughable.
Yeah, that's how to make the money anyway. It's the same thing with OnlyFans, the same thing with anything these days, except if you're in the truth and you're really doing it, the work, you know, it's kind of weird. It's like you can degrade yourself and get 100,000 people. And the only place you can do that is on OnlyFans. You watch females degrade themselves. And they have 100,000 fans, and they're like a multi-millionaire.
What is this person not getting? Charlie Kirk is another Alex Jones. You guys are misinformed, and I shouldn't have to say the quiet part out loud. I think I'm going to get out of here. I got a couple other people to call, but I appreciate. What was your name again?
Yeah. Go ahead. We talk next time.
What was your name again?
Keith.
Keith. All right, Keith, man.
Hawley.
If you're into it,
I'll
hang
subscribe,
around.
And also let me know where can I donate. I'd like to donate some money so that way kickstart your fund.
Well, I don't take donations here. I have contributions and support in the form of gifts, non-taxable events. There's a host of link up top there. Slave app, Payslave, Slavelle, Zelle, whatever. So yeah, non-taxable events do gifts. I give nothing to YouTube and Google. I used to get $4K a month minimum on here when I was monetized on my first channel that had double the subscribers. I gave that all up because they wanted to add things in my video that I didn't ask for. They wanted to tell me how I was going to do my broadcast because I had
wanted to commercialize you.
Right. They wanted to tell me now because I have a contract with them and they're allowing me to get $4,000 a month minimum up to however much that I should now do what they say. Then as they were blocking and striking my channel. So I said, fuck you. I'm burning the channel. I'm creating a second one. I'm going to rebuild it from the bottom, and I'm not going to monetize now. And whatever's meant to be for me under God is meant to be. The rest of it, I got to let go of it. That's called give everything up to be given everything back. Sir, down in the chat, don't tell me to sit in Charlie's chair on a campus and be a glorified debater. I faced years in prison. One second, sir. I want to make it clear about the difference here about who and what we are. In fact, not in ego, not in pride. In fact, okay? Charlie needs to sit in my chair, not cooperating, not complying, facing 2 to 5 years for each count, okay, and each charge, and getting results at court. So we can do some activism here and get recognized at court, because that's where this is all going to be won and lost, and our rights are going to be upheld and preserved, or you're going to lose your rights to property and your pursuit of happiness, okay? So you're confused. You got it backwards. I'm a real activist. I have results. I put my life on the line over and over again. Charlie did so indirectly. If he was actually killed, he didn't know he was doing that or want to do that. He was a glorified debater. He probably didn't believe that would happen. It was a very far off probability and possibility.
Yeah,
he and others need to sit in this chair, not only yapping like they do, but getting their ass in gear and getting on record with United States Corporation and the rest of their fellow man. Rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. If you ain't got that, you ain't got nothing. Yapping at campuses ain't going to change a motherfucking thing beyond a certain point.
And for you guys in the chat, you ride Charlie Kirk, ride his balls and stuff like that. Just understand that man was sacrificed. And that's how the industry works. They don't tell you nothing.
It doesn't matter because he wasn't a threat anyway. This is the point. Nobody was sitting there in any position going, Charlie Kirk's a threat. He's getting
he was a threat because he got himself involved in the politics. He talked some shit to them.
What was he going to do? What was he going to say without doing that was going to change what everyone else was doing? People lead by example. People follow people who do something different.
But
they don't follow people who talk about it but don't live it. So how is he going to impact their bottom line when it came to power and money at the end of the day? How?
I'm going to tell you why. All right. Throughout history, if you're very clever and you're a very spoken person and you have a huge amount of fans and you could turn those fans around and you can make them positive, you're a threat to the government society. of the way they view you, because in the eyes of the government, they live off of your fear and they want you to have faith in their bullshit system. So think of me, if I had 1 million people and I'm teaching them the right way, how to live life, a positive way, I'm destroying some parts of the government system that is enslaving them. You see what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with Martin Luther King, same thing with Malcolm X, same thing with JFK, the same thing with John Brown, a white guy who was very angry that black people were enslaved, other nations were enslaved, and he was going around America starting a revolution, getting black people, Irish people out of slavery. You see what I'm saying? These are people that can change
But he
the
was
system.
not doing that, sir. How is he
Yeah, but
doing
here's
that?
the thing. Here's the thing. He had a huge amount of fans, and then he got a call from one of the boys from Israel. Just like how you got a just like how you was telling me about they were trying to contract you and put all this stuff on you and commercialize you. They was going to do the same thing for him, and he turned it down.
I
You know what I
don't
mean?
necessarily believe that, and I don't believe that in his day-to-day lifestyle and actions that he was not cooperating and not complying with the beast system matrix. I think he's one of its best customers. I think that every dollar that he got, he gave 30% to his corporate masters and all the rest of it. I don't know what the founders went. This is a very simple thing I have to keep coming back to. You got a guy in my chat, Carl Lentz, who literally has been to court dozens, hundreds of times. Almost nobody knows him the way he should be known. He is above and beyond Charlie Kirk and his Masonic nonsense. He's a yapper and a mouthpiece. He's not active in doing anything different than anybody else. Therefore, he's not worth anything in front of the eyes of God. He's in name only.
I mean, I
That's
get
the point. The point is we live in a society and a culture where they make the people who are meaningless get the most time, energy, and attention and money. So then they can destroy him in front of everybody and go, look what happens when even you don't try to do anything different and we just don't like you. One big setup. And the people just suck right into it. I don't see the people saying Paul Unslaved and Carl Lentz and others in droves are living what we need to live, and we're going to live it as well. That's the thing they're all scared of. They're not scared that you're all going to go question maybe the state of Israel and its motives, but never do anything different. They don't fucking care. They love it. It sows dissent and more chaos they can create order out of. The thing they're scared of, and the thing they know they're powerless to, is all of us waking up, saying we're not going to comply, and litigating properly at court, and whooping them, and getting paid to do it. That's a fucking competition. That's a threat. That's a different bottom line. He and others aren't doing any of that. They're paying the corporation for the privilege to complain.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So do you
Their
believe
followers
that
aren't doing anything different. Their followers are paying slave tax, voting for masters, getting licenses to use all their property.
Idiots. They can't think for themselves. You got, and another thing, when you watch these followers, some of these followers might be getting paid by other people to actually show up and do those stupid kind of events, because they had that during Biden.
There's no reason to do the event if you're not doing the activism. The event is supposed to showcase your activism. If it's not, it's idol worship. It's fraud.
Yeah.
It's entertainment.
Yeah, it's fraud.
It's power games.
So
it's political science endeavors. It's all those things and more. What it's not is what it's not. And where you see what it is with other people, we see who's not there and who's not covering it. It's not by accident. It's not a coincidence. I, in my little hole in the behind you in the back of YouTube, has gotten the attention of mainstream media at one point. You know what they did? Demonized me. I didn't get chairs and opportunities to go to other places. I had a couple opportunities, like a handful, to deal with big content creators who I couldn't deal with because they were bought out and on the take and had no soul. So I never even got the opportunity to be let in the door of anything else because I'm stamped day one as someone who's never going to go along with it. Charlie Kirk is 10 layers down into the PSYOP. Are you kidding? Again, we don't have to listen to what anybody says, including me. Just watch what everyone's doing and not doing, and you'll establish where the power and value is and where it's not. They want you to think the power and value is with Charlie Kirk. That's what this is all about. So you say, I am Charlie Kirk, and then live like him and argue with the libs. You don't do nothing that takes away from these people's bottom line or changes the power dynamic at all. At all.
Yeah, you're just being another slave.
Right.
To some point. Yeah,
So again, that's the one set of standards and principles. If you address in public, everyone's going to turn to you and say you're a sovereign citizen wacko. Now let's get back to left-right arguing in politics. Let's go speak on campuses. Let's do events. Let's do entertainment and content.
Yeah, a bunch of time wasting.
That's it. That's all it is. And that's what Shaitan comes here to do. Kill, steal, destroy, suck your time with a bunch of deceptions. And it's working.
Yeah.
For the most part, it's working. I'm in my corner of YouTube with a couple dozen or 100 people actually doing the work, and like one metric at a time, one step at a time, one brick at a time, building something toward the end of this, right? While the rest of these people skip the line and pretend to be at the head of the line and like they're in the know and they're doing something, and it's all just co-opting and corruption. They don't have the goods, right?
Yeah.
That proves what they are as well. You're willing to show up and take millions of dollars and not even do the activism and sit here and watch and know other people like me and others are and not offer us a position as if I would take it, right? That's why they don't offer it. They know who's on the take and who's not.
It's a money game, and like the Bible
says. Of course
says,
it is. And money is a reflection of power, and there's two kinds of power here. True power with God and the truth and service, and false power in and of the world, right? We know who these people are. Yeah. We should be able to spot them by the way they look, how their hair is done, and the way they talk. I don't mean to judge a book by its cover, but please. It's ridiculous at this point. They make these people in a factory, it seems. These are not real people.
Like
they're not doing real shit. You're black, sir. You said that. I don't identify with that, but real N-words do real things. That's what some black folks used to tell me. That's what they taught me, right? The hoes want to hear it. The men want to see it. Look for what a motherfucker's doing if you want to learn who they are. Yapping on a campus ain't the alpha and omega of all this. Far from it.
Yeah, well...
We used to have real activists who didn't comply, who got shot or shot at, who went to prison regularly, who were about rights and freedom and principles. We used to have that. We don't have that anymore. We got a bunch of inauthentic corporate male cowards cashing in millions of dollars to argue online.
Yeah, like that guy Destiny. I don't even know who that creep is. I was watching the Piers Morgan show, and the black dude, he left because I think the injured dude, he was arguing with him. And so they invited the Destiny dude, and he was coked up. It made no sense. He was just babbling on about nonsense. So we had about 4 grown people on national television acting like kids. You know what I mean? On the Piers Morgan show. And I said, damn, they act like damn kids, arguing. I said, man, they just look bad. If anything, man, I just hope God comes back and I could just get rid of these people once and for all.
All right, I'm going to let you go. So you're getting dark and morbid. Not that we're not a friend of that on this broadcast, far from it, but we've had enough.
I'm just talking about Satanist people. They just need to go. Whatever.
Listen, the reality of it, dude, is if you look within, you find that it exists within all of us. So it'd be hypocritical to cast judgment and aspersion on others. We just have to understand that if you do this, you get this. It's that simple. You do this, you get this. And talking about all this other shit doesn't change doing this and getting this. You act like a slave, you get treated like one. If you pay to use your body and all your property, you're a fucking slave. What else would you call it? They considered Pharaoh 2,000 years ago to have slaves, and those slaves were charged 20% on what they made. That's that's how they were considered slaves. They used to pay 20% to use their own property and their own land. You guys are way beyond that. You guys are double that percentage at this point. So how is it called slavery in Pharaoh's time with 20%? You guys are up around 30 to 50% when all is said and done, and you don't consider it slavery? Charlie Kirk yapping about left-right politics doesn't change what always has been and will always be, and is getting worse. Activism does, potentially.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to let you go, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Pete.
go ahead. Yeah.
I got some other calls to make. God help me.
All right.
You were good, though. I like you.
Yeah.
Hang around, man. Hang around. Call back.
I will.
All right. 912. All right, let's make this quick. The only broadcast that calls you back. I got to get the hell out of here. Hi, this is Paul. Hi, this is Paul.
You have reached mailbox number 647.
Practice my greeting there. Okay. 312. We're going down the list. See? Back to you, folks. Daddy loves you. Hi, this is Daddy. Hi, this is Daddy. Hi, this is Daddy. That's kind of creepy. Start off that way. Come on, you see me calling. Cut it out. They call in a huff, and then they wait a little bit, and then you call them back, and they go, I'm not really into it now.
The subscriber you are trying to reach is not available. Please leave your message.
Right. What does that even mean, subscriber? Everyone's a damn subscriber now. There's just no, even on the message, there's just no more people. It's got to be a follower, a fucking subscriber. All right, 312-647-912. I'm not giving out numbers. Those are all area codes. Relax. Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, 586.
Yeah. Hi.
This is your DoorDash driver. I got a order for you. I'm outside, man.
No, I don't get DoorDash much, but I appreciate it.
All right. It's me. You got me. What's going on, man? Questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, much respect. I recently discovered your channel and your feed, and I'm loving it. You speak a lot of good truth, and so I do appreciate you. I just showed up today, though, so I'm curious on your main point about Charlie Kirk. I do think he was an activist, but I heard you say that he's not. I'm curious if you could expand on that a little.
Right. They're asking me if I support Israel. I'm saying no, but I'm also showing an image of me in full Orthodox garb. But I can do that because turns out the guys in Orthodox garb don't support Israel as well. So that's kind of confusing to people. Kind of like when they see me in my Masonic garb with my chimpanzee that I ran for president. Because I had an idea, a grand idea, great idea, a new world order run by the animal kingdom, a world where peace would be more readily available because animals just want an enclosure. They just want some plants to nibble on, maybe a ball or something in there. They're not into like backroom deals, human trafficking, slutting people out beyond a certain point, right? I mean, animals can get frisky, but they're pretty wholesome and like straight to the point. What you see is kind of what you get, I figured if we elect a group of chimpanzees overnight, immediately things will get better. There'll be way less war, way less money hungry, power hungry, just power games. And all right, let's get back to what you were saying. Something about Charlie Kirk, activist, non-activist. This will be simple. Can you tell me what his activism was? What he was doing that was like going against the system, as it were, at play, like on the ground, technically, day to day?
Okay, I guess I was thinking that his main method was just college debate. So that's just what he did. Why wouldn't that be considered activism if he's just trying to get people to think critically?
How do you get people to think critically if you're not thinking critically? How do you give away what you don't have?
Yeah, are you saying he was very for the system, like very system focused? I mean, that's a good point.
He's a $1 million status baby who doesn't know anything outside of the world he's grown up in, does not understand Americanism, but fundamentally, republicanism, conservatism, apparently. This is like...
Yeah, he for sure wasn't about sovereign citizen stuff, which I'm pretty new to, but it's very inspiring.
Right. He's not about the one thing where the real power and value is because he's a plant. He doesn't even have to know he's a plant to be a plant. Because if I came across Charlie Kirk and the rest of these I support Israel till we don't crowd, because they can't figure it out. How can I figure it out 2 decades ago, sir? How do I know this is all coming? How do I prepare for it? How am I out ahead of it? How do I critically think and ask the right questions to get the right answers? But your activists and your leaders can't figure it out as someone's looking down an Israeli scope at them, according to you.
That's such a good point.
Thank you.
I've been exposed to, like, now that you say that, I have to admit my own fault. Because I never arrived at any of these conclusions on my own. I've always heard them from people like you. So I guess like that's my own weakness. I don't even critically think. So I'm curious, how did you arrive to it on your own? Like I think Alex Jones or
I
David
have this
Icke.
thing I do where I don't believe anything anyone tells me. Started with my parents, went to my teachers, went to my employers. I just have this thing where most of the shit people tell me, I presume is shit people tell me. I don't even internalize it. I have this internal guidance mechanism that I presume is either God or just my insane pride and ego. That's what they tell me. But it just immediately shuts down and it goes, bullshit. It's the greatest thing ever, right? It's the worst thing ever if you want to get along at parties, because people are just constantly bullshitting themselves and me throughout the day and trying to cope and think I'm going to enjoy the cope with them, right? So, yeah, there's a bit of instinct and intuition. There's a bit of hard knocks in life where the people closest to me have bullshitted me, lied to me, and betrayed me. That has woken me up to the fact that most things are not what they seem. Believe half of what you see and none of what you hear, right? So you got folks running around believing everything they see and everything they hear, and then arguing about sources and all the rest of it and saying critically thinking and using buzzwords, right? And I appreciate you because you're honest with yourself and others enough to go, you know what? How am I going to get critical thinking from someone who's not doing critical thinking and is repeating what we heard from everyone else in the sector? Nothing new, nothing different. And that's fine because the truth is always the same. So you're going to see repetition. The point is they're repeating known lies and they're passing it off as some profound truth that's going to be life-changing. It's not. The majority of what they talk about is just the base level of common sense. Oh, a man is this, a woman is this. Yeah. Can we get into the statism? Can we get into fascism being the merger of state and corporate powers? Can we get into the fact the United States is a self-defined corporation? Can we get into the fact the states are corporate entities? They're ruling us with thousands of policies and codes. This is the obvious reality that jumps out at the individual and everybody, and it's never talked about. And if you bring it to their lily white table, they're going to say, Paulie's a white N-word. He's not MAGA country. He won't wave the flag. He won't suck boot. He won't be with the troops doing expansionism and working for Israel. He's not with all the statism and tyranny. But somehow, these people who are activists, who are critical thinkers, they support the troops. They support the police. They support thousands of codes for everybody so that when it comes time, we can have the CDC lock us all down and take our livelihoods. They support all that. They pay into all that.
Right. Now that you say that, like everything I ever heard Charlie say was very surface level, like pro-Republican and pro-surface level Christianity, none of the deeper stuff.
Right. They never live like Jesus and they never tell us how Jesus lived because that there would go their career in bullshitting you and everybody else for profit. And they're doing handsome at it too. They got a handsome grip going.
It comes down to the money, always does. And that's so greedy and selfish. I hate it.
And it's also power, right? We all want to be seen and heard. We all want to think we have a voice or an understanding. We all want to pretend or at least live or be to some extent a leader in ourselves and our life and our community, right? And our flesh enjoys the accreditation, right? You're not going to convince me. Charlie's the perfect guy who knows when to run this I'm humble bullshit rap on all the rest of you and you eat it right up. I love playing the bad guy. I love putting the truth in your face and being the bad guy for it. I love calling people slaves here because the reality of the secret is that I reveal here is there's a coward in me just like there is in everybody. And if I don't check it and watch it, it's going to get the better of me. I'm not above and beyond anyone here. But I'd rather go the other way if I'm going to be disingenuous and say, I'm a god of all media. You're a bunch of fucking slaves. So you can get what I'm talking about rather than go, oh no, there's never a time for this. And it's all God and this and that. People do that when they're never active, right? The humbleness is for the inactive. The ones who are active are too busy going, we need to do this now. Because this is what the answer is, right? All that fake, modest, humbleness, humility shit is a great mask for cowardice. That's all it is. And most voting, middle class, average American slaves love that shit. They eat it right. Charlie's such a good boy, you know? He's so humble and modest. No, he wears a great mask to cover his cowardice. When you start practicing courage and realize the value in it, you stop leaning on humbleness and humility because you understand we don't need to do that other than in front of the truth and before God. Let's have humbleness and humility before God and the truth, not before our fellow man so they can see us as good people. It's all bullshit. If you really had humbleness and humility before God and the truth, you wouldn't sit in everybody's face and collect millions of dollars to talk statism. Give me a break. It's the antithesis of humble with humility. They don't even understand what it is when it's in their face. They don't even know what it means. These words in terms of what the experience is. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, and how convenient that is. I can tell you truly love the truth.
Yeah, I love my country as well, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I thought I loved my fellow man. I thought they loved me in the truth and God back. Boy, was I fucking mistaken.
Yeah, I found that out.
Boy, was I mistaken. You want to get a wake-up call on this? Do the damn activism and watch what you get back. That'll really wake you up and send you for a trip. These people never been on that trip because they never did the work. They stopped at, we're going to cult and feel good, and I'm going to get a bunch of money and benefits, and you're all going to love me, and we're going to love each other. You didn't get real. Because when you get real, you do real shit, and you get real results. And then you see how real everyone else is, how fake they are. Right? How they'll talk nice about you because they know you're doing what they need to be doing, but then trash you over here because you're not humble with humility enough, because I'm encouraging them to be empowered. Because I'm trying to put some fire up under their ass and get some passion back into them, right? You don't ever hear and see and feel these people talk like how I talk, with a care for truth, with a passion, willing to give anything up to be given everything back, to then give it away to everybody for free. You don't ever see them talk and feel and do what the fuck I do. So that's how I know who and what they are, because I'm no different than them. I got the same two sides they do.
Yeah, that fakeness is just a different strategy to try to gain control or power. A few years back, I did a lot of research. In like different economic systems. It's like, okay, capitalism has a lot of flaws, and just with my background, I thought the financial system was at the core of it. So I explored all like economic futurism and socialism and everything. And out of everyone I talked to, like it was just a different side of like the same power game that I saw. Like it all comes down to human nature. And I think it's that pride, like at the core of it.
Right. There's a fine line there. I'm not saying I don't cross over that at certain points, but there's a fine line between confidence and faith in God and the truth, and an overwhelming passion and care to share that and light a fire in all of us to be the flame and the light, to light this world and to burn out the corruption and the tyranny from the inside out of us, right? And the outside in. There's a difference between that and false pride, that you're above it all, but you're also humble and modest, and you speak all the seeming right things, and you cash a big check, and you dupe everybody to be a part of your cult and pay into it and be disempowered by it. And then everybody loves you because the subconscious is, Charlie never turned to himself and his audience and said, I'm a coward and a fraud, and so is everyone here. We need to do and be and have better. Because if he did, he wouldn't be liked. So it's the antithesis of humbleness and humility. I've shown that here, right? That's the point. And they don't receive it as such because of the way that I show it, the tone that I use, right? I've said it before. I say, I'm the heroin addict. I'm the one with no career prospects and no degrees. I'm the one who stepped out in faith on doing what's true and what's right and trying to put a sacrifice on my body to understand the law and get results at court, right? So that's a godly walk. That's a real walk. And more has been shown from that to inspire others to do the work. That work, if that work was done on every corner of this land, this fucking conversation would be done and over with. It'd be you statists, totalitarians, all slaving each other and having to pay each other, and the rest of us living off to the side like the Amish and the Indians, smoking peyote, smoking our reefer, living off the land, growing our vegetables with a clean reservation where they can't spray anything over the top of us. And that's that. And you all can have your fucking jurisdiction where you all go to hell together, and we'll have our jurisdiction where we build the kingdom of heaven together. Fucking simple, done and over. It's going to take real work. It's going to take us being real with ourselves and each other, not a bunch of garden party events. Sorry, the uncomfortable truth is still the truth.
Yeah, that was a wake-up call I needed. It's like there's an internal compass that I have, And I know that I've suppressed it out of fear from abuse from family or employers or whatever.
And that's the thing I love in you. When I say I love people, it's not like everyone else does. So if I say it, don't think I'm love bombing and don't think I'm going to come with an energy like everyone else. If I say I love you here and now in this moment, I love the spirit inside of you that's inside of me that's about to wake the fuck up and potentially be a part of the change here. So I can honestly say I love you. Not the rest of you. I probably don't like you, just like I don't like a lot of aspects of me. But I love that spirit in you that resonates with the spirit of me that I know is the answer to the problems we face. And I can work with it and live with it all fucking day, every day.
Yeah,
it's meant to be.
I love that spirit too.
That's true love. The first word is true. You can't have true love without truth. And the truth is we're all oneself on the highest level. And on the lowest level, the only difference is our perspective, understanding, and actions. And that's the biggest divide, right? Of course.
Yeah. Hey,
So
man,
what
that
we're
was
really
so
talking
encouraging
about
to me,
here, as much as I come off like a prick and an asshole, and I probably am in a lot of ways, what we're really talking about here at the core is self-care and self-love. Because a being who loves himself and care for themselves would never let them, their body, and everything that extends off them be property of a state of corporation. Somebody who loves and cares about themselves would never let Lily White, Charlie Kirk speak for them. Okay? Just be clear about it. Somebody who loves and cares about themselves, their country, God, their life, the truth, wouldn't go to court and let somebody like Charlie Kirk in a suit talk for them again and play the fucking game again, right? So what we're really talking about here is idol worship, because most of you motherfuckers don't really love and care about yourself. You don't love your life. You don't love the truth. You don't love your land and your country and your fellow man. And the spirit, more importantly, that dwells within your fellow man. If you did, we'd know you for doing something other than fucking yapping about the left and the right. Give me a break. Can't say it enough.
Yeah, you just called that out most accurately I've ever heard. Wow. Yeah, you can't have love without the truth. Yeah, you have to.
You also can't have freedom without true love. You can't have true love without freedom. These are all opposing dynamics, reflective dynamics that people keep missing or forgetting about, right? So if you're not truly free, then you don't have true love and care. And if you don't have true love and care, you'll always be a fucking slave. And that's exactly what these dynamics prove.
There's evidence in my own life too.
Of course there is. I can't talk about something that applies to me and it not show up in your life because we're oneself on the highest level. On the lowest level, the only gap is the perspective, the understanding, and the application. That's what's so fascinating about this place. I can't talk a truth that's true for me on some level and it not be true for everyone else here. The question is, can they see it, understand it, and then walk it? This is why debating is so hilarious. I don't even get involved in debating. If I did, I would just run rings around these people. How are you going to debate? How are you going to debate when you don't even have the truth on your side and not on the right side of history? You're living a lie. So all I had to do is point out who and what you are and what you do, and the debate's over. It's just laughable. You know, it's just the debate has become a profitable way for inauthentic corporate males to simulate warfare and never actually have to be involved in a coming of age story where they seek truth and become empowered and set free. And then the question is, once you do all that, now what do I do with it? You've never even gotten conceived of that, let alone got to that point. So it's like debating is hilarious to me. You're going to get a bunch of people who are under mind and heart control living a lie to argue which side of the lie is more true. It's a fool's errand. All this is over and over again. A bunch of fools engaged in a fool's errand, living in a fool's paradise. Oh, we got 12 million. We got the big house. We're known for big numbers. We're talking on campus. We're the head of a movement. All this lingo I watch them use. All the humble, modest people. We're heads of movements. You know, we're changing the game. No, you're not. You're co-opting and you're telling my story again. This is exactly what I imagine the gangster rapper goes through when he watches P. Diddy and Jay-Z come out and tell his story and get $12 million and go, I was on the block hustling rock, you know, had the gun in my sock. And then they're like, no, you weren't. You were on campus. You're a college graduate. You have LLCs. That was me. I was doing that. And I don't take kindly to you telling my story as yours when you ain't about it. If you were about it, I'd be fucking with you harder than anybody else in a positive sense. I'd be right behind you and right next to you. I'd take a bullet for you at that point. I've been dying to find motherfuckers who are doing what I'm doing on a certain level. And some of them have come forth. But you expect me to believe Charlie Kirk and everybody else who orbits around him is that and is doing that? No. They're LARPing. They're pretending they're doing that. Their result shows the cause and effect results and the prerequisite actions tell a very different story, right? These folks are studio gangsters. They're studio patriots is all it really amounts to. And I get it, man. You know, it's testing and challenging. I have fear all the time when I have to confront that if I'm going to do certain things, I'm putting my life on the line every time I do it. They might whack me or throw me in a box. And then I say, well, I believe that not only this is the greatest high in the world, but this is what needs to be done. So what else am I doing here? Right? It just starts to put everything in perspective. Like what I'm here to just what? Work, pay for my shit, have land, have a house, grow some stuff, and then what? You know? So, hey man, maybe that's just me. I have an aspect of me that has always been a bit on the edge, has always been a bit, I'd rather not live if this is what it is. What they would say is potentially suicidal, right? Paulie boy would rather put his life at risk regularly to get some kind of high or fulfillment from living than to just live like the rest of us and mix in. Yeah. And that's a detriment to me in a past life when I was on drugs and dealing with gang members. That now is potentially a saving grace because I'm willing to do what others aren't. And that's where greatness appears, right? Doesn't mean that I am that as a flesh, but I am that comes through us and works with these experiences. And that's where greatness is made manifest. You know, and we can't bring greatness to most of these people's tables because right away they'll marginalize us and judge us and try to say we're wacky and stupid. Well, will Charlie Kirk and others, he's dead now, but will other heads of the movement like to go on record with IQ tests and all the rest of it? I don't think you're going to like what you find. I think a lot of you are legends in your own mind. You think you're very intelligent in the know people, and you're heavily deceived. And most of your deception is self-deception. You can't blame anybody else for it. You're just not willing to look in the mirror and confront who and what you are, what you've always been, what you've helped to create, and what it signifies and symbolizes as a culture, a community, and a society. And the answer is inauthentic corporate males and females who are cowardly at their core and go along to get along when the rubber meets the road. They're not willing to opt out anywhere in their life. Shit, I got fuck Charlie Kirk and all these people. I got this beef and this gripe with Mark Passio and Larkin Rose and all them. They're supposed to be above and beyond the status and the fascists. They're supposed to be anarchists. They believe in no masters, no slaves. Every one of them has a mortgage. Every one of them's in debt. Every one of them follows policies and codes. None of them try to travel freely in their cars, as far as what I've seen. We've all known them for 10 years on here, never seen it once, never heard of a court date with any of them. How could you be an anarchist or a patriot and never find yourself in the court of the red coat? Doesn't add up to me. Just like when the guy in the trap says, how do you sell drugs for 20 years, Sean Combs and Diddy, and never have to go to court or never wind up in a box? The rest of us seem to go regularly, right? Those of you who are in those neighborhoods doing that activity know jail's a regular occurrence. You get used to it. You expect to go there. So when I hear you're a kingpin and you're this and you're that, you're a patriot, whatever, and you ain't got the bodies and you ain't done the time, I don't believe you. And for good reason. If it don't make sense, something's not true. And if you are an anarchist and you believe in no masters, no slaves, that means you're going to have 10 different ways in your life. You're not going to be conforming. So you're going to find yourself in trouble regularly. Kind of like Paulie boy. 6 cases in 5 years. I'm averaging, one a year, one every 6 months. I'm due for one. It's been about a year since my last one. Gun charges, trespassing charges, being on property I had contract to buy. And you know what all the statist coward slaves came to my channel to say, most of them? Paulie, you're a poor sovereign citizen. You were probably squatting on that land. So I went and pulled out the contract for 70 racks. And that we were in contract and signed the paperwork and going to take possession of that land. And we were assessing it, right? So I had a right to be there. Did they back me? Did they support me? Did they even mention or cover the results of the dismissal? The cops not even showing up at court? The prosecutor getting shut down? No. They didn't report on any of it. They continued to lie about me and the woman I was with for clicks and views. And that's why they're damned in their judgment. They just don't know it yet. See? It's all going to come down on them at some point, and I'll be sitting there laughing and giggling because I've already had to face my death over and over again. I've already had to face this outcome in many forms over and over again. They've yet to do it, right? So they're going to have hell to pay when that time comes, and Paulie Boy's going to get the last laugh because we'll all have to sit with who and what we are, what we've done up until then, and what the meaning of it is or not, right? What does it signify? So you like it, I love it. That's the bottom line. That's what I tell everyone at this point. Because ultimately, I do what I do for me, right? And because it's what I'm formed to do. I don't need any other reason to do it. You know, it's like that, I had a bit that I would do at one point with these people just to kind of be tongue in cheek and kind of trigger. I would say, I don't, I shouldn't, we don't really need to go here, but whatever, we could do it. I would say something along the lines of the lion doesn't fuck to prove that it can fuck. It fucks because that's its nature. And it just does what it's designed to do. So it's the same thing like with myself. Really, past all the stuff that these people are all clawing for, it's none of that for me. I just do what I do because it's what I'm designed to do. Always has been, always will be, till it's not. Right? And I think that's what the whole point here is for all of us. At our core, we all have this spirit, and that's what we're designed to do. You do it because that's what you're designed to do and be. If you don't, then you're not really a human being. And that's why folks are getting treated the way they're getting treated. You fail to invoke humanity here and the soul of our beingness, you get treated like property, like an animal, like a slave.
Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna let you go, man. I think we got to the point of it. I'm looping here anyway, as if we didn't know, right? It's a loop within a loop, wheel within a wheel. That's the mandala.
Can I ask you one thing?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm like frozen in your truth right now. In truth, it's
You're
amazing.
high on
If
life
you were
right
to
now.
give- For real.
I'm
If you
pushing
were to give
truthies
me-
out here.
If you
Just
were to give
understand,
me
man, the first one's free. Everything after this, you're gonna have to come with it. You're gonna have to look out for the old boy. There's gonna be some favors. I'm gonna get you right under my wing. You may have to make memes. It might get crazy, man. You might have to make memes, thumbnails. Who knows? You may have to create not free Israel. This guy's confusing me down there. You may have to create "We Love Israel" signs and shit like that. Go ahead.
If you were to give me and your viewers one piece of advice on connecting to that truth, I mean, I would go. My initial thought is prayer. But like, what advice do you have for us to like actually tune in and connect with that?
That would be the first step, right? Call out to it, I would say. Sincerely encourage whatever the God of creation is to start showing itself through you in your life. And then be prepared, because what people oftentimes think is, oh, I prayed to God and God is love, so everything was supposed to get better. No, you pray to God that it works in your life and within you, and it's going to start giving you some tests and challenges to see where the fuck you're at. Because it wants to know if it can use you. Can it really use you? The same way I will on here. I'll test you and challenge you in certain ways because I want to know, can we work together? Can we co-create something? Can I use you, so to speak, in quotes, right? So don't get to thinking that all the time God's going to come with a miracle and your life's going to be nice, kind, pretty, and polite. No, God's going to shake some shit up, and it's going to start showing you the devil and everybody around you. And it's going to ask you, you want to continue to co-create with this and be equally yoked with this? Or are you going to go your own way and do this? It may show you the devil in yourself and turn everybody against you in order for you to go on a lonely walk to rediscover yourself. It may put you in a box for 2 or 3 days, because you know what I found doing this walk? And this is why I know the rest of them ain't got it. When you go to a box for a day, 2, 3 days, this is why most of the greatest artists and activists did some of their best work when it came to writing or preaching, supposedly ministry, was during or after the box. Because when you get taken to the box, there's nobody and nothing left to distract you. It's just you and yourself and whatever that God is that you're going to find yourself trying to find more and more while you're there, because you ain't got the food and the internet and the sex and the occupation, the job, right? It's nothing but you and yourself. And you're forced to find higher self there, quote unquote, which to me is the experience of God. So you start to realize, as much as the box is Satan's cage oftentimes is where God is found the quickest, right? And that's why so many folks who go to prison find God, quote unquote, right? Or have an experience of God, because it's the first place they really start fucking looking. They didn't really start before then, right? So this is where, let's say, Paulie's crazy. He wants to get a whole generation locked up. Whatever. I'm telling you my experience. I'm telling you the experience of Jesus, according to them, that the being had to go to a box, could not rely on a lawyer, had to stay faithful in God and speak that truth and stand on it, whether he's reconciled or not. That's going to be in God's hands. Takes all the power completely out of your hands beyond a certain point and out of the supposed masters of this world and the God of this world's hands, because it no longer can put fear on you, right? So, you know, like I said earlier, the guy said, well, surely enlightenment can't come from self-chosen suffering. No, that's exactly how it comes. The same way I'm saying in this, on this vein, the same idea. Most people who go to jail, they find God or have an experience of God because it's the first time they ever really, with their whole heart, start looking, because they got nothing else in and of the world to distract them and take their time, energy, attention, and resources. Right? So for all you folks who are so cowardly and you think you're of good faith and honorability and you're scared to go to the fucking box, you are potentially missing out on an opportunity to get closer to God, because it's going to take everything else away from you that stands in between you and that force. Right? But you probably ain't ready, because the more you cultivate that experience, the more is going to be expected of you. And you may not be able to bear that burden just yet. Right? So part of this game is, it seems, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. When you're ready to really step out and do this work and get some challenges, it's going to start working with you. And it's going to put you around people in certain places with things you may not expect. And it's going to ask something of you. If you step back and look at the dynamics, you'll see, oh, it's asking this of me in this situation. You got to cultivate discernment as well to try to understand what this thing wants from you. Right? It's not about what we want. It's about what God wants from us to do God's will. So you're going to have to get better at discerning where the patterns are, where the codes are, right? How it all works together and connects. Because I do believe it does. As crazy as that is to our logical mind, there is some connection and order to this shit. I've been in the cell, bro. I had the guy next to me who I came in with, started beating on the door. He goes, I'm going to beat on this door all night till you let me out. I took a different approach. I just sat there. I sat in the corner. I was peaceful, quiet, and as caring as I could muster, right? I try to get into that mode. And I'm probably more of that, like I said, as scary as it is, I'm probably more of that when I'm in there surrounded by chaos than I am out here in the free world. So again, they're both different polarities of our beingness. It doesn't mean there's only one way to the top of the mountain. There's multiple ways to the top of the mountain. There's only one top of the mountain, if that makes sense. So he wound up getting let out, right? They were going to keep us both. He wound up getting let out for beating on the door. He did it after me, right? So the first initial interaction was me sitting there quietly with a care and just surrendering my will to God. The woman walked past my door twice, and she came right to my door. Didn't do it with anyone else. This is what I find fascinating. Didn't do it with anyone else. Came to my door and said, you got to come out of here. I said, why? She goes, you don't belong in here. I go, what does that mean? Because now because I love the game, right? And I'm like, I'm not gonna presume anything, but I want to hear it from them. You tell me what you're doing, how God's working through you without you knowing, right? So she goes, you got to come out of here. You ain't, you know. And I said, no. But Captain says I'm supposed to be in here. The head of the jail came in and said, he and this guy are going to sit in here. They're not going to be in General Pop. We're going to put them in the cell to sit with themselves and God. And I go, this fool doesn't even realize what he's invoking. So she came around and she made a determination, little lowly old her, right? Based on her conscience, that I didn't belong in there and I was going to come out and they were going to process me and let me go right then and there. Right. Then he saw me walking out calm, cool, and collected, giving them notice, them walking me out, me not paying no bail, not signing nothing, because I started to put them on notice and I wasn't going to comply and cooperate and they're not going to, you know, overrun me. So he started going wild. Right, because he saw me being walked out and he goes, well, how is this motherfucker getting out and why are they leaving me? He started beating on the door. He told them, if you don't let me the fuck out of here, I'm keeping everybody up all night. So they eventually, an hour or so later, let him out as well. But again, like I told the guy earlier, man, I got 1,000 of these stories where the spirit of God within me moved people, places, and things around me for everything to work out exactly how it was supposed to, regardless of probability. And that's very difficult for the logical mind, the rational mind to comprehend or reconcile. But there seems to be some smoke to that fire. So, and then another time in that jail, I had another experience where I was getting an audible record on the camera because they had me in suicide watch with no contact. And I was probably 2 or 3 days in, and 2 or 3 days in, you start to get a little whatever because they keep the lights on. You don't get much sleep. There's noise, all this shit, and you're by yourself. So I started getting record. Hey, they've had me here for this long. That's okay because I know I'm being tested, but ultimately I'm putting you on record now with this videotape because we're going to go to court at some point and I'm going to use this as evidence. You interfere with my property and rights and you have me in inhumane conditions. And again, that's fine because I know that God is testing me, right? She came right over, some woman, not the same woman, came right over the speaker. She was listening because I was saying it audibly in a cell by myself to the camera, trying to get something on record that I could use later, right? Trying to inspire myself too. Because they ask why I do this broadcast the way I do. The same way I do a broadcast when I'm in a jail cell. I look right up in the camera and I say, I know you're interfering with me and my property and rights. And I know that on some level, God is testing me. And this is what I'm going to do. And when we get there, this is what's going to happen. Because I got to keep myself going. I got to keep myself inspired and faithful. If not, then that devil's going to take over me. Right? I'm going to start doubting myself, hating on myself, being afraid, wanting to try to get in touch with other people, see if I can get drugs or whatever the fuck, go on medications from the nurse, whatever it is. So she came right over the intercom. She said, you study natural law, don't you? I said, I not only study it, I teach it and I live it. She said, yeah, I can tell. We'll get you along here, right? So that to me was another example of even in Satan's lot behind the wall where it's its darkest and people are forgotten about, we have links to the otherworldly, right? I was going to say the outside world, but the otherworldly, they got a spirit in them just as well. You don't think that it knows what's going on. You don't think it has influence. You don't think that if they see a certain person with a certain energy, it's going to move them, right? And this is why I've had people this whole time, they'll yell, why is he free? How come we don't get the same outcome? Because I'm pure in heart, because I try to be honorable in good faith, because I try to surrender the rest, because I try to come with some love and care. And because most of these people, even the most soul broken, feel me on some level and they move different, right? And I believe that is the presence of God. And I believe we need to cultivate that more and more because that is our truest resource, right? The word is resource. That is source beingness. That is who and what we are at our core beyond all the fear and how fear manifests as anger and, doubt and all the rest of this stuff. So, yeah, man, I don't know how we got off on that or how I went down that road. I got to get to some other folks, man. What was your name again?
Dennis,
I appreciate you, man. I think that you're one of the few people, if not one of the only ones who was brought here today for whatever reason that the universe has in store. We've seen this many times before, but I just don't believe in coincidences beyond a certain point. So I think you were meant to be here today, hear some of what I had to say, kind of change your perspective and potentially make your and other people's experience here a little bit more fulfilling and rewarding, if that makes sense. So I appreciate you being part of that process, man.
Yeah, me too.
All right, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to try to check in with a couple other people. I'm an hour and a half over my allotted time. This is always what happens. Testament to my unwavering service to the people and my love for truth. All right, I'm going to let you go, man.
Good, thanks, man.
Thank you, Dennis. Where are we at? We got 586-312. These are the area codes, 647-912. I think we got to 252 yet. 252, the only broadcast that calls you back.
The wireless customer you are calling is not available.
All right, whatever. All right, I think I'm going to end it there. We'll come back. We'll try to get to the clips next time. It's a good problem to have if you're a broadcaster and you do 3.5 hours of talking and somehow hold an audience and never get to the clips. That's probably a good problem to have. A lot of folks on here have the opposite problem. So I'm thankful and grateful and blessed even for my looping. That's how I want to see it. But you guys will be the final judge as always. Like, share, subscribe if you're into it. If not, tell me to go fuck myself in comments. Tell me I'm a loser failure. I'm poor and broke. I'm whatever you want me to be. Right? Daddy loves you no matter what. Okay? Try to practice that. Uh-oh. Got a call. That's 252. 252. How are you? Let me guess. Cage. 252. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you? How are you? What's your name?
Who's
What's your
this?
name? Paul Unslave. I'm your DoorDash driver. I'm outside, man. Do you want me to leave it and knock or no knock or what's the deal?
Yeah, you can drop it off and
Oh, it's
whatever.
Truth or Cop. How are you, Douglas? What can I do for you? Questions, comments, concerns?
Well, I'm over on fucking TML's fucking panel. The machine lies at the machine lies right now. I mean,
Right.
I was trying to fucking call in earlier. I had a little bit going, dude. It's a little late to call me now. You call me back now. You want me now, huh?
I don't understand why people in chat are losing their mind over my Israeli background. I'm trolling and baiting here. Can we get with it?
You wait.
You
ties to Israel?
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm not really into state of Israel. Quite the opposite. I'm doing this as a bit. It's a gag. It's a bait and switch.
Yeah. And they're not getting it.
No, they're not getting it. Still, we're 4.5 hours. We're 4 weeks into this, and they're not getting it.
Oh my god.
This is how I
don't know
generate
how to help you,
engagement.
man. Like, you got to try like a split test of your community. Can you like stream to two different audiences at once? And try like an A/B split test.
Right, I'm going with what this person says. The background needs more stars of RemFam. You know?
Oh, I did see your background. Oh, that's why they're getting it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Come on, man. That's gonna. You know that. Okay.
White
This is how dull and stupid these people are.
Are you appealing to white supremacists right now?
I'm appealing to whatever's going to create engagement, so I can get to the truth nobody wants to look at. It's a move to a move. You know.
Well, I think you might be appealing to the white supremacist demographic at this point in time.
Michelle
I might call them
Casey.
out for that.
Hold on, Truth or Cop. Michelle Casey, thank you for your contribution and support. Anything helps here. Okay, we're much like Charlie Kirk's wife, who's reportedly worth $12 million and needs another $6 million from GoFundMe. Okay, I'll be happy with just 1/10 of that. I'm really easy to please. I'm a really cheap date. You know, quite frankly, I deserve it more. Some have said. I won't say that because I'm very humble and modest. Don't you know? All right, Douglas, where are we going with this? I think I'm ready to wrap up, man.
Yeah. Well, I would just accuse him of being that goes maybe for a moment. And
You're cutting out. Accuse him of being anti-Semitic, did you say? I was just about to do that.
Yeah. Something like that. Something to that effect. It might get you some results.
Right. You got to really guilt trip the audience into believing that their life purpose hinges upon them contributing and supporting. You got something there, I think, Douglas. I may have to look into that.
That was $50, though. You can hit me up at a PayPal.me/healing-law.
Right.
You're supposed to hang up by the time I finish that.
All right, get the hell out of here. I'm saying I had another call. You're cutting in and out. Your phone is terrible.
I know.
304. You there? Hello. Hello. Come on, man. Where's my I didn't have a mama? No, that ain't it. They're saying it in chat. I didn't have a mama! That's a classic clip someone brought up from years ago at this point. I was deep in my rap. I decided to just start yelling things out that I thought would be interesting and entertaining, even as just a ridiculous presentment. I do that sometimes. I know what I'm saying and doing, and I still don't care because I go, this is ridiculous, and people are going to watch this and comment on it. So I yelled out, I didn't have a mama. Good times, huh? Transcending and transmuting the pain, right? Very painful time for me in my life. The first, 19 years of my life, not having a mother, or a mother who ignored me and abused me. Very painful time in my life. We transmute and transcend that. I want to believe that. Maybe I've just avoided a lot of it. Coped. Sure, there's some of that too. All right, back who knows when, within 4 days, if not recently. Like I said, the more I'm feeling healed and more like myself and less pain, which still isn't really there yet, better than it was, I'll be here potentially at more regularity. But as of now, we're all lucky if I can get here once every 4 days. Quite frankly, I have other things to do. Getting more land, doing work on the cars. There's other ways I can be learning more, being more productive. And no offense, right? Not that this loop isn't valuable and powerful, but I need it, right? Don't take it personal. It's a me thing. I need more in the world, on the ground, physical activities and goals. It's just where I'm at, right? Paul Unfuckwittable on the way out. A Gorilla Gems classic. Oh, phone guy, man. Let's see, phone guy, 818.
Please, Mr. O'Slavian.
Oh, come on, Zohar. I told you I'm leaving, man. What's your deal? What do you got?
My apologies. Okay, I'll get you next time, please.
No. What do you got? You're here now.
Oh,
Don't knock on the door.
I
I
just
come to
want
the
to
door. You
say
go, I'm leaving.
I want to say to you, very good broadcast today. Very
Thank
good,
you.
real words.
Thank you, Zohar.
Very
But you'd
good.
probably say that no matter what, right? I could come here and shit my pants, and you'd probably tell me it's a good broadcast. You love me. You know, my people, they love me.
Zohar has to go now.
Thank you, Zohar. We can never figure out why he's always saying please. You know, he's
Do
got
I
this.
really say that? I do not know. I have
Yeah, it's a
problems.
cultural thing, I think, right? Like you know, you deal with people who their second language is English, and they start injecting like certain words to
Sure,
like fill
why
space
not?
or kill time. Yeah.
Mr. O'Slavian, you're the best.
Thank you, sir. I'm trying.
Goodbye.
I'm trying. All right. I'll see you later. Zohar, everybody. From the Mideast, checking in. We're global at this point. We're on every continent and then some. We're intergalactic. We're on other planets. This broadcast is now being aired, I'm told, on Mars with an Elon Musk updated Starlink setup. So big things, people. I'm out of here. Blessings to everyone, especially the contributors and supporters. You are the light of my life. You are a blessing to I am. This would have been a dream to me at one point. You know, stay on me. Make sure I'm thankful and grateful. I don't take it for granted. At one point, it would have been a dream of mine to come on here, run my fat mouth, talk truth, legal and lawful, and somehow get some value. So I always have to remind myself of that, not take that for granted, and express my thanks and my gratefulness. And more importantly, I have to live that more in certain ways too. Give back, maybe even just in the form of some different content. So all in due time. As I said, Paul Unfuckwittable on the way out. Say goodnight to the bad guy, and peace and blessings to everyone. I'm somebody who I've not complied. I've not cooperated. I've been arrested over and over again, right? I've had to go to court without an attorney, with no credentials, and stand on what I believe to be the word of God and the truth. And I've gotten results. Tends to be when I meet people who talk about this what I consider to be false ideology of patriotism they've been uploaded with. Usually these are the same folks who tell me we're very courageous, we want to save the children, we're going to be idols and heroes, but they're not willing to sacrifice and go to jail and be activists and potentially have to sacrifice and give everything up to be given everything back. You all live in a matrix reality world where law comes from a contract, social contract. As far as I perceive it, God makes law, and the contract is a trust in God. That's why it's in God we trust. Law is not the same as statute, policy, and code, and law doesn't come about because we made some social pact and agreement. This is precisely my point. This clarifies the fundamental difference between us. And these folks are within an illusion, within an illusion, within an illusion, and can't recognize the illusion of self and creation for what it is, because it seems too far out and too crazy to them to be real.
We need to give up certain rights for the greater good of the whole, because that's what a communal society does. That's what the Constitution is. We give up certain rights in order to be able to live peacefully amongst a communal society.
So he can't even fundamentally determine what a right is, just in the sense of right action, right? If there's rights, then there's wrongs. So in his world, not having a connection to God / conscience locally, that's a good term for the clinical folks, conscience. Him and others being conscienceless beings have to always refer to paperwork and don't know the difference objectively between right and wrong. And that's why they can't figure out what God is, or have the experience of God, or be trusting with equity and faith, right? They don't know common sense. They don't know the common law, because they think law comes from us all sitting around together and making agreements that we had a right yesterday to kill and rape, but today we're going to give up that right. Because in this new society, raping and killing is not wrong. It's either right or it's wrong. It's either true or it's false. Us laying eyes on it doesn't necessarily, or agreeing to it, change what is. And this is the fundamental difference between us. I work with what is, even if it can't be shown. right? And I talk to cause and effect, and I reverse engineer that. And this is why I can't debate with or get through to these folks who can't consider this idea of a godly experience or a universal order.
You must give up certain rights, your right to kill, or your right to assault, or your right to steal, or your assault, or your right to rape.
He did even more. See, they say I lie and I bullshit here. I only said 2. He gave 5 examples of wrong behaviors he thinks we naturally have a right to do.
Skibbity bop watch your step now. Jump back, catch the law. Just the other day I was watching the chat. Half the slaves was talking about they homeboy Jack. Did you see what he said? OMG, what'd he say? OMG, I'll have to tell you I was watching all day. Those cupcake motherfuck turds don't know how to be free. If they only knew the law, they could see what I see. I know the law really well, cause I read UCC. If I was a life coach, listen to me. That's you, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader that you can't define. That's you, stuck in an echo, never breaking free. You follow the current, but you don't even see. Skibbity bop. The night dude was talking real bold, dropping terms like sovereign and common law gold. Nah bro, see, I got the docs right here, I just ain't filed yet, it's the wrong time of year. Trust me, I've studied it, I know what to do, but the county clerk's shady and the judge is a Jew. I'm just waiting till it's safe and I know I'll get paid, maybe when Saturn is back in retrograde. Besides, I gotta stay low for a while. They're watching IPs and I got a profile. Anyway, I'm working on phase 1 of the plan. He went quiet when asked, you ever stood as a man? That's you, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader that you can't define. That's you, stuck in an echo, never breaking free. You follow the current, but you don't even see. Skibbity bop. Like he owned the place, typing all caps with the crooked face. Oh great, more soft sit clown shit here. Where's the tinfoil clowns and the flat earth quiz? Let me guess, you don't pay taxes. You should be arrested, a criminal felon who didn't get his vaxes. I'm telling you, I know the law better than you. I read the USC, my lawyer knows what to do. What I want to know is, why are you free? That, and please tell me what you're offering me. He's a fed, he's a fraud, he's broke, he's a broke. He probably lives in a pod, he's Illuminati. Nah, he's just fake. I could do it better if I caught a break. They're all in on it, it's a psyop feed. Anyone got a link to the doc I need? That's you, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader that you can't define. That's you, stuck in an echo, never breaking free. You follow the current, but you don't even see. Skibbity bop bop. Down, ticka 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 pop, dibbity dop, dop, down, down, whoa, bada, whoa, bada, whoa, yeah. That was me, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader I can never define. current I thought was me. Skibbity bop bop. Bad why. Skibbity bop bop. Bad why.
Corruption is not bad. Corruption is only bad if I'm not involved.
Yes.
But if I'm part of that corruption, I'll defend it.